Alright. Hello, hello. I'm Desa.
And I'm Junon.
Yeah, and I'll be showing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on as the first run of Stream 2 now. Yeah, a pretty long run, at this point even slower than your entirety of the original Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, I guess we can go over most of the things as we go, because we will have a lot of time to mention a lot of things. So, if we're ready to go, alright, might as well start. 3, 2, 1, go.
And of course, this will be on easy mode, so faster difficulty. Quite a bit simpler in many regards than normal mode. It'll make a lot of fights much smoother. At the start of the game, we have a little segment. It's kind of plays its own way, and then the rest of the game will basically be with Cloud.
Yeah, you'll basically be introduced into one kind of combat here, one kind of moveset for like one fight, and then you forget about it for like 6 hours. Or like 50 if you're playing casually.
Yeah. he will come back later.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Okay, so you want to basically line them up in a line here, because the finisher from Zack has surprisingly decent properties to pull the enemies in, though I did misalign them a little bit. It's a little finicky because they move around. The flamethrower can stun you out of attacks. There's going to be one very similar fight right now. Whenever you're ready, game. There we go. Okay, now I'm just hoping that I'm not getting flamethrower. There we go. And you saw how they all got pulled in. But that doesn't matter, because we won't be seeing Zack for quite a while now. So we'll now be playing as Sephiroth for a little bit, because this game, of course, immediately starts from where Remake left off. Remake just came out of Midgar. So now we're doing the entirety from the calm flashback all the way until basically the end of Disc 1. And at the very beginning in Chapter 1, we'll get to play Sephiroth quite a bit. And this is the replacement for the dragon, because they couldn't put a dragon at the beginning of the game. Just a little Discordian where we do a few attacks, and then we use Sephiroth's unique mechanic. He has an aura meter, where every hit fills up some of it, and after 4 hits it's maxed out, and you can basically perform extra finishers on your regular combos, as well as your unique attacks, your abilities, and the limit break even, though we won't be seeing the limit break.
Something I want to mention, we are playing this on PC. If at some point there's a bit of stutter, it's because it's some shader compilation, for the first time you're playing, so it's first time on this machine. There might be a little bit of stutter somewhere, so that would be because of that, but we did played a little bit before this, so hopefully it should be pretty smooth.
Yeah, going through the boss fights before a run, at least on a fresh install, kind of takes care of most things. Not of everything, of course, but it won't be as egregious. If you just immediately boot it up, it's surprisingly laggy. You wouldn't think it would be that bad, but it really is, even though it pre-compiles the shaders at the start of the game. Anyway, there are a few, kind of tailing segments we have to walk along with a character. Similar to Remake, but it's not nearly as frequent in Rebirth, and also usually you can do stuff about it. Like right here, you're supposed to follow Tifa around a little bit. She's guiding you to the reactor right now, where a lot of things happen that are very important to FF7 specifically. But if we just roll around a little bit, we get around the limitation of being locked into walking. That's the wrong rock. I'm not even getting up there. Sometimes a little hard to see between different setups where you even want to go, because on my screen the rocks have a slightly different color, so I aimed for the wrong rock here. Good start. Yeah, on these walking segments a lot of times we want to go fairly specific paths, because you're usually limited to walking. Sometimes you're allowed to jog, but right now you can see we're fully running. And being able to run is obviously much better, and most of our movement is somehow routed around being able to run instead of having to walk. Even though if we spend an extra second or two doing one thing, we're more than making up for that by just having faster movement. Like right here, we went, I guess, off trail for quite a while, and now we try to stay behind Tifa for most of it. She will be slowing down a little bit in a bit, but as long as we're not ahead of her, we are not slowing down either. So I'm just like weaving around in the back a little bit, trying to not overtake her as much as possible. And then we have our first fight as Cloud finally. Pretty easy fight. If you hold square, Cloud has this move where you can go airborne. If you have bad elevation, that's fine. So Cloud has two different battle modes, an operator mode and a punisher mode. The operator mode, he's just able to like swiftly move around the battlefield, and has a move where you can kind of drag the enemies together, which is really, really useful. And then the punisher mode, which is usually used to, well, as the name actually implies, punish the enemies. It's not as much in Remake as it is in Rebirth, because there's like a little back and forth attack that he can do where he just juggles the enemy for quite a while, if it's not like some huge beam. A lot of times we try to use the operator mode's cleave attack here, this little spin, just to catch the enemies, because it has really good range and actually decent stagger build-up. As for stagger itself, you want to explain a little bit about that?
Stagger itself, well, once you build up the meter under the HP bar, you get the stagger. It starts with using the 160%, so the enemies take 160% of the damage you would normally deal. And of course, during the stagger, the enemy is just going to be completely still, so that gives us an opening to just like wail on them. So a lot of, well, especially for regular enemies, if we stagger them, they're definitely going to be dead very soon. For bosses, it'll be a little bit more complicated than that, but we'll get to that when we get there.
Shall we pick up?
I chose easy mode, right? Because those guys survive for way too long. That those double triple slashes are supposed to clear the fight. Well, I'll notice that on the next fights.
It should be an easy mode.
It should be. I'm pretty sure it chose easy mode at the start. We'll see it a bit. So yeah, speaking of easy mode, this game has 3 difficulties: easy, normal, and hard mode. Hard mode is basically only New Game Plus. You can modify the game on PC now, where you can play it on New Game, but it's not worth it because you're just gonna get rolled everywhere. On easy and normal, the main differences are really the amount of damage you take. You often don't really have to care too much about how much damage you will be taking. Unless it's like over the course of an entire chapter, you might be taking enough damage that it warrants a heal or two. Of course, in the speedrun, we are even less attentive to that if we already have the freedom of not caring too much about it, so we'll heal as we go in the later chapters as well. But a very, very important thing is actually that, of course, limit builds up faster, because there's a limit gauge that builds up by at least base rate 40% if you get a stagger, and it also builds up when you take damage. And the rate at which it increases when you take damage is extremely high on easy mode. You already take less damage, but you still get way more limit than on normal mode. And another thing is that there's something in the game called keep and cut. Those two words in itself, they don't matter too much. It's basically just like how much super armor do you have during your move, that's the keep, and how easy are you able to break this like super armor, which would be cut. And on easy mode, every character's action, or every like player character's action, has vastly increased keep, which means we can it's a lot easier to get attacks out, because there are going to be attacks that have a little bit of wind-up time later on the run that we'll be using a lot. And enemies cannot really stagger us out of that unless it's some really big move that will always stagger you out of your moves. While on normal mode, you really have to time your things, for example, making sure that you play around the enemy's moveset. Now...
Yeah, this enemy is kind of interesting. It's like... okay, yeah, that was supposed to get a Punisher mode counter there.
Okay, I am mismenuing a lot right now. Why did I cure?
Yeah, basically that guy is gonna like spin the iron ball for a little bit, and then suddenly it becomes a hitbox, and you'd want to counter that. I guess you mistimed it a little bit.
Yeah, I mistimed the counter, and then I for some reason press right to scroll through the menu, even though fire's at the very top. Alright, now a little vacuum cleaning. The 7 remakes have a little bit of a habit to implement some quirky mechanics. I mean, older games probably did that as well, but here, for example, I have this vacuum cleaning section. You have to clean up 2 sets of free, like, Mako gas thingies, and then you have to never worry about it again. You also have to, like, turn some valves around later, which is loosely used in a side quest later on as well. A lot of, like, quirky little things that just, like, happen in the moment, then you forget about them.
You know, for the cinema.
For the cinema. The immersion. Now this is another part where you actually can use something called terrain movement. You see Cloud hop in here. If I mash circle, he can mantle over objects or terrain. And you can use that to basically move faster while you're locked into walking. Right here you see I can't really do much. I want to roll because roll is faster than walking. But in sections where I can only walk, I want to really try to get those terrain options, just because it's much faster to be hopping around than to just walk. Alright, now we get Sephiroth. Woohoo. So there's a little bit of a menu here. I want to put Faraga, an AoE, Fandara, and Aroga on as Sephiroth. The Aroga is really only used for one fight, but the Faraga is really important for the boss, and the AoE Fandara, or Magnified Fandara, is used for those mob fights just to pick off the enemies here. And the game lets us move as Sephiroth as the default character in New Game. In New Game Plus it's actually back to Cloud, but in New Game it's Sephiroth, so we're trying to make use of his moveset as much as possible. Also, he's a lot more versatile at this point than Cloud is. Again, just because in New Game you don't really have that much option. You're a high level, unlike in the original, but Sephiroth has all the materia and cool moves and stuff.
There's no way around it either.
Yeah, and something to note, like, Sephiroth has like the tier 3 magic available, like Faraga, but then the like tier 3 spells, they actually cost 2 ATB, and the cast time is even longer. So that's why we don't necessarily want to always use that, and that's why we have Sandara, which is the second tier of that spell.
Correct, because the game in itself, it's still based around ATB, just like the original, but the way it works, similar to Remake, is that you doing regular attacks fills up your ATB bar. Waiting does as well, but at a way slower rate. And then you want to basically make sure to get some combos out, because that's what will get you your ATB bar and allows you to do the cool stuff. Okay, for some reason he didn't mantle there. Usually you want to position yourself right at the rock face to make sure that he can climb during the cutscene, but there are a few spots where he just isn't eligible to climb, so he just doesn't. It's a little random where you go, just because you kind of usually dodge roll into that section. It's a little bit hard to gauge the distance there. Right. Now we have another small mob fight. Again, just using Sephiroth, we quickly get ATB, and then we use Zanshin, which is a move where you just have 2 blade beams coming out. But Zanshin is one of those moves similar to the regular combo that with Sephiroth you can power up if your aura meter is fully up. Then you use something called Zanshin Rising, which is basically just a stronger third beam. We'll be using that a few times during the what's it called? Boss fight.
Yes.
That's what I want to say.
Okay, this part is kind of interesting. We're actually gonna sort of make use of the fact that the tier 3 spells have such a long cast time that we can have Sephiroth start casting it and then start moving already. And that Aroga is just gonna blow him up.
But I cannot escape.
Yeah, we get like right to the like edge of the like combat area, I suppose, and then the combat ends from the Aroga.
So something you saw me doing there is, in combat, the fastest way to move, at least with Cloud, is to go into Punisher mode, and then dodge out of it. Because usually in Punisher mode, you're very slow and like just able to walk very, very slowly. But the idea is that you just fight in that mode, that you don't really move around that much. What you can do though is you can dodge out of it immediately. So we basically roll our thumb from triangle to circle continuously to get this Punisher cancel dodge kind of stuff. Also, I just noticed, apparently I'm Swedish.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, maybe we need to change the display name on the
Yeah.
stream.
This is the second vacuum cleaning section I was talking about, by the way. Just like cleaning up some stuff and then walking over to the elevator. I do need to make sure because the different spells, of course, also cost different amount of MP. And currently Sephiroth is at 22 MP. I want to be able to use 2 Faragas in this next fight though, so I'm gonna be using an Ether here. You can use a lot of like healing, both through items and spells, out of combat. And in those segments where we just walk around, I can hit L3 to start the sprint and then just menu in the meantime, make sure everyone's topped up. Alright, Materia Keeper.
Yeah, for this fight, you have to like dodge that initial swipe. Yeah, you can kind of start building up some ATB here on the side, start casting Faraga. It's gonna deal a lot of damage and get us into the next phase of the fight.
And now you see one of the new additions of Rebirth. I guess some of they started introducing through a patch in Rebirth as well. Speed up. If you hold R2 during combat cutscenes, and regular cutscenes as well, but we skip those usually, the game speeds up, which means you only have to watch, you only have to spend half the time watching a combat cutscene, which is actually a pretty nice like middle ground between fully skipping it and like having to watch the entire thing.
Yeah, it does sound like look and sound kind of silly
Yeah.
at times. But anyway, also here you couldn't stagger the boss or anything. It's just like gonna go into like this phase no matter what. So you saw this just doing some damage. That's all you can really do. And for this part, you also just kind of have to wait a while. So he's gonna try to like time a spell here, right? Like when Materia Guardian is gonna like land down. There you go, the fire gas coming out and get the stagger right before it hits and fight is over. There we go.
Exactly. The way phase 2 works is that you have to break one of his legs to make him fall down from the ceiling. And once you have him down, you can immediately damage him enough that he runs wild and just can't be staggered but still be damaged. So that way we can edge the stagger as closely as possible that even the smallest gust of wind would stagger the enemy. We stagger him with Cloud because the Cleave has a very long-lasting hitbox too, and use the Faraga to nuke him down.
While most reactors are under the jurisdiction of urban
And now
this field is overseen by R&D.
it's a decent bit of just like walking around and I guess being immersed into Cloud's past for all of this, including valve spinning.
And this is quite an exciting addition to the gameplay of
Pure cinema. I don't even know what I made you do it 5 times. Like 3 times would have been fine.
So something to note here is that you can't hold down the buttons all the time. You have to like let go and wait for the prompts to appear, and then you push them in.
Correct. If you constantly hold them down, it just won't give you the new prompt. So you actually, I guess, you can lose time on this because you have to react and or know when the prompt is going to pop up and hit it in time, which is one of the silliest ways to lose time, I think.
Okay, well done, Desa. You handled that truly well.
Nah, I'm glad I only lost like, what, 2 minutes? Could have been a little faster, but unoptimal valve spinning. Alright, so there's gonna be another small walking segment, and similar to the one at the very beginning of the game, we try to walk in a certain way, because walking that way will allow us to basically run instantly.
Yeah, there's gonna be a like group of people who like want to kind of run with you, but doing a little terrain movement there, we can get ahead of them and just kind of run on our own, and we can avoid like the slowdown that comes with like.
What was that camera?
Yeah, that was weird.
It zipped me back like twice. Shader compilation. 100%.
Yeah, I don't know.
Surely. Alright, on that way back, I also made sure to like walk a very certain path. There's like the path on the ground, and I want to walk on the side of it. Just to make sure that I don't tread on the actual path, because if I were to go with that, I would immediately be locked into jogging or walking, depending on how early you get into that path, and then you just lose a bunch of time not being able to run here. There's a lot of like small things in this game that you have to look out for, just to make sure that you don't waste your time. Because there are also like, basically, most of our strategies in this game, or a lot of them at the very least, are built around working around the jank of the game, or like the inconveniences that the game puts on you. Because this game, especially like combat-wise, is super duper fun to play. But then there's a few things, like for example having to forcibly walk behind the enemy, the NPCs and stuff, where you just want to try and minimize that downtime as much as possible. And yeah, by the way, Nibelheim is now in flames right now. They really changed a little bit how they present the calm flashback. Mostly like, of course, you fight Materia Guardian now, but I guess they had to think of some boss for the end of chapter 1. And it's, I don't know, like, you kind of see more of what Sephiroth's doing, because in the original you arrive, you're like, oh, dang, everything's burning, you might help that one person who's stuck in the house, at least in Crash Car. I think you can do that in OG as well. And then you just see Sephiroth turning his back to the village and leaving, but here you kind of witness more of it happening. And conveniently, we can't immediately go to the target that's like right over there. We need to go to that door on the left. But nah. We need to crawl for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, we need to take in this moment for a little longer.
Also, if you put your camera in a weird angle, it looks like he's just putting his head in the cold. Like, surprisingly close to that fire. I wouldn't do that. Not recommended. Also, you see that shelf over there? Boom. Those things just mysteriously fall off.
Did Sephiroth do that? So it's kind of silly that
knock over glass.
Cloud has like a perfectly normal crawling animation despite like the slow walking.
Yeah, and on the cutscene that I skipped earlier where I hopped over the tree branches, what I skipped is basically just the little awkward breaking and hitting Cloud's leg, which is why he's walking slowly. Hey yo, I'm German again? Let's go.
That's a relief.
I guess I wasn't wrong after all. Oh, by the way, we can walk normally again. Like, his leg's fine now. Soldier powers, I guess.
But didn't the subtitles here before, like, say, like, it was like security officer or somebody saying those lines?
Yes, why? Did it say someone else? Or did it say nothing?
I don't think it said, like, anyway. It just, like, had the, like, line.
It is a setting.
Oh, it's just a setting. Oh.
So, I'm playing this game for, like, a shared account with a friend. And that also means that I really need to be careful that his and my settings are different, aren't, like, mixed up. Because at least at home I have decent graphic settings. He has them slightly lower. He has different control settings as well, which I only noticed during practice. And then some of the smaller things here and there. And I guess the subtitle naming is like one thing that he doesn't have. Also, more immersion. You gotta crawl a little bit.
Yeah, same thing here. You don't want to hold them down or the prompts won't appear.
Got it. Alright, finally. The good thing is that a lot of this, like, immersion build-up, I'm gonna call it, is left in chapter 1. There's still gonna be some here and there, but it's much less prevalent in the rest of the game, because here it's just like you beat Materia Guardian, and even in the run, like I beat him 7 or 8 minutes ago. And up until that, it was basically just a bit of walking around and a bunch of pressing R2 and L2. I guess they did make it a little bit more interesting by having the triggers actually like change in like weight or how easy they are to press.
Oh yeah,
during these.
adaptive triggers on PS5.
And on PC now too.
Yeah, if you have a DualSense controller.
Correct. And now this is basically just like the regular comm segment from FF7. We went through the flashback and we're, I'll say, about to reach the world map, but I guess comm has like a little bit more of this like whole build-up segment, because you're, at this point at least casually, you're supposed to explore a little bit, figure a few things out, just take in the whole beauty of the game. But for the run, of course, it's just a bit of walking around and like talking to 2 or 3 people. After that, though, is when it really like starts ramping up real quick. By the way, Queen's Blood, it's surprisingly good. Like one of the better card games they put into a video game.
Yeah, it's really fun, and we're not gonna have any of that in this run.
I should have just submitted Plat.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to see Queen's Blood in a speedrun, go watch his Plat run.
It's not that long.
Yeah, it's not that long. Just watch it after this run. No biggie. Anyway, so now we get introduced to the concept of like having an affinity for the party members. So we get these dialogue choices, and they're actually like in a randomized order. For the most part, though,
I get the error date later.
Yeah, for the most part, we don't actually care what we tell them, and a lot of them you can either talk to them or you can just ignore them completely. If you talk to them, you immediately get like a nice amount of friendship with them, and then depending on the choice, you get more or less. But we're basically gonna like talk to as few of them as possible, and then only in case of some choices for Tifa and Barrett, we actually care about what we answer. And the reason is not because of like the dates or something, but it's actually for the final boss, the party compositions are gonna depend on like who our favorite party members are.
Correct. I was trying to get the glitch set up here. There's actually like a small little thing that I only learned during my most recent session of routing the Platinum Trophy category. If you skip or if you like delay the cutscene skip on that weapon vendor a little bit, you can skip one of the cutscenes before it's supposed to be able to be skipped. And you can actually walk around with the shopping menu active. And you can actually do some stuff with it, like very tediously build up infinite money and just sell like on the go. It would save a little bit of time because you would be able to shop during these slow segments too. But you only have like one shot getting it. It's ultimately not that big of a deal. I tried to go for it as well, which is why you saw me failing some cutscene skips. It's really difficult though. I think I like got it once on accident. When I figured that out, I then failed it for like 35 times back to... No, actually, no. I got it another time without trying right after. And that's when I failed for like 30 times.
Yeah. So you could also see here sometimes just rolling. Like if the game forces you to walk but allows you to roll, then it's going to be faster. It's a little bit like... Maybe I would call it like inconsistent, like how the game forces you to move. It's like sometimes you can roll, sometimes you can't, and sometimes it makes you walk and sometimes jog. So kind of depending on the scenario, we're gonna move a little differently to try to be as fast as possible.
Or whenever possible, we usually want to try and take a little bit of terrain action with us.
Yeah, that's usually the best case when our movement is restricted. Because the terrain actions are not like slowed down at all. Whenever we can do them, those will be at full speed, and sometimes they will like kind of completely break us out of the like area where we're slowed down.
This one also has a surprising amount of terrain actions because you can mount and dismount those wooden planks from quite a big distance away. I also find the structure pretty interesting because, like, this all looks a little bit more like a, I guess, like construction site. But then you realize, like, I think there's like a door somewhere in this height. But at the very least, like, windows. I don't know if they're like just close off that way. It's super strange.
Well, let's just say it's very convenient for us.
That is true. Because on the bottom, what's going on, there's basically after remake, we're now, well, of course, like fully established in the terrorist group Avalanche. And they're trying to search for us right now, but our bro Din helps us out here and just distracts them a little bit. Oh, by the way, but during all of this, there's like some guy who still wants to play Queen's Blood. Like right there. He doesn't care about those security officers in town. Alright. So now we're almost out of calm. Finally. Transmutation. No, there's an interesting mechanic about like pickups. It's a nice way to, I guess, introduce more unimportant pickups where you're able to transmute ingredients that you find along the way into items. And if you know what you're doing, you don't even have to like grind for those. You can just walk around, pick up what you see, and eventually get what you need. In a run, we don't really utilize it just because the menu in itself is a little bit slow. But also to get actually useful stuff, you have to do quite a bit. And it's not like we're gonna roam around the world map a lot. It's really more of like a nice tool for, well, completionist playthroughs, or just generally when you don't just rush through everything. Because we really won't be doing too much in the world map. World map is basically always just immediately get from point A to point B. Yeah, no exceptions. Just always from point A to point B. Won't even be getting many of the chocobos.
Yeah, there's very little that we sort of go out of our way to get. I mean, one such thing will be coming up very soon, actually. Mm-hmm. The enemy skill materia.
Oh, the shaders! I guess entering the world map wouldn't have been bad.
Yeah, well,
that door was really heavy.
It's fine, I guess. Now it's loaded in.
Yeah. So now we're getting introduced into being able to use more characters. For example, Red. And the way it works is basically you start this game with the 5 characters that you finished remake with. Cloud, Tifa, Barret, Aerith, and Red. And everyone has, of course, different play styles. Everyone plays differently, or everyone feels differently when you walk around. Like, even to the point of just walking, everyone is, like, slightly different from one another. And has different, even strengths and weaknesses. Cloud and Red, for example, are really good at also rolling in the world map. But whenever you have the choice of characters, kind of like a tier list would be you wanna not be Aerith, you actually wanna be either Red, because you can also cancel his dodge roll with an attack. Nice cliff. You then, if Red is not available, you want to go with Cloud. If Cloud is not available, you want to go with Tifa. Actually, wait, no, Tifa before Cloud. Tifa is slightly faster. Then you want to go with Cloud if she's not available. And you kind of want to avoid having Barret or Aerith at all, because they're really not that fast at all. Another little thing I'm doing here is when I engage into combat, usually the characters are right behind me, but if you hold R1, that's how you can perform combo or synergy attacks. And what I do is I usually hold R1 before target swap, because that way it primes the characters to do one of those combo attacks, which we didn't lock yet, but it already teleports them next to them, because they, of course, like want to get ready for the combo attack. So I do it here, for example, Barret gets teleported right next to the enemy. And one really big thing that is routed around in this game is... Oh, I got double proficiency bonus because I got both the moves.
Nice.
Interesting. So every weapon has a skill tied to it. The Buster Sword has Focus Thrust, which you'll see me using in a bit. Barret's starting weapon, the Gatling Gun, has Focus Shot, which you just now saw me using. And you can... They're all tied to the weapon. However, if you use them, you build up proficiency. And if you use them in their, I guess, intended way, whether it's like exploiting weakness because they have elemental properties, like on Sleek Saber, or staggering the enemies, like with Focus Shot, because all the focus ability, Thrust, Shot, and Strike, are there to build up a lot of stagger, especially when the enemy is pressured. So what you want to do is, with Barret, you want to try and pressure the enemy, and then use a Focus Shot to get a lot of advantage on the skill build-up mechanic. And what I did there is I overcharged one of the moves, which pressured it, and then I Focus Shotted it, which would then stagger, just to get the extra proficiency. You really want to make sure to get at least a few of these skills maxed out, just so you can use them on different weapons, because those starting weapons especially are really not that good. Alright, there's gonna be one more. You know what? I'll just get the proficiency here, just so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, since you got the double earlier, so you said it was you get like 30% extra if you like do the proficiency bonus, and then you also get 10% just for using it, right?
It depends on the enemy, actually.
Oh,
not enemy, on the
skill.
Yeah,
Okay.
because for example, there's a late game skill, Noble Sacrifice from Aerith. That one only needs 2 usages if you get the proficiency bonus, and without it, it needs 4, so it gets like 25% plus then like I think a 30 or 40% bonus. But Focus Shot, for example, needs 10 usages usually, or it gets like 30% bonus, so like 3 extra usages off of actually staggering the enemy.
I hope Pico doesn't give you
Yeah, so I don't know if you mentioned it, but to be clear, so we want to master the abilities, so then later we can switch to like stronger weapons or weapons that have other abilities that we also want to get, and still be able to use the previous abilities. The Focus Shot will, of course, be very useful basically throughout the run, because it's a very good way to stagger the enemies.
We even use it on the like penultimate battle, like from the very beginning all the way to the end. Staggering is just always a good thing, and Focus Shot specifically is really, really good at it, because the way it works for Barret is that he's one of the few characters where some of his skills are tied to how much ATB you have. You can use Focus Shot with 1 ATB gauge, but if you use it with... Yeah, I did not want to risk that, because he's going to turn around. Any second, there we go. You can go past him, but it's risky. What? Okay. You can use Focus Shot with 1 ATB, but if you use it with 2 ATB, its potency, it's vastly increased, and you stagger way better than if you just use it with 1 ATB. You can even use it with 3 ATB if you have a few other mechanics in play, which would then absolutely shred through the enemy stagger bar. But we won't really be able to use that, because setting up for that... I think normal mode actually does it, because that's another thing I didn't mention. The stagger meter builds up quicker on easy compared to normal or hard mode. So what we do relatively quickly on easy mode takes a lot more effort on normal mode. There's gonna be a boss later on, for example. We shoot 4 salvos with Barret and an overcharge, which is like this, like a 5-shot attack that I used in a moose earlier, which builds up a lot of ATB. That is enough to stagger a boss later on. While on normal mode, you have to like properly work for that. Also, we got a Chocobo. One of the few we'll see throughout the run. So now we see Chadley again. It doesn't matter what you choose, I just always take that half a second to say nope, I don't remember. I'm not the biggest fan of Chadley. And this is another thing we're forced to walk, but rolling is, as Den mentioned earlier, a decent bit faster. You just roll the entire way all the way to the Remnant Wave Tower. Game's like, by the way, this is what you could be doing, but this is also what takes up like 15 hours of the Platinum Trophy speedrun.
Yeah, we're not really gonna bother. This one you have to do, and then we unlock the combat sim. We're actually not gonna like do it right here and now, but we're gonna do it a little bit after. I think you said it's like less dialogue or something.
So the dialogue is actually the same, but outside of using like certain terrain movement, a lot of times you can skip dialogue by either, I guess, overlapping it with other dialogue, which kind of cancels the previously started dialogue, or by save and load, which is what we'll do a few times here. Right here, we're supposed to be tailing Billy, but we can speed up our movement a little bit by talking to Chadley right here and starting the combat sim. This combat sim is 100% optional, however, on No Thine Enemy, we get the enemy skill materia, and unlike Remake and OG, the way enemy skill works is not that you have to learn those skills from enemies, but you only need to do specific combat challenges. This one is absolutely trivial. I do use that AoE cleave twice to build up ATB, because it also builds up a lot of ATB, especially if it hits multiple enemies. And then I use triple slash to end the fight. It takes like, what, 20-25 seconds to do the entire thing. And I basically get bravery and faith as a self-inflicted, quick-to-use buff that even deals elemental wind damage right at the beginning of the game. It's ridiculous, honestly. I do not know why they gave you that so early on.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's like I think a lot of people like playing casually, like might not realize that like they give you something so strong early on, but it's like you'll truly see it in like basically every boss in the speedrun.
Remember now.
I pressed triangle too early, so now I actually have to mount the chocobo. Whoops.
Yeah, there's like a little skip that you can do where it's like you just like call the chocobo and then like immediately talk to him while like the game wants you to like mount the chocobo and then talk to him. You can save a little bit of time. Also, you can just skip that like little training segment and now we're just gonna be heading towards Midgard's room.
But first we'll menu real quick. Let me try and do not take barrets. So every weapon has like certain skills you can attach to them. You wanna quickly mention those? Like the ATB charge and all that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know what I would mention about. I mean, every weapon has different ones. You can just choose one of them to equip. And to be honest, I don't really remember like which of those we will use for the run at different times. But
that's fair. I didn't even like prepare for that question before. I just like kind of slapped it onto like, oh, by the way, I have to menu. Actually, like you know that, right? So yeah, every weapon has, as you progress, up to 4 ability slots you can use, and every weapon also has specific selections of abilities. In this case, Sleek Saber, the weapon we have right now, has an ability called ATB Charge Up, which just, I think, like, increase our charge rate by 5%. It's not that much, but it can make building ATB a little bit easier. And then there's something we use on Tifa called Utterly Unbridled Strength, which will increase her damage by 5% if we use 1 stack of Unbridled Strength and 10% with a second stack. Unbridled Strength in itself will be explained by Din probably in the next fight, because I'll have to focus a little bit. Now, from this point onward, the strategies actually get a little bit involved.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at some notes here. So we want to start with Overcharge to build up a lot of ATB. We switch to Cloud. We want to get some counters. That's also really good for ATB. Also dealing a bit of damage and stagger. Use that Sonic Boom for the buff, and we get the pressure. Now we want to build up some of the stagger gauge, but we don't actually want to stagger. We want to face push the boss now, so that looked pretty good. The stagger gauge is like maybe pretty high. We still don't want to like immediately get the stagger. Also, that's a nice PC feature. It just goes spinning. So also with the Punisher mode, if you hold square, you can use Berserk, so that gives you a damage buff. You also take more damage, but you know, we're just not gonna die, and we're just gonna deal a lot of damage. So now we're gonna see Tifa using Unbridled Strength, and then after one use of that, you can use Omnistrike, which builds up the stagger multiplier. And Omnistrike is also kind of busted. Like, it gives you a lot of ATB back when you use it, so you can just kind of repeatedly use it. And you, like, even like this early in the game, you could see the stagger multiplier go up to 40%, and we're dealing big damage. Synchro Cyclone. So this is also a new mechanic in Rebirth. Once you've used some like ATB abilities on multiple characters, then you can use their like synergy abilities. Okay, the
Thank you.
1 HP boss. Yeah, the synergy abilities are pretty good at like staggering the enemies. So it's like once the hit connects, like usually the bosses are just gonna like be staggered for that duration, and the damage is also pretty good. And then we can use other character. Well, yeah, the two of them are gonna be doing the synergy, and then we have one more character who can then like attack at the same time.
All right, that was a rapid fire of many mechanics, because in Snake is kind of where we start using everything that the game teaches you from, I guess, throughout the last 15-20 minutes that you spend in Chapter 2. As then mentioned, there's something called synergy abilities, or synergy attacks, for example. If you use ATB, you see little dots lighting up under the characters' names on the bottom right, and the more stacks you have, the more of those you can use. For example, on easy mode, another little change, you need 2 stacks for both characters that you want to use the synergy on to utilize it for the first time. Every consecutive use requires more or ATB used, or like those little dots lighting up. And those moves are actually really good. You are not invulnerable during those like with limits, but they usually deal a decent amount of damage. They stagger pretty much all the enemies, or at least hit them out of their attacks. And they sometimes accompany a buff with them that we usually don't care about on easy mode, whether it's like infinite MP for a certain amount of time, or
it might
increasing the stagger duration.
Oh, yeah, that, or it can increase the limit level, but
yes.
Yeah, I don't think we make use of that at all.
We used to with Barret and Red on both fights that we used them on. I guess we would increase the limit level, but we'd only actually use it on Beanatak.
Oh, okay.
But it's routed out at this point because we realized it's both slow and not even good. Like, it takes a while to get, and then it also slows down the fight.
Yeah, it's not like like even the level 1 limits are good, and I think usually the animations are much faster for them.
That's correct, yeah. Like the animation between Cross Slash and Ascension, for example, Cloud's level 1 and 2 limits. It's night and day how long. Wait, wait, am I? Okay, it didn't give me the.
Fail.
What? Okay. I have an idea what happened. So the game tried to give me a cutscene, but I got put into battle during that, and then the game was like, I'm out. So luckily there are autosaves in this game. Even if they're not, I do have backup saves, luckily, but we do have autosaves, and this one wasn't too long ago. I actually made a manual save at the start of this chapter, because there's a long walking segment across a very long middle bridge, and that manual save is just used so I can load it immediately and then skip the whole dialogue. Can you move? I don't want to crash the game again. Okay, that's ridiculous. I'll just get rid of him because the fight doesn't take a crazy amount of time, and I, again, don't want to crash.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Blizzard now instead of triple slash?
I haven't actually seen that crash before.
Yeah, me neither. That's a new one to add to the list. The game isn't like super prone to crashing, but you can force it if you want to. But apparently it's also like full of surprises.
Yeah, there's a lot of battles that, like, they really look unskippable, but we're actually able to skip them with really careful movement. And then also kind of hoping that the enemies aren't, like, directly in our path.
Like these two guys. Like, just...
They're just guarding this place.
Yeah. the gatekeepers.
They're just like, well, we stand our ground here.
You will not reach this ladder, for you have no reason to. Oh god. Well, that's a chapter 3 if I've ever seen one. Luckily, at least with Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, there's no more of this. But Barret and Red have a very notorious segment for that. So yeah, now we're coming up to Elena and Rude. Rude is this bulky guy who is hard to stagger and pressure and all that. It takes quite a bit of work, but Elena, usually being like a very fast-paced but light character, is easily knocked off her feet. So what we do right here at the very beginning, I'll quickly take care of that, is we just walk up, get a counter, and she's immediately pressured.
Yeah, so for the first phase, we're just gonna focus on Elena. Because of this, it'll be much easier that way. And just by fighting Elena enough, we will be able to transition to phase 2.
Wait, you can pressure... I guess I damaged Rude enough or something? But he got pressured.
Yeah, it was a bit unusual that you were fighting right next to Rude, and I guess
well,
that...
Elena was right next to him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I...
Thank you.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Either way, so we have the Synchro Cyclone already again. So we launched that. Ares can attack at the same time. Then we can do a little bit of cleave here. We should have them grouped up and focus thrust and stagger both of them. So then we can just kind of attack both of them at the same time. Just start using Omni Strike here. Got the limit at the same time. So we just finished them both off at the same time.
That's another fight where the weapon proficiency or skill proficiency is very important, because what you want to do is you want to use focus thrust 3 times, and no, 2 times, and both times you want to stagger. You already saw that, or if you're like aware of this game's mechanic, you already noticed that earlier. I got a double stagger with Barret with focus shot, for example, and that gave me 2 proficiency bonuses simultaneously. Same thing happens here. In phase 1, we stagger Elena with a focus thrust to get our 40%. And in phase 2, with Synchro Cycling, we knock them out of their supercharge move. And that sets up their stagger gauge really well on easy mode, where we can cleave to just get 1 ATB gauge if we don't have it topped up yet. And then we focus thrust, which will stagger both of them. And having 3 staggers and 2 usages means that we're at like 120% or something like that, and that's fine. We just need to get 100% on the skill proficiency, and we're good to use it on future attempts. Because Buster Sword is really not that good. It's a fairly defensive weapon in this game, because I think it actually gets reprieve later as well, which is like a second chance where you just survive a deadly attack. But it's not that good for the run, just because it's not that strong. We won't be using it for much longer, and we'll ditch it relatively quickly for another weapon. And now we have the Red and Barret segment, bunch of climbing.
With one hand.
Yeah, easy. And I do that, like... That's how I boulder. Luckily we have Red with us, because Barret is really, really bad at running away from encounters, but... Red is really, really good at it. In fact, he's the best at that, so utilizing him during this is crucial to save a bunch of time. With more snakes here, but this time they don't crash the game. This time we just run away from them. Willingly. And then Barret's segment here is mostly built around, I guess, working around your limitations of not being able to jump 10 meters into the air unless the game prompts you to. And we need to use mine carts to get extra height or create a path for Cloud Tifa Air, because right now they're kind of at an intersection where they can't continue. So now we're taking over as Barret and Red, because the game often like switches perspective, and we need to open the path for them, while they will also open the path for us right after. In terms of combat, Barret, of course, having a machine gun for his arm, is ranged, so his role is often not damage, but among with focus shot, but also just his regular attacks, really good for staggering the enemy. Red is usually meant as a tank, because the way his unique mechanic works is he can go into a vengeance mode if he takes enough damage, or better, even more so like block or parry attacks. And that vengeance mode actually makes him quite useful, but the whole build-up just takes too long for Red to be useful in the run. I forgot to pull the lever anyway, but that didn't look good either. So this fight you want to try and avoid engaging in now, because you'll have to wait a little bit later anyway. Don't push him behind the card, thank you. You have to wait a little bit later anyway, and during that wait you want to take care of that fight. But they were all bunched up on the minecart. Even if I would have remembered to pull that lever, it would not have worked out. It would not have been fine. So now we have to pull this heavy minecart to knock over the crate that is swinging over there. You can see Cloud Tifa Aerith just chatting over there. There are rocks. We're just gonna shoot them down. Because I guess that's how removing rocks works.
Yeah, nothing that a few bullets can't fix.
Yep. And a small little thing with the minecarts is that you have those intersections where you have to change the path. But if you were to put the minecart like right on top of the intersection, the game pulls the minecart aside and is like, okay, let me move it to a valid position so that you can actually properly continue and I don't rip the minecart in half. In this case, the valid position is where we actually want it to be at. So we make sure to push the minecart only as far as we need to trigger this invalid position. That way the game automatically just moves it away and saves us a little bit of time. And then we keep pushing. We're almost done with this. After that, we'll have another boss fight with Barret and Red, actually, the Mithril Golem. Which on easy mode, we can actually trivialize a lot of his moves just because the increased keep that we have gives us super armor for most of our moves. Or an increased super armor for most of our moves.
I don't think we can open it from here.
And Mithril Golem is kind of like just this big hunky guy who's trying to do big moves to stagger you out of your moves. But we don't really care about that here. We just power through them.
Also, this is where we would ideally fight the enemies, but we had to fight them earlier.
Yep. We pick up this conveniently placed lightning materia, and then we equip one of the weapons I picked up earlier, high caliber rifle. We also put on magic attack power for him, weapon ability damage here, and then we equip lightning on him. Yeah, good thing I pulled this up after all. We swap with enemy skill. And then we put on some customized, we put on bonus round, which increases our stagger capabilities. Then we also put on sonic boom to get buffs. And for Cloud, we prepare him for future fights of fire and thunder.
So once again, we have overcharge pretty at the start. We can build ATB with that. We're gonna put the bonus round to use that we had on this weapon. We break the head of the boss, that's gonna pressure him. Then build up some more ATB. We use Sonic Boom for the increased damage. Got the stagger, we have all the ATB ready, so we can do a lot of damage here. Thunder is effective on the boss, so we use our ATB on that.
Okay, you still got it during the stagger. Yep. The phase push happens really early, which is why we want to get the stagger quickly, otherwise we'll have to stagger him during this phase, which we want to do anyway, but we might as well just stagger him earlier.
Yeah.
And for this phase, we power through this move, Thunder, do another salvo, refresh our buffs, shoot more to stagger him. Did I dodge that? Did I get hit? Oh, I dodged it. Oh no, I did get it. Okay. Oh. So I'll Thunder, limit, and then contemplate about having to do phase 2 properly.
Yeah, the boss still has a little more HP than we would like here. Something that you did also see doesn't do there is like give Fred some commands real quick while controlling Barret. So you can actually use the like shortcuts of your party members without having to like slow down the game with the like command menu. It's a little bit like inconsistent. Like you might press the button, but nothing happens. But whenever like it's not like that time sensitive when it happens, like we just like needed to come out at some point, then you know we can just like mash that shortcut until it happens, and then we don't have to slow down the game for it.
Alright, so I used one more thunder than I wanted to on Barret, and Barret needs 4 MP for the next fight, so I'll make sure to heal him up here. And then I swap to team 1, because in this game we can have 3 teams set up simultaneously. And we have red on team 1, which we're going to keep it that way for the rest of the game, just because we want to be able to move around quickly with red. Our second team we set up before Midgardsormr consists of Cloud, Barret, Tifa, which is our main team for damage or for bosses, because Barret is good at staggering, and Cloud and Tifa are just generally strong, especially with the synergy abilities. Nice. Especially with the synergy abilities later. Now Tifa is also able to rack up stagger percentage. We'll talk a lot more about that on the chapter 5 boss, because it gets relevant there. Team 3 is kind of like not a throwaway team, but right now it consists of Cloud, Aerith, Tifa. We don't really use that. Later on, we'll unlock Yuffie as a character, and then we ditch Aerith for Yuffie for 3 fights. Just because we would rather have Yuffie in that segment, and Aerith doesn't really... Like, it's mostly because there's one fight where Yuffie is really, really good. But on the other 2 fights, it would not matter whether we have Yuffie or Aerith. So we just use Yuffie instead later. But that comes up in like 4 hours or something. Right here, we're on our way to Junon. During every world map segment, you're able to get a chocobo, a unique chocobo. The game prompts me like, hey, try calling your chocobo. If I try that, it kind of baits me into it. It was like, hey, you can actually get your chocobo, psych. And then it gives me a tutorial about how every region has its own chocobo. Especially the Junon and Cosmo Canyon chocobos are annoying to get, in my opinion, but they also take a while. It's just not that useful. And we only really get the chocobos that we are forced to get. We would probably get the Gongaga chocobo if possible, but that one you get through the story anyway, so it's not like we can do much with it. And now we swap back to Team 2 just to make sure that we are set up for the next boss fight. And while we walk to Junon, heal a little bit, make sure everyone is fully topped up, or at least enough for the next boss fight.
Yeah, for this segment, it's like a whole other open world area, but we can just like cut straight through to Junon, and the next fight is just a boss. So we actually just go from like one boss to another.
Right here we have under Junon. The story is actually like fairly similar build up here compared to the original one, except the dolphin stuff works a little bit differently. But we still fight Bottom Swell, or Terror of the Deep as they renamed him in this game. I don't know why they renamed him. I think they renamed, what was that? Materia Keeper to Materia Guardian, Bottom Swell to Terror of the Deep. Guard Scorpion is Scorpion Sentinel. I think that's it. I can't remember another one that they renamed. Oh yeah. In this segment we have to talk to 3 of the 4 characters. Aerith takes too long to get ready in position, so we just talk to Red, then we walk over to Tifa, who's pretty much ready as we get there. She also only has 1 dialogue part, which is a decent bit fast, and then we have Barret with 3 parts, but he's right next to where we need to go anyway. Then we talk to the innkeeper, and suddenly, whoops, boss fight.
That's what you get for talking to the innkeeper.
Well, my bad. My mistake. Okay, fast travel becomes unavailable, and we just, I'm on team 2. Instead of walking slowly, you can just like terrain movement here as well. You could usually jump down here too, but because the boss trigger is over here, they restrict you on that.
So for this, as usual, we start with overcharge, build up some ATB, also get some counters for ATB, and then we can use some thunder.
Whoa.
What went wrong?
He didn't pressure.
Oh, okay. Then we start using Tifa. But Tifa can just like do some combos in the air, focus strike. Then we start doing some omni strikes, build up that stagger percentage. And we can easily push them into the second phase. It's not that tight on damage or not that precise in that regard. for phase 2, we can actually do something interesting. It spawns like this attack in the middle, which intentionally get hit with Tifa, who already has like... yeah, twice. So Tifa already had a lot of limit gauge from like getting the stagger, so now it's all ready. And now we can just like launch it to immediately pressure the boss. We have Barret ready to launch focus shot, and then we already get the stagger, and from here on it'll be pretty simple. We just
Oh, whoops.
oh,
Rise and fall, I guess.
well, that works too. Yeah, generally Omnistrike is what we want because we can just repeat that quickly. Rise and fall, well, we don't really usually see that very much.
Yeah, it's surprising that with utterly unbridled strength, you can get those stacks. The tier 1 stack is really, really good because they actually buffed it from already being good to being even better in Rebirth. But the second tier is not even that strong. The biggest use you can get out of it is that there is this buff on some of Tifa's weapons, where she just inherently gets stronger, and her combos get longer, and the finishers of those extended combos are actually really, really strong for regular combos. But you mostly just use it to build up the stagger meter, because Rise and Fall builds up 20% and some ATB, while Omnistrike builds up 30%, and that 30% is ridiculous. You just get 30% extra damage and regular damage from that hit, and ATB refunded all in one. It's way too strong, honestly. It was already super duper strong in Remake, and they were like, you know what, it needs a buff. Tifa.
Basically, any boss fight where we have Tifa, when the boss is staggered, you're gonna see Omnistrikes coming out.
Yep.
I know. I felt the same. It was like they were sucking them.
Well, at least unless we don't need much damage, like if there's like HP gate or something.
Yeah, but in those cases, we also just generally want to try and avoid staggering, just to make sure we stagger them in the face after if this damage is not that important. There. So this choice is actually important. In this case, we want, as Den mentioned, Tifa and Barret's answers matter sometimes. And this dialogue with Tifa is forced, so we already get some affection value. And we want to choose the best answer, because we want to make sure that Tifa, at the end of the game, has the highest affection. Then Barret, then Yuffie, then Red. Just to have them show up in a very certain order on the on the final fights.
Yeah, if there's any of you out there who are a bigger fan of Tifa than Aerith, then you should be happy that Diffran maxes out Tifa's affinity. Aerith's affinity doesn't really matter because she's not part of the final fights anyway. And like I mentioned earlier, it's like it doesn't for the other events. It doesn't matter who we get.
Yep. All the other events don't really change much, except for Chapter 12. It changes on who you battle with. But as we disclosed, like Tifa is good for boss fights. There are gonna be some bosses, so we go with Tifa.
Yeah. So this minigame's a little different from OG. We don't just do a couple jumps. We're gonna have a whole track that we're gonna go through. Nothing too crazy going on here. We're gonna like hit some balloons, which is gonna like, I don't know, make the dolphin happy and go faster.
It's surprisingly difficult to get like a really, really good time on this. You can get this done in, like the timer counts down, you can get it done before it loops over to 12 seconds. I think I've only gotten that once, but it's surprisingly difficult to actually get it that fast. You have these beach balls in the middle of it, and hitting those fills up the speed meter on the bottom right. Each of them gives us a dot, and getting it topped up increases our speed level. So that's mostly what you want to do. You want to take a few sharp turns where it's necessary to either hit some of the balls or get a better turn. Like these balls, I could have turned a little bit sharper. That's fine. And you want to go right way around the ship, not take that jump. Get these, and then you just finish up. I would have gotten the balls on the left as well if I would have not missed the other ones.
Also, it's really funny if you fail this quick time event.
Yeah.
It's like Cloud just kind of like jumps short and just like falls into the water.
He just like dolphin dives.
Was it like
pretty silly.
did you have to do like the old minigame again, or
Yes.
how was it? Yeah, yeah. You don't want to mess that up. Not that it's hard.
Nice change from console to PC. On console, you have to hold the right stick down. On PC, you can hold either stick down, which is actually nice because cutscene skips are really convenient in this game. In almost every single case, you can just skip the cutscene as soon as it happens. And on PC specifically, you can buffer the input. Like I have the left stick held down right now. Up works as well. And the moment I can skip the cutscene, I can just press start to initiate the cutscene skip. It'll immediately go down. And then I can press X to fully skip the cutscene, because at the very least, cutscene skips are very responsive in this game. Somehow, going from Remake to Rebirth, they introduce a lot of, not lag, but delays into the menus. So while in Remake, like top runners, as Sid told me, like when he did some of the menus while going for record, he would not like hold his breath, but he would time his breathing to the different inputs that he does, because it's really just like frame for frame you could be doing something and there's no delay between the submenus, so you really could go as wild as you can on that. So you'd like, for example, breathe in for like the first segment, then during like, for example, pressing down 3 times, you'd breathe out, do the next inputs. And Rebirth, that's not possible at all. You really just wait between submenus, just because outside of materia swapping, there's always some kind of delay in it. And now, one of the few things that actually kind of don't make sense to me in Rebirth. They changed a lot. A lot of things actually changed for the better, I would even say, with Rebirth. They made some nice changes for the story, even just expanding on it. But now there's maybe not as well-known terrorist group. A random guy with a gun, and even like a dog is just like running around on a military basis and nobody cares. There's like a soldier with them, sure. But I think someone should be raising a few eyebrows when people just, or even civilians in this case, just walking through military base.
Yeah, although like very soon we're gonna get into like Shinra outfits. But I guess for the first part it doesn't matter, and it only matters later.
Yeah. It's just funny, one of the guys actually says, Avalanche could be here right now, you never know. Like, huh, I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, how would you know?
Oh yeah, like, I mean, it's literally impossible to tell. Anything suspicious? Nah, just like 5 random dudes walking by today. No, it's all good.
Key military outpost with its own offshore reactor. A critical line of defense against any seaborne assault. When needed, it can transform into an armed fortress. Its strategic location, along with its air and seaports, make it second only to Midgar as the company's most vital city.
Huh. Neat. Any good restaurants? Sights to see?
Some Junon lore.
Maybe? I don't know.
Right. The tourist
Oh, whoops.
Just to be
Sorry, Barry.
realize we're not here on vacation, right?
I bumped the mic once and I immediately get hate on. Alright. So this is one of the few bathroom breaks you have in a run. Even though the run is this long and there are a lot of like, I guess, slower segments, outside of this and like 2... Yeah, like 2 unskippable cutscenes, it's like surprisingly dense, at least in like keeping you busy. Not always with combat, but at the very least with like walking through areas or something like that. Sure. Eric does a sit-up. Not sit-up. What do I call it? Squat.
So we're also gonna have some mini games here, kind of like the like dance mini game in Remake, where like you have like this cinematic scene, and then you have like these bottom prompts flying around, and then you gotta press those with a good timing. Except that there's actually no incentive for the speedrun to do it well, but we just need to sit through them.
But don't forget, you gotta act the part too.
Yeah, unlike in OG, where you could get like even a weapon for Cloud from all of this, In this case, it's just Steam or a PlayStation achievement that you get out of it. Nothing else. Well, okay, no, that's a lie. There's an affection event happening here, because outside of talking to characters, what you can also do is you can use the synergy attacks with them, which can build up to like almost 10% of the entirety of the affection meter. Talking is the big majority. Actually, no, side quests are the big majority, almost 50% of the affection meter. Then talking plays a big prevalent role. And some story events, as well as a few optional events that you can skip, also build up affection. And the parade is one of them, because on the parade, just by doing it, you get 2 points for Aerith and Tifa. Which, again, is pretty convenient that we get Tifa here, given that we need her to be the highest anyway. And performing it well gives you 4 points instead of 2. That's like the only like tangible in-game difference, this little affinity beater. Not even like a piece of gil or something like that.
Something that does matter though is that we need to like assemble our squad for the next performance. Well, I mean, like that was just practice, but we need to assemble the squad for the performance, and they're going to be in different places. There's a total of 10 of them. We only need 5. So we're going to collect them based on their positioning, like who's fastest to pick, but also based on who we have. The game will give us like different formations for the parade, and the different formations have like different durations, like how long it lasts. So there is one squad that we go a little bit out of our way to get instead of a faster one, just to get a faster formation that will overall save time.
In total, it's 4 different formations, and one specific formation just is 20 seconds longer than normal. Usually the next closest one would be in that building there, but we instead spent, I think I timed it to be like an extra 13 seconds to get this squad, to save 20 seconds of not having to watch the long performance, which ultimately just ends up saving like 7-8 seconds. Alright, say the line, guys. Welcome back, sir! They did say the line.
Yeah, those guys are pretty funny when you like go in and out of buildings. They have some different lines. There's also like a little bar you can go to, and when you come back out, they're like, looking forward to a celebratory drink, sir.
Sir! Oh, what else do they have? They have like a few other lines, but the welcome back, sir, is the best one, especially because like at some point we isolated a few of the voice lines in this game, and this welcome back, sir, if you isolate that all by itself, it just sounds like some demonic screech if you don't have the context of it being an entire crowd of people.
Well, I would imagine that the way they made it is that they didn't actually have like that big of a crowd of people saying it. They probably like, I don't know, like duplicated some of the voices, and
yeah,
when you do something like that, but they're like slightly different times, then like you might get a little bit of that effect. But in the mix of like other sounds, you wouldn't really notice.
The formations are also all named after summons. For example, we have the Ifrit, Shiva, and Ramu formation here. There's the Bahamut formation, but the Bahamut formation is the big culprit, the slow one. It also like kind of matters how you build up the formations on how you get the score. For example, having Ifrit, Shiva, Bahamut is not as the same as having those 3 with a different squad, because they also have like their own ranks tied to them. Each of them can, I think, be between 1 and 3 stars.
Yeah. Which
will then give you different point requirements. And for the achievement in itself, if you have the most basic formation that we have here, I think I remember it being like every single input needs to be on the dot, and they're kind of timed a little weird, honestly. Like I don't like. I think some of them are just not intuitive on when you have to press them. It feels so off because it's also not always lined up with the beat.
Yeah, it's like it's really not much of a rhythm game. It's just like pressing buttons based on the visual cue.
Like for example, just now it's a bum bum ba dum bum bum. You would imagine it's on the like 3 key notes on that, but it's like slightly offbeat. Instead of bum 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 ba dum, it goes like bum 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 or something like that. It's really weird. It's slightly offset. And you can't really just like with regular rhythm games kind of listen to the music and time it to that. If you get more difficult formations, by the way, it's a lot easier. You have a lot more leeway for this. But if you do mess up, for example, on the final one, you have to retry and have to do the entire thing again, which is a little unfortunate.
It's a bit of a, well, we had to listen for a lot of negative comments for a while there.
Yep.
So the commentator got a lot to say about the performance. Even though the animation is the same, whether you succeed or not.
Is it now? I thought you mentioned that it's like slightly different. Like,
no, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Yeah, I mean, it was the same in Remake with the dance.
I thought I heard people say that if you get it right, it looks like a bit more snappier and like I guess the animations are basically the same. They're just timed in a more coherent way between the different characters. The thing is, you also don't really like notice it because if you fail it, of course you can watch the entire thing happening. But if you get it right, then you're focused on the prompt and you don't really notice the difference. Only if you actually like watch it. That's when you get an idea of what it looks like or what it should look like. Also, we're playing Yuffie, by the way, for like a whole lot of a minute.
Well, what do you mean Yuffie? This is some like
Mogul mysterious
kid.
Girl, mysterious ninja? I'm actually not sure. Sorry. Moogle kid is probably the guy from Remake who got out of Midgard and found a shuriken.
So basically Yuffie has her own plan here to assassinate Rufus, but the rest of the team is trying to like kind of talk things out with him. Anyway, there's no actual choice here where we gotta do this, and also you want to try to like time the button press to like press it as soon as it's like available. Like there's a little bit of a like time window. It's like kind of lenient, but if you want to go fast as possible, then you want to press it earlier rather than later, of course.
And now we get the Rune Blade, which we'll use for almost the entirety of the run because it's just absurdly strong. So the way damage calculation works is that there's some kind of damage floor where it's negligent whether you have, for example, 20 or 30 strength. But once you exceed that floor, every increase is actually very impactful. So we use the Rune Blade because it has a crazy magic stat. And that way we deal a lot of magic damage. And we can offset that with the attack stat that it has reduced. We can just offset with the inherent weapon ability.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see here like we're using cleave that kind of pulls enemies in, and then like that's usual in the game. A lot of like you know, enemies that are like kind of flesh and bone are weak to fire. Also like humans like these. So we want to like a lot of them like group them up and use fire. But also Sonic Boom also has some like kind of AoE splash damage, so that also works.
I was actually not. I didn't realize that this guy's still there. See ya.
Yeah,
this guy's there too!
Oh wow, okay, they were really like, kind of spread out.
I know that I knocked this guy far away with the Sonic Boom. Oh, okay, that guy was in the way. With his Sonic Boom, but I thought I also saw him dying. At the very least, I saw him staggering. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
This fight is generally a little bit annoying because the riot shields can also just block your attacks, so you have to already walk around them, but then it gets kind of messy because it's a little tough to build up ATB.
Despite it's a little rough, of course, we have these machines that they'll be weak to Sunder. They'll pressure them.
Use some Punisher mode combos. I needed Berserk there, but I didn't have it anymore, so I just delayed it a little bit and used Sonic Boom instead. Both of them came down, which is nice.
Yeah, if they don't come down, then you're just gonna have to like jump up there yourself. Because if you like hold square out of dodge, then you're just gonna like go into the air to like chase the enemy. So that's something that you can do if necessary. But we're gonna like take care of the sweepers first, and then like hopefully these guys will just come down and we finish them. So that was nice. Didn't have to chase them up there.
And the second set, fortunately, comes down guaranteed. But the first set, some of these guys can just stay on the catwalk and chill.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just like random or it depends on the time that you finish a sweeper or something.
I think it's honestly just their own positioning because they can run around there a lot.
Yeah, which is like probably a little random.
Alright, now... Great. Death Wheel. There's really not much you can do except for chasing him down with cleaves until you have ATB, because he just...
Yeah, like you need ATB to use... fire was his weakness, I think.
A fire and wind, actually.
Oh, okay.
But then he gets pressured instantly, you can get the stagger real quick.
Yeah, you really just need the ATB for the fire. And I don't think we mentioned it before, but like the starting ATB that you have, like when you start the fight, the amount of ATB you start with is really random. It's like sometimes you just have like 0, or sometimes you have like half. I think that's like about the range that you might expect.
That's a crazy range. Like right there, start off almost no ATB, which actually messes with the fight a little bit.
Yeah,
he gets the worst pattern.
Yeah, when you get like that kind of starting ATB, it's gonna be like much tighter. Okay, we got a counter. That's good. Counters are really good for ATB. We try to push him into next phase. Good.
My friend. I fear our audience finds this part unwelcoming. He sounds so robotic. This.
Yeah, the speed up like makes them sound a little robotic because it's like trying not to like change their pitch even though it's sped up. So then you end up with like some other kind of like weird effects on the voices.
But Roche is a very straightforward fight. Basically, our goal in that fight was to get a few cleaves for ATB. We had horrible starting ATB, so I actually had to improvise a tiny little bit. He always rams into you with his bike at the start, and you can counter that. You want to make sure to not counter him, but actually his bike, because if you counter him, he pressures, and that's not good. But with the timing we have, you usually get the counter on the bike itself. Also, 07 to the guys. They were, by the way, like walking along us. They can fall in battle, and then you have less and less people up there. But it's kind of hard to have them die. Anyway, for Roche, after the counter, you want to make sure to build up a little bit of ATB. And we kind of gambled there. We just hope that he rams into us again, but he can just chill around a little bit and then use his ranged attack. After that, he will give us a counterable attack. But if we are then too slow, he goes up the wall and starts being a nuisance. That didn't end up happening, luckily. And then for phase 2, it's really just he's almost set up for stagger, so we do actually get the stagger. He's also human, so he's weak to fire. And a lot of humanoid fights just have really low health, especially if they're very fast-paced characters. Like Rude, for example, has crazy high HP, especially for a humanoid. But like enemies like Elena or Roche, who are usually rather fast, they just like die in a snap.
So now we're on the ship, and if you're excited to see a Red that stand on his feet, well, you're not going to see that. Because for that you have to like do a bunch of Queen's Blood, and actually it's like we can kind of skip that.
Actually, big lie. Watch this.
My apologies, but I'm a...
What?
You're pretty good.
Well he does lean on the counter though.
That's true.
But yeah, so it's kind of funny. Like we really need to like sign up for Queen's Blood, but then you can just immediately forfeit that, and then you don't have to do any of that.
It feels like the game punishes you for forfeiting it, because it's one of the few dialogues in the entire game, including side content, that you have to just listen through. Like, I forfeit now, and I have to listen to this entire, like, you don't want to join? Well, sure, do as you want. Like, kind of thing. Like, okay, thank you. Let me leave.
You know, actually, I'm not that familiar with the, like, current skips in... oh, I guess the scene would be like, there was red, but
But he wasn't walking, he was sitting.
which is like skip stuff, But like with the current routes in or skips in FF7 OG, do you see the ship at all?
No. You
okay.
go from Midgard to way later.
Yeah, so you're not gonna see it there either,
Yep.
which is like that run is gonna happen on stream 1 a little bit later today.
Yeah, so basically what this run also like encompasses is if you watch Final Fantasy VII and you watch this run, you'll have the full package. But currently Final Fantasy VII skips what we do here
Yeah.
with the new route. Zeal will be performing that in a few hours on stream 1.
Also, so we unlocked some skills there in the folios. The most important thing to mention there is we got the melee blade for Cloud, which is going to be the bread and butter from now on. So it's one of the synergy skills. So we have both synergy skills and abilities. Synergy abilities are the ones where you need to use ATB and build up those stacks, and then you can use the like kind of cinematic attack. Synergy skills you can just whip out at any time as long as you have the like compatible party members to do it. So for Melee Blade, if we have Tifa or later Kate Sith in our party, then we can do Power Cleave. And if we have Ares in our party, we can do Spellblade.
Or Yuffie.
Yeah, Yuffie. Yuffie can also help with that. The Spellblade is like long range, and then Power Cleave is like doesn't have the same kind of range. It has a little bit like wider radius. Perhaps. In terms of effectiveness, it's like about the same. You can see some of that. Well, we're hoping usually to like hit multiple enemies with that. It doesn't seem to be like going quite our way.
Yeah, well, on this one I kinda mispositioned. But I can make Aerith interfight, so I don't have to watch the cutscene. There. Just fades out instantly.
But the melee blade is really strong for a couple of reasons. It's like, well, first of all, it actually just deals a lot of damage. It also gives a lot of ATB to both Cloud and the other party member. If I'm not mistaken, it does also give it to the other party member, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
In almost every... Why are you here?
Yeah, that was weird.
I mean, I did use Sonic Boom, but he was already back there.
Yeah.
There are very rare occasions, usually when you pressure an enemy or like face transition an enemy, where you can actually get scammed out of your ATB bonus, but in the run we really only... Okay, nice counter. We really only... Thank you!
Okay, barely hit.
I have to look out for that on Diabolic Variant later. And Matrimony actually found out that it can happen in Chapter 13 as well for you if you use Spellblade on one of those like Chimera, Bear, Wolf thingies. The Pantherons.
And also, one more thing that's really strong about Melee Blade is that, particularly on easy mode, you have a lot of that keep. So basically, like almost no matter what the enemies are doing, they're not gonna interrupt it, and we can just tank through things. And also, since like on easy mode we don't take like a crazy amount of damage, then we're not really usually worried about dying either. So we just tank through attacks with that, no problem.
The fact is also that the synergy skills are activated by holding R1, which is a guarding stance. So at least during the, like, before you use the skill and the wind-up in itself, you have guard frames. You actually have parry frames even, but the guard frames are more important in this case.
Yeah.
because it just means that you don't deal damage. In fact, the parry frames can mess you up in a few fights, because if you get a perfect counter, you just get more less ATB out of it, but a bit more stagger buildup, and it deals more damage because it has like a more fancy animation. But with a perfect parry, or block in this case, you fling the enemies very far away. Also, thank you for howling at me.
I guess howl is one thing that actually does get you out of it.
Yeah, but that's not because it has a high stagger or anything. That's just because there's a status condition that isn't listed on the bottom. It's kind of like a short stun or something like that, or daze, I guess you could call it, where the whatever is affected by it just stops what they're doing and is just like contemplating for a second. Okay, I want to try and get a dive kick kill on him now, so I'll use this and then dive kick hopefully does the job. There we go, because I still didn't master it. I picked up Kaiser Knuckles, which for Tifa, every character has like a very physical, a very magical, and then some defensive and balanced weapons. Runeblade is the magical weapon for Cloud. Kaiser Knuckles is the physical weapon for Tifa, and it's ridiculously strong. Right now, it's not a crazy difference, at least value-wise, but this is early game, so 23 strength is already quite a big deal. Later on, it exceeds most weapons by a landslide. So we really want to make use of that as much as possible.
So we're
Genova.
Yeah, we're getting into Genova, but we're going to dash in right away and start doing these power cleaves. You can see the ATB going up a lot, also dealing a good amount of damage. Use the ATB to Sonic Boom as usual to give us the buffs. Pressure gauge is going really high, but we don't want to stagger here, so we're going to switch party members, and that way, so you can only stagger if like the character you control does the hit. So we let the power cleave go off, but we switch party members. And now the stagger gauge is really high. We just need to like tap the boss once and staggered, start doing Omni Strikes, and you could see they're like charging up that power cleave, but then like Tifa only needed to like kind of give Cloud that like kind of buff to do that hit, but then like while the power cleave like swing is going on, Tifa can already do other stuff, so that's a really effective way to kind of start things off and get good damage in. And for this phase, we're not gonna really do anything too crazy here. Just like you know, the boss is really low. Just get the stagger real quick, and it's over.
You know, that stagger I actually thought of literally just now, because I was like, Barret has 2 ATB, Genova's pressure, and usually that phase 3 is kind of messy anyway, because she survives with a small fraction of HP, but enough to still be a nuisance. So I mean, I could stagger, I could use synchro cycling. I just need to, like, I guess, stop her in her tracks somehow. So I was like, focus shot, sure. And it worked out.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, I don't think you usually staggered the boss there, but that's fine.
That was a Desa special. Alright, anyway, segues! Those were teased in the trailer and people made a lot of memes on those. Especially the one where Sephiroth is in Nibelheim and says, "I'm gonna go see Mother," and then he just scoots off.
Yeah, well, we're gonna make some interesting use of these for movement, and also there will be a little like side objective where we need to like use them. So it's actually kind of a meaningful part. Oh, yeah. So it was kind of parked like exactly where you spawn at the end of that cutscene, and you can kind of just like. What? What? Okay, I've never seen that. What
I guess it was too fast.
That's weird.
Like, a lot of times if you go into a zone where you're not supposed to be, the game gives you like a little warning. And if you then proceed to ignore that warning, the game moves you away from there. And it like changes your camera perspective, and it's like basically used like the really punishing kind of thing to do. Like, you interfere with the game's intended flow? No. Watch this 10-second walking animation. But apparently that can happen there as well if you're like super fast. Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Ideally, you would just like park the Segway like right by the like gap where you need to walk through, and then you just kind of like phase through the Segway and start going, and you'd be like ahead of Johnny a little bit.
Hold down the
In Remake, those warning prompts were actually... Huh? What was that? So I just went through it.
That's not how it usually goes. What is it even? What's even supposed to happen there?
He like takes his sword out and puts it away, and he doesn't just like
But it's like-
develop magic powers.
But it's like instead he just took the like little like flower.
Wait, that was faster, I just realized. Because he didn't take them off one after a time, he just immediately took off the...
Yeah, that's what I was like. Because like the animation for that one, like that made sense. It's just the sword just like went there automatically.
Don't tell me you're alone.
It's similar to this one, you actually have to watch her do that little like... the little head tilt. But I've had one run where she just didn't do that, so after the dialogue it immediately continued. This chapter is full of small surprises. And
Yeah.
more segue.
At this point, you have a choice of like few different objectives you could do to like get these tickets to get a beach outfit, and you need to go to the beach, of course. The best one really to do is the Queen's. Yeah, we do actually see a little bit of Queen's Blood.
Right, we were lying.
But this is a bit different because these are like specific challenges. They're perfectly consistent. They give you like a specific board state and specific cards, and you need to place them in a certain way in order to like solve it. So these are like puzzles. But when you know the solution, then they're really fast. You just need to place the cards down and it's done. But we do have 3 of them that we have to do.
So in total there's a total of like I think there are 30-ish if you do them all, and if you get like all the affections high enough and all that.
For sure.
And I think there were 2 or 3 that you can do have multiple solutions, and it still has the same effect of like buffing certain cards or weakening other cards, but you can arrange them in a different way. The ones we do here are perfectly consistent, and what we do, actually, I guess the order in which we place the cards is not 100% required here. Like whether I play the Grasslands Wolf or the Moogle Mage first doesn't really matter, for example. We just need to have them in a certain position because the Moogle Mage weakens the top right character, then we buff and boom.
For sure.
Riveting. It didn't happen this time, but usually if you play Queen's Blood on PC, the game, like especially if you load in quickly, the game fails to render the board properly, and so it looks like a PS1 board. No text, like maybe 10 polygons on the entire board, and only when you get the victory animation of the fire and all that is when the game's like, oh, by the way, the board.
It's kind of funny that like there even are like low resolution, low poly versions of those, because like there isn't really like any purpose for them. I feel like it's just like kind of they just did that for every asset, and it's like kind of the engine just handles things automatically.
Yeah. Alright, so for the beach episode, every character has to change it to a beach attire. And we basically just go with all the default ones because it's the quickest. I'm gonna be going safe, quote unquote, by having Cloud's and Tifa's beachwear match up. Because generally just getting the beachwear or starting the beach episode gives you affection to everyone. But if you match close with someone, it'll say like Cloud and Air for Cloud and Tifa, or all of them have the same taste in beachwear, and then you get a few extra points. And we just get those just to make sure that Tifa is ahead of everyone else. I don't remember if it actually matters, but it's 1 input difference, so it's not a big deal. I think it doesn't matter, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make up for like a dialogue choice or something like that if you didn't pick the best one for Tifa.
You ladies look like you're on the way down to the
Okay, so this one is a little bit more involved because you have Aerith and Tifa, so you have to get 2 of those companion cards. One of them is gonna be a little photo quest where you have to get those pink cactuars. And the other one is gonna be a Segway quest, where we have to park the Segways in their respective parking lots and just like collect them all over the beach, basically. Or not beach, but Costa del Sol. They really like extended how much time you spend here. Okay, so there's one here. We have to get like a certain angle, certain zoom, and once it's green, it's fine. There's a surprising amount of camera quests. There's this one. There is the one in Cosmo Canyon. I think there was another one. Actually, is there another one? I'm not 100% sure. Out of my sight. Had to say that once was it. So the second character is over here behind this hydrant. Behind this hydrant, of course. Oh, but I'm too. This one is a little like annoying, because if you're just slightly too far away or misangled, it can already be wrong. I think this one also took me the longest time to find, just because this one is really small. The game gives you a prompt like, hey, there is something close by, but it's, on this one at least, kind of hard to notice where he actually is. So now we start the second quest, because starting the Segway quest also warps away all the Segways into certain positions, which means that this yellow Segway that we've been using, it's not that we obstructed ourselves with the Segway quest, we just have it teleport away and now all of them are in certain positions. So from now on we will walk a little bit more just to make sure we can actually grab those. Okay, wait, it was fine. This one is a little tricky because there are two characters on the side, and even if you get a green prompt, if the focus is on one of the incorrect characters, the game's like, nah, it doesn't count. Then there's one here. So every character also has like alternative quests. So for Cloud, you could have also done a shooting minigame, for example. For Aerith, you could be doing something called Run Wild, which at some point was debated on whether it's faster or not. I know Close to War tried to route that in. And for Tifa, there's a piano thing that you can do, but we just decide on the scooter and the cactus because those are faster.
Aren't those just perfectly parked?
Absolutely. I would hire myself for a professional Segway parker. There we go. So I bought platinum earrings just now, which I don't know why, but for some reason the shop here allows you to buy a pair of platinum earrings, which is outside of earrings and power wrist guards, which give you like 5% bonus in strength or magic respectively. There's an upgraded version, and here you can get the upgraded version way earlier than usual. Like the upgraded physical equipment, for example, we'll only be getting in chapter 10, and right now we're in chapter 6. So we'll be getting a decent boost in magic. I'll quickly equip that, because Cloud wants the platinum earrings. Then I swap this on Barrett's lightning, and I also change the attack buff to the magic buff, because magic is going to be the focal point of the next fight. Now I only have the red segways left. You see on the top left there's like a little counter. All of them at 4 to 6. So I just need to stack them all in the respective zone. This one is a little bit further away, which is the only reason that I'm sometimes debating on whether this is really faster or not. But it ultimately is. The piano would be over there, but that takes like 3 minutes. So you don't have to perform that well.
You can do some of this like kind of at the same time with the photos, so
yeah,
that kind of makes it efficient.
And another thing is that now I can just, now that I finished the quest, people don't care about the segways anymore, so I can just grab them again and undo my hard work. If you position yourself properly, you don't even see like half this cutscene because the helicopter is obstructed by the bridge. And she goes like, Tifa? And you're like, what about Tifa? Like, what is happening? So this one is the character one. The animations are a little bit long for some of these, especially like if you talk to NPCs, what you want to do is you want to line yourself up with with the way they're facing already. Like this one, for example, it's a little tough because she's going to be looking at you. But if you take too long, or like if you go from the wrong side, I mean, they take a long while to readjust themselves. They might do their initial line, but then the following lines are only played once they've fully turned around. And these loads are a little bit longer. I do wonder why this takes a little, like, I think it might partially just be like artificial waiting just to, like, I guess emulate that they have to change or whatever, because I don't think replacing the model should take that long. Could be an artistic choice.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could have made it a little faster.
Then we quickly talk to Johnny, but then we remember that we don't care about Johnny, and we just continue. There's like an entire thing, like when the helicopter arrives, you can go there and like have an extra cutscene. All that all doesn't matter. Johnny is not really relevant in Rebirth. He has a way bigger role in Remake than he does in Rebirth. Here he just builds up his little hotel, and he is the basically the achievement collecting like point. At his place, like, what do you call it? There's Johnny's Treasure Trove. That was the name. That's what I was looking for. There are 88 of those you can collect, and one of the achievements for this game is collecting all of these, and you get those through doing certain mini games, doing the mini games on hard mode, or beating a few other certain sections. On this one, I actually have to watch out that I don't skip this cutscene too quickly, because if I skip it too quickly, the game goes into an infinite load for whatever reason. And then you have to do that whole walking again. We decide for the Barret and Aerith team just because Aerith has Spellblade. And Spellblade is pretty nice.
Yeah, it'll just be easier. I mean, this does also give like a little affinity for Aerith and Barret.
Okay, this is pretty rude right now. I think Soul Drain is fine. Soul Drain is fine. Thank you.
And then Grassroots Pod itself, start with Spellblades. This fight is going to be a little slow-paced because like we have to wait for the boss to like grab our party members away, and then like finally also grab Cloud away, and then we get a cutscene.
He can grab them at a random order, Barret or Aerith, and then Aerith. Like, he can start with either and then he grabs the other one later. And depending on who he grabs first, you do different moves. You kind of just have to wait out his talk, and you see like the speakers and that thing are open right now. Now they close, so now he's gonna do like a move or two, and then subject retrieval, get Aerith, and once he starts talking about Aerith, that's when I'm gonna set up for the next phase. Because you see I already HP locked in. Every boss has a few phases. The way it worked in Remake is like you hit the HP gate, that's when a phase transition happens. In Rebirth they improved that by quite a bit, that most of the phase transitions happen way before the HP gate hits so that your stagger isn't wasted. And what I want to do now is I want to, as always, preset the stagger a little bit. Get some ATB, I buffed with Sonic Boom, which will give me Bravery and Faith. And now I'll wait for subject retrieval to happen to set up Berserk, because Berserk only lasts like, I think 5 seconds in Rebirth. In OG it was, or in Remake it was like 3 seconds on easy, 10 seconds on normal. Here it lasts 5 seconds, so I need to make sure to time it in a way that I can use it for phase 2 and 3. I'm mentioning both of them because phase 2 is just this, and now we continue.
Yeah, with all the buffs we have, it's like Sunder, it does a lot of damage.
Yeah, we have the Platinum Earrings, we have the Magic plus 20 on the Rune Blade, we have Berserk, we have Faith. Quite a bit of damage. And now for phase 3, we just want to build up ATB real quick. He'll probably use Tentadrol, so I'll counter and then stagger him off of that. Which is fine. You want to try and avoid that if you can. And then Sonic Boom and Thunder for damage. And that's it. It's a, as Dan said, rather slow-paced fight. And the entirety of the fight is like built upon going through phase 2 and 3 quickly while setting up in phase 1. You don't want to overdo it in phase 1, because if you overdo it, you will stagger him in phase 2, and the HP gate in phase 2 is pretty close to phase 3. So you'll be wasting stagger, and in phase 3 you then have to fight a little bit to actually get done. Now, Yuffie. There are a lot of dialogue choices. 4 conversations here. 4? No, it's 5 different, like, I guess, dialogues you can have, and they branch into each other a little bit. You can't see all of them. You always jump between them a little bit. But we always want to choose the right one, because it's the shortest. It only gives us 3 instead of 4. And it gives a decent enough of affinity, because we also want to make sure that Yuffie is higher up than Red. Now we also want to make sure that Yuffie is not overtaken by Barret. Barret is not overtaken by Yuffie, because Barret still needs to be second in the on the leaderboards, basically, on the affinity leaderboards, ranking, whatever. So yeah, we want some affinity for Yuffie, but we don't want to overdo it, because she's gonna get a few affinity points naturally just through the story, while Red doesn't get anything. But Barret also doesn't get that. I think Barret and Yuffie get similar amounts for the story itself.
Yeah, but basically, with the way the run is routed, we don't really have to be worried, like, oh, I wonder if it's gonna work out or not. Like,
yeah,
like it'll be fine. Like, if there was a risk like that, it'd be really bad, because like we have very specific setups for the final bosses, so it'd all be like completely ruined if we got a different party than we expected.
In Remake, it can be a little bit tough, because the final fight party gets decided on the fight before that. So you have to do the fight before in a certain way, and if you mess up, you have to either scramble to fix it or deal with whatever you get for the final fight. I'm glad they changed it a little bit in Rebirth to not be as egregious. So this was another part where I was able to skip a lot of dialogue by reloading the area in this case. I just warped again to Mount Corell, which... Climb! What? Why you...
Well,
it's fine. I would have needed to wait anyway. I didn't lose time, because I would have needed to wait next to that tree. Now I can walk and mantle a little bit more. Still confusing though. You see Aerith pop in because you're not supposed to be this fast. Yeah, we reloaded the area because it skips the first third of the dialogue. Then you have the second third that happened just now. You want to walk forward a little bit more and get the final part of Aerith. And now we have Cloud, Aerith, Red, which, as you might guess, means we are gonna dodge around with Red. This fight is a little bit weird, because for some reason, Red just starts the fight with like 30% of his vengeance gauge filled. I do not know why. I don't think anyone has an explanation. It just does, and it's that fight specifically. It's not like he was really involved in any fights in Chapter 6 even. He just shields with it. And now it never happens again. Also, mountain equals.
I was just gonna say. Yeah, it's really funny. Like, why in this area specifically the like music just goes so hard.
Yeah, and like the combat music goes super hard, and then the regular field music sounds like ABBA's Dancing Queen.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But I love the the combat music. I think in side quests they use that like one more time on the like baby chocobo quest in Corell when you fight the bomb. That's when you hear it one more time.
Yeah.
You've become one with the mountain. Say what?
So this is one of the few times where I don't want to swap to Red on dodging, just because with Cloud you can actually approach enemies pretty good with his regular operator mode dash. And this passageway is just super narrow, so it's a lot easier to just not swap around. Because if you, for example, target swap and teleport Red, you can... The positioning is not consistent because the enemy... Okay, those enemies are stationary, but the place at which you get teleported to is also not 100% the same every time. So it can put you into very unopportune places, and by the time you figure all of that out, you would have progressed enough with Cloud, so we just don't bother swapping. No, I didn't get the extension. If you chain the fights back to back, basically, what can happen is that instead of the slowdown you get from character swap, you can skip it. It can happen here, and in Chapter 3, I think it's possible to... Yeah, in Chapter 3, there's a possibility for that to happen as well, but it's not worth setting up. Okay, so we kill these guys, and then we Sonic Boom and Soul Drain. Oh, I didn't mean to go to Punisher mode there. Slows it down a little bit. And this climbing is weird. There's a way to skip one of these ledges outside of the one that I just skipped there. But it's really precise, and usually you just get flung onto the other one. Now Valkyrie. This fight used to be crazy annoying until I think Wody and Sid together compile this.
Yeah, we want.
What am I doing? A strat that I'm failing right now.
So we wanted to guard there at first because boss is like firing rapidly, and you actually get a lot of ATB just for guarding. Then we can switch to Spellblade as the boss gets a little closer. For phase 2, we're immediately gonna dash in and do some Spellblades. It's gonna use like a strong attack, but it's gonna be in Spellblade and not really care about the attack. And then of course the boss is like a mech, so Thunder is gonna be effective. It'll pressure the boss, and we can get the stagger. Well, with the Berserk. Yeah, I think if you wouldn't get the stagger, the boss would like fly away or something.
Interesting. I was under damage there for a little bit, but it was fine. So the reason Valkyrie used to be such a nuisance is because what it does at the start is it uses its rotary cannons, which we block as Dan mentioned. Then it uses 2 attacks, which are usually Flame Jet, just like him spraying fire around. But the third one can be Fire Wheel. And Fire Wheel makes him go all the way back into the sky, which means that Cloud can't use his ground combos, Spellblade doesn't hit, and Red becomes absolutely useless. However, the way the strat works right now is we rely on an ability that we only use this one time in the fight of Aerith we call ATB Ward, or it's called ATB Ward. And what happens is that you can basically double cast the spell with half the damage, but a quarter of MP usage. So for example, Thunder requires 4 MP. You get a second cast for 1 MP that deals half the damage of a regular cast. And we use that to phase transition then.
I was, wasn't it like Arcane Ward?
What did I say?
I think you said ATB Ward.
Oh, ATB Ward or something else. Yeah, it's Arcane Ward.
ATB
yeah.
Ward would like give you ATB back for like using stuff in it, but we don't get that.
We do, but we
do?
don't use it.
Oh yeah.
We used to use it. It's on the staff that Aerith ends the game with, ceremonial staff.
Okay.
We used to use it on Forgotten Specimen, but we don't anymore because we just found faster ways to deal with Forgotten Specimen by teleporting characters around a lot. Alright, so this is the Corell reactor, and this entire segment that we just played through, by the way, is one screen in OG. So just like with Remake, they kept up the tradition of that screen's kind of interesting, we should add some backstory to it, and then or some extra lore around it, and then you just play like this 10-20 minute segment, in this case like 10-ish, of like usually some kind of new or different boss fight and a few regular mob fights, some climbing here and there.
Yeah, it was like before Rebirth came out, people were like wondering like how is like 2 more games gonna like go through the entire story if they like go at this pace. Now even after Rebirth, it's still kind of the same question, like how are they gonna fit everything into the 3rd game?
Like they managed to squeeze everything mostly, for the most part, pretty nicely into Rebirth. They did have to cut, or not have to, but they decided to cut Rocket Town with their way of explaining everything or going through the story, and they also don't let us explore the City of the Ancients at all. It's really just the final boss arena. But for part 3, there's not a crazy amount that still happens, but there's a lot of optional content that they will probably not have optional anymore. Like, There's the Great Materia quest, which will probably take up 3, 4, 5 chapters. There's just the whole Northern Crater at the start, which takes up a few. Mount Gelmir, or what it's called. No, I think Gelmir is the one from Sub. The mountain part, there is Wutai. That is probably going to be implemented somewhere because they made a big deal of Wutai in Rebirth.
Yeah, you would imagine that Rocket Town will still exist.
Rocket Town, yeah.
I mean, like, you have multiple visits to that in OG, so...
There's a Sunken Galnica, which might be relevant. There's, well, I guess the Underground Reactor's Materia quest. The Raid on Midgar, Northern Crater. There's a lot of stuff that's still coming up. And then the one or the other screen that they were going to turn to chapters 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're getting one weapon for Yuffie, which is... We only get it for its ability. And it's really like the only weapon we had. Alright, this is PC, so that could have ended poorly. Gonna be equipping Twin Viper, because it has what's called Windstorm. I equip Power Wrist Guards, I swap this around, I put Fire and Ice on Cloud. Somehow I can't remember this many. I put this here. And then I do some presets. I set up Hazardous Material, Fire, and Windstorm, mostly for endgame. I set up a Fire here. Not Deprotect yet. And I set up Focus Thrust for Cloud. So, the Hazardous Material I equipped on Yuffie is for 2 specific fights in Chapter 13 later, because Hazardous Material is an item that is usually used to poison enemies, but it can also dispel them. Or at least the enemy that we use it on, it dispels them, which is really, really useful. And the fire spell that I equipped... Oops, can you? Thank you. The fire spell that I equipped used to be used on Gigatris as well, but now we only use it on Final Fight, actually, yeah. We don't use it ever before, but just because we don't really want to mess with Yuffie's customized anymore, we equip it now. And then Windstorm is just useful in general because it grabs enemies and drags them in pretty well. Pretty big AoE overall. And then we use Art of War, which has a ridiculous vertical hitbox. Like, I could have been like 3 Yuffies higher, like 5 meters above the enemy, and Art of War just hits them if it's horizontally lined up. It's kind of ridiculous. It's pretty strong too, if it hits. Oh yeah, 100%.
B-Boy donated $11.90. Good luck with the run day, sir, and enjoy.
I didn't know we have text-to-speech. Or was it not a text? Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even say that earlier. Yeah. Okay. So this part we dodge, pass, and count. It's sometimes a little bit finicky to interact with objects because you're like right on the ledge, and somehow ledges just take precedence over everything else.
Oh,
I was almost getting that, and then I got stuck. So
yeah, these enemies are really difficult to get past. Like, they tend to be in your way. It's like, surely you have to hope that they're in good position, and then you'll have like a kind of narrow path on the side to get through.
Yeah, if you walk out of their zone, they also go running wild for a little bit, and they can catch up to you here real quick. It can be really, really annoying.
And one more problem with them is that you also have to dodge them on the way back.
Yeah, you see them not once, but twice. And you have to interact with stuff, so it's not even like you can just ignore them or walk past them. Now, they're also pretty tough to fight with our setup right now, and just generally waste a lot of time, so we are able to, we just want to dodge them. It's a lot faster.
Yeah, like you would imagine, like, oh, if you have to pass them multiple times, like maybe you want to fight them, but no, it's like, I mean, unless you like really waste a lot of time trying to dodge them, it'll be faster to like spend a little bit of time to dodge them.
Get away from me. Don't run to the left, please.
This looks good.
Thank you. Didn't get into any trouble with those birds, except for that one time. That was actually fine. Like, getting trolled by them once is not completely unexpected, but
Yeah.
more than that is a little of a nuisance. So now there's like a little trick you can do, but turns out it's slower. If you hit the switch, you can save and load, because it reloads the area with the thing that we grab onto being all the way descended. But if you grab it while it's going up, you can just continue immediately. A lot of times, you saw that earlier maybe as well if you caught that, you can swing pretty quickly between segments just because you're still in range for the next part, and then Yuffie just flings forward. You're gonna see that on the next one as well. I'm gonna be swinging to another one of these like wooden beams that goes up and down, and the platform that I need to reach is way above me, but because I'm just about in range, I'm just gonna like kind of zip up and just face through the ground. You don't see it fully happening, but it's like kind of funny to imagine how it's supposed to work. And then there's this switch, which is pretty annoying to it, because on the bottom right you can see a little rock formation that is... Oops, I held the stick in the wrong direction. The rock formation can be really annoying because Yuffie just bonks her heels on there. So after the third swing, I can latch onto that, mash circle, and just fling up. And then the bomb. This one is very RNG heavy. You don't want to attack it while it's inflaming, because then it just counters. It's probably going to inflame now, yep. So I'm going to wait that out. And if nothing happens, I just stagger with regular attacks. Want to Art of Warfare, but I didn't. Whoops, there's the inflame. Usually what you want to happen is you want to see him do a fire breath, because if he does a fire breath and you attack him during that and deal enough damage, he gets pressured off of that. Every enemy has like unique pressure conditions, and this one is based off what he does, which is generally annoying. Like, for example, the next boss in phase 1, the way it pressures is by just damaging it a lot. In phase 2, it's more based around the boss's mechanics, but we can exploit that very easily, just because of how it's set up.
So we have Gigatris. We start with Yuffie, build up some ATB. She can do some air combos and Art of War. And then Barret can build up some ATB, put on bonus rounds. Okay, we got the pressure. We can build up some stagger here. We're gonna stagger, and yeah, for this boss we actually want to get the stagger in both phases. That's enough HP that it's worth it. Well, we'll get the boss to like about half HP here. For phase 2, then there's gonna be like these tornadoes. So you want to hit like a fire spell through the tornado while the boss is near, and that will get the pressure and get the boss down. We have the pressure again, we can build up a focus shot here. And it's staggered again, and then we start using Omni Strikes.
I'm just gonna pump them all out with the Art of War in between. And then dive kick. I did it one too early. It's fine. He's not gonna fly. Okay.
Okay.
You can get the kill during the stagger. Can be a little bit finicky because I didn't have much ATB of Tifa to start with, so I had to scramble for ATB at the start of the stagger in phase 1. And obviously if you start with less ATB, you're gonna have less ATB later as well if you don't completely top it up at some point in the fight. So I just had to mess around a little bit. Anyway, time for more club. Also, there's a weapon down there that we never got. I think it's Barret weapon.
Yeah,
Net86 donated $5.
Oh. Amazing.
Right. Thank you very much for the donations. So I was gonna say, if you miss out on those weapon chests, you can actually just buy them later. And I believe we do that for one weapon later.
Correct. There's a weapon for Red, the Golden Collar, which is his physical-based weapon. It doesn't take much time to get, but we have just about enough extra money where we don't have to sell anything, if I don't make a mistake in the next chapter. Where we trying to say something. What am I trying to say?
Um,
We'd have just about enough money to just buy it instead of doing that like 15-second process of grabbing it.
yeah.
Just when I mentioned about making that mistake, I remembered I should be pulling out my safety net so I don't make that mistake for 2 minutes. There's gonna be like a small minigame we have to figure out who lies.
I didn't even say anything yet.
Oh, yeah.
Or who doesn't lie, who speaks the truth. Everyone's lying, except for one person. And there's a few that I just cannot fully remember, so I need to quickly
Yeah, it's basically
go into my plat notes.
like there's like only like so many different variations that you can have. So as long as you remember the like different truths that they can have, then like when you see the truth and you recognize like okay that's true, then you can just select that.
All right, little mini game. We can just dance around a little bit with Barret.
Yeah, you can shoot with Barret. Yeah, like the cursor to aim. Yuffie can also just press triangle to throw the shuriken at these big boxes, and big boxes actually give us some useful items. Yes, so explosions are actually something we want because the Gi enemies that we're gonna fight later in Cosmo Canyon, they're like undead, so they take damage if we throw items on them. So X potions can just kill them.
Correct, because X potions fully heal you, or in their case, just deal 9,999 damage to them. Elixirs are fine substitutes as well. We wouldn't necessarily want to use them, but we have to work on it. And the small boxes just give us materials, and we don't care about materials. We can also just like sentry, like move Barret around like this. Okay, so we want to get free between X potions and elixirs during this segment. We got free X potions, so it's totally fine. In fact, it's like detrimental enough if you don't get them that people have reset runs for not getting enough. That's 4, so we're starting to be in overkill range, but the more the merrier.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, of course, it's not like you can't beat the enemies well without these, but it's a pretty huge difference between like being able to kill them as soon as you have 1 ATB and having to fight them manually when you don't even have your full party.
Yep. In the end, you still need to get ATB, so you're going to be dealing some damage along the way, but killing them instantly is faster than not killing them instantly. So we got 5 X potions, free turbo refills. Getting a few turbo refills is fine as well, because I do want to make sure that I can top up MP in some later segments when I need to. There are 2 routes you can take here. The game allowed me to swap the tracks here, but I don't do that because it's just unnecessary. We want Barret's track instead of Yuffie's track, because it's the... I don't actually know if it's faster purely by the... purely like in the context of this ride in itself, but we don't have to watch the animation of it changing and pulling the lever. And we get extra affection on Barret here, which is good. We don't need more on Yuffie because Yuffie's already getting enough. And I think I'll need... I don't even know which team I need next. Because for these next few chapters, including this one just now, the teams are mostly preset. Like we have the Cloud Aerith Red and the Tifa Yuffie Barret party. We're gonna have Cloud solo for the next segment for a little bit. Then Barret is not gonna be in the party, so it's gonna be locked into Cloud Tifa Aerith. Then we move around a little bit and immediately get put into a segment where we have Cloud, Barret, Red, and Kate. Chapter 10, we also get for these next 4 or 5 chapters, our party constellation doesn't matter as much because a lot of it is preset.
You mind if I pop in for a minute? There's someone I want to see.
You mind if I pop in?
I do actually, it takes time. Do not pop in.
So,
Right, so...
in 4 years.
I don't know what Yuffie was gonna say, but she seemed kind of excited.
Yeah, she wants to go to the gold saucer. And Barrett's like, do not go to the gold saucer. Actually, no, he goes like, I don't care. And then we're like, alright, let's go. So, gold saucer was brought back for this. Oh, I didn't even notice it was B-Boy earlier. I didn't even hear the name.
Oh yeah, and the donations go like through the speakers, but not our headphones. So
Yeah.
didn't hear quite everything.
Sorry, B-Boy, if we missed you. Common friend of ours.
Yeah.
So the gold saucer was kind of like, I would almost say exaggerated in this. Even if you do all of this fast, the entire gold saucer segment takes like 2.5, 3 hours if you do everything, that is. Like every mini game, every Queen's Blood match and all that. In the run, we don't have to engage with all of it and we can just quit out of all the mini games, which is pretty nice. We have, for example, this free brawler wake, and we can actually like tilt the controller to have Cloud tilt back and forth, but I think it does literally nothing, just for fancies. We'd have to learn how to fight in these, so we have to hit 3 hits, which we basically just look at which arm he puts down. That's like his cue on which side you can hit. Every enemy in the other, like, I guess, scenarios that you can have on 3D Brawler has a different kind of cue, or a slightly different looking cue. But for this, we just need to hit him 3 times, then we need to dodge 3 times. And for the actual fight that is happening now, we used to win this one because we thought it's faster, but turns out, because winning usually requires dodging these, and dodging has like a big camera turn, as you saw earlier, we just eat whatever we get thrown at us, and we try and win the battles. If Dio ever gets like 2 hits off back to back, we don't care about winning anymore either, so we just start mashing the triggers. But in this case, he let us win. And we just cross-punch him. But either way, like, whether you win or lose, you get the cheering crowd. I think the only difference is that you either get 4 or 6 affection points of red. It's not even that big of a difference. This segment you can actually speed up a tiny little bit by just walking in front of red, because he actually pushes you forward a little bit. That way you can trigger Aerith's dialogue a tiny little bit earlier. So we're actually coming up on a segment that, or like a specific cutscene skip, which that cutscene skip haunted us for not a full year, but quite a while, because something they introduced in Rebirth and Remake is that you can change the distance your camera has, usually between like 1 and 3. 1, 2, and 3. And playing on 1 just has the zoom really close on Cloud, which is what you, I guess, see in like third-person modern shooters or something like that. Not even Uncharted, but just third-person shooter. I think Metal Gear Solid has that kind of perspective, for example. Or Horizon Zero Dawn and all that. Those games have that kind of camera perspective. But in Remake and Rebirth, we wanna... That's gotta be the third part.
Oh, nice. I'm excited.
I wasn't supposed to say that, but now the cat's out the bag. Yeah, you basically want to have a distant camera because it's way easier to maneuver and just time some things. And also, it just looks better in my opinion. It doesn't have really much of a gameplay impact. But on the following cutscene skip after the elevator, when we enter the room, you
4th floor.
can skip the cutscene too quickly. And if you do that, you'll be locked into the close-up camera for the rest of the run until you just straight up close the game, which is silly and ridiculous. And we don't even know why that happens there specifically. It took us a little bit to figure out the cause of what like makes this happen. Because you would not think that a cutscene skip is what causes this. And we oftentimes wouldn't even notice that we got the glitch until way later. Like 2 or 3 minutes later. So you want to make sure that you see Cloud's face. Once you see Cloud's face, you know that you're safe. So we had that earlier, but every now and again, there's like a small intermission where we have to play as Zack. And this is the only one where you don't skip a cutscene at the start of it, so a lot of times, especially if you just learn to run, you try frantically skipping cutscenes here. Worst case scenario, you actually quit the game on accident. And you need to just walk around this room a little bit. There are free things you can interact with, or free... like you can interact with the Materia, you can interact with the bookshelf, or you can interact with Aerith. But interacting with Aerith and the bookshelf is enough to progress, as we learned. Because you can just go to Aerith, go to the bookshelf, he makes a little comment, and then you hold left on both analog sticks to start looking at the door. I don't know if you have to actually like move the camera, or if it does that automatically, but I feel like it helps. And then you want to be at the doorknob, so you can actually open the door. The Zack segments are mostly like just movement and unskippable cutscene optimization. Especially later on, there's going to be one segment where we do a bunch of save and loads just to make sure that we don't get slowed down in the escort segment. Which figuring those out was also a little bit annoying. So we should be getting Aerith? Yes. Because, so this, whether you get Aerith or Tifa here, 100% depends on which answer you got during Calm. In Calm, at the very beginning, Aerith is like, oh yeah, let's go to the clock tower, check out the city, check out the view and all that, see how far we've come. And you can, as Dan mentioned, like you can have the or not negative, but sometimes negative, but usually neutral-ish answer. Or you can have better answers that give you a slight bonus. In this case, I got the best answer where he's like, oh yeah, sure, let's go there instead of whatever. So we got Aerith here. But later on, we're gonna have Tifa as the highest affection meter. Of the highest affection meter. Now we have to visit every single square of the gold saucer. And we just do that in a certain order because we can warp between them. We have 3 segments that we have to visit in the adventure world and 4 in the fantasy world. The ghost square counts for fantasy world. So we do them in a particular order just to minimize menuing a little bit. Make sure it's as easy as possible. And of course, minimize walking, because once you visit all of them, then the final one, the Skyworld Square, unlocks. And when the Skyworld Square unlocks, there's like a small segment where the game just blocks you from warping. But we will make sure that we're just gonna be at the closest point, proximity-wise, to the Skyworld Square, just to make sure we can walk there instead and not be bothered by being locked out of warping. So for the Colosseum, interestingly enough, you just have to start it and you can just quit out immediately.
I mean, it kind of applies to all the mini games, so you just need to start them.
It does, but for some reason I thought the Colosseum would work a little bit differently. It doesn't. You just quit out, and then he just tells you to give him a hollow whenever you want to throw down.
Basically, the game tells you to like try to have some fun, but we're just gonna give up and we don't have any fun.
Yeah, no fun allowed in this. In fact, funnily enough, we're actually gonna get roasted in a bit, because if you have Aerith, like with Tifa, if you cancel out the mini games, she's like, oh, like just gonna do better next time, or like, oh, I guess today is not your day or something. Like she's like trying to comfort you or something like that. But Aerith's like, nah, you messed up, you suck. I don't remember if it was on Speed Square here on the bike mini game that we quit out of. But on one of them, she just roasts you. This one has a few references as well, because the whole, like the enemies in this mini game are like the Gilgamesh squad, I think, and they're Enkidu class warships. So yeah, this game has a lot of small references to other games as well. I mean, Gilgamesh also had, oh, this is also PC, so there are mouse and keyboard settings on the bottom. I forgot.
If I ever go into space, then I need
There.
a new bodyguard.
Like this one, for example. She just calls you inept. You're not able to do stuff. Then we go to Park Central. Even though we have to go to one more location in Adventure World, that's actually faster to just walk to the center of the park. And then walk to the Chocobo Square as well. But this one I find kind of funny too, because you just walk up there just to tell them, I don't have a Choco. And they're like, well, tough luck. I'm like, okay, thank you. Anyway. Very dry conversation.
No.
Welcome. No. Alright, the next one should be the event square, which will reference a little bit of remake, because in remake we learned that one of the characters, Jessie, is like not actually from Midgar, but that she, I guess, used to be elsewhere. For example, in the Gold Saucer, and the reenactment of Loveless here used to be performed by her. You're gonna see a little picture of her over there. The one that looks like a bit more angelic than all the other ones. Well, now I can't really change the camera. It's kind of hard to see. We're gonna skip it too. That one. So they're actually like... I just thought of that because I used some of the cues here. Yeah, see the minimap in the top right? You can have the compass active. But personally, I prefer the minimap because with the minimap, you see the meters. Like, for example, what is that? Skyward Square is like round about 200 meters away. And those meters can be used to anticipate when you skip the cutscene. For example, that one just now was when you're at 45 meters, skip the cutscene. Right. Whoa, where's the camera? So now we go up to the Wonderment Square here. We already visited the Ghost Square because that's where you start, so we don't have to go back. And then the Wonderment Square, this one actually has like 3 or 4 sets of minigames, but luckily we only have to... I was about to say engage, start one of these, and then quit out of them immediately. And after that, we're gotta be done with the Gold Saucer for now. We're gonna come back to it later.
By the way, if these Gold Saucer minigames look fun to you, try visiting the ESA Arcade.
This is literally the ESA Arcade, actually.
Yeah, well, we don't quit out of those games. We actually play them.
The shooting minigame is Quick and Crash. This one would be Mario Kart. What do you mean I'm not the gaming type? I got caught unfit for a bodyguard and not a gamer.
Dang, that's brutal. It's like nothing else left then.
No. Now I'm just a dude with a controller. So I keep forgetting on which side the staircase is, but it should be here. Yeah. So this is what I talked about earlier. We can't warp out of Wonderment Square anyway right now, so we just walk there because it's faster in this case. And then we're about to have a date on the sky. We're about, oh no, story happens. Oh, bother. So they changed it a little bit again from what original, for what the OG game did. In OG, if I remember correctly, what happened here, you're getting like kind of lured into the battle square, and then you get thrown into prison. While here, what happens is you kind of like make a bet with Dio. Dio's like, oh, who could have done this? And they're like, well, I kind of know who could have done this because some people were shot here. And they said like some dude with a gun for now, which at this point we don't... In OG, you don't know that there's a second one, but you actually see like the silhouette in this case, which is like, I guess, a little revealing. But Rebirth generally just seem to have gone for a direction of like, people know the game, so we just have like a different kind of build-up to all of this. A more modern way of explaining more and all that. And now we have this bracelet on us, which I think was set to explode in like 24 hours or something like that if we don't find whoever actually caused the ruckus in the Gold Saucer. So now we have Kate guiding us a little bit. Like, a little bit, because we're gonna walk to the next segment and then they're all getting trapped. Except for Cloud. Cloud is like, just left there for some reason. Ah, because of the Chocobo race, right? That was the reason.
Oh yeah.
I actually tell him to win some money. And then we're gonna go win some money, but not actually keep it. This track is actually one of my favorites in the game. It's very nice. There's a weapon here, which on normal mode, this one's actually really important to get, because it has an improved version of Punisher mode on it, called Prime mode. But we're not gonna be Prime gaming on easy, because it's just not necessary. On normal, it's really good, because the Berserk you get out of that mode is twice as potent. And with that Berserk, you just generally deal a lot more damage. And the Prime mode in general is actually pretty nice to deal quick and easy damage if you don't have ATB yet. So this is Desert Rush, very similar to the box minigame that you had in Remake. In this one, we actually don't want to get the full score on it. What we want to do is we want to get the minimum requirement, because it gives us the quest item that we need to get for this. Also random growling on this very epic music. It's only what was it, 20 seconds or so from what I timed faster to not actually get all the points, because if you don't get all the points you have to wait it out, but if you do get all the points I was not sure if I'm gonna hit that or not, because that one is kind of close as well, and I kind of can't move it away anymore. Now I guess it's only 15 seconds faster to not get all the points, because you can actually get all these points really quickly. 220-ish.
And of course, if you were going for that, then it'll depend on how fast you're able to do it.
Yeah,
but
that as well.
In this case, we're gonna have a lot of leeway. It's not that hard to get 15,000 without any time bonuses, and then still have a lot of time left after that.
Maybe messing around a little bit with another funny mechanic that unfortunately doesn't see play. But if you do hit time bonuses like I just did earlier, then I guess you're gonna spend 5 extra seconds on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to get one more. There we go. So there's actually something funny you can do. With Prime mode, you can go airborne really quickly. But usually if you dodge and then hold square, as Dan mentioned earlier, you can go airborne. What you can also do with that is you can keep yourself airborne, because the Punisher can't. So you can go Punisher mode airborne and dodge out of it, and then you just float around like this. You can even use this to dodge some attacks. For example, there's a boss fight later on called Red Dragon. You can use Prime mode to fling yourself pretty high up and then just how do you call it? Suspend yourself midair like this to make sure that you don't actually drop down. And then there's a optional fight against Sephiroth later, like a VR fight. And in that one, you can use this same mechanic, or I guess little exploit, to dodge his Octaslash. You do have to set up kind of weirdly and kind of precisely, but it's possible to do that. And then Sephiroth, instead of Octaslashing, will just zip around for a few seconds and then whiff his entire Octaslash unless you run into him yourself. It actually looks pretty funny. Yeah, but I've never been able to get it. I've only seen it happen.
But yeah, you mentioned Red Dragon, but I mean the magma filling the floor is not actually something you can dodge. But you meant some other attack, I guess.
Pretty sure if you go airborne high enough, you can dodge it.
No, I don't. Unless 5 meters in the air is not enough, and you need to be 10 meters in the air.
Oh well, my mistake.
Because I definitely thought of that casually. I was like, I'm gonna just be in the air and dodge this attack, but it's the magma on the floor just hits you all the way up there.
Oh dang, that attack is even worse than I thought.
Yeah, it's yeah, you really just have to put on your defenses and have full HP or something like that.
So now we have 3 thugs that we have to fight. We just cleave 3 times. Forgot to shortcut fire, so I'll just use it twice here. And that's it. This is the fight where in normal mode you'd usually get Prime mode. It's not that difficult to get it here. You could technically do that on easy as well. And again, it doesn't take a long while, but you just don't really have use for Prime mode just because we're already just ripping through enemies.
try with Pico.
So, am I finally gonna remember the way here? Nope, that's not the totally correct way. There's like a way to get to this without crawling down here. I think I should have walked around this. Yeah, I should have walked around this. Yeah. Now I remember. But it's so, like, it's just a lot going on in this area. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, so, middle guy's outlaw life. This is the truther minigame that I was talking about. I do want to play. What do you mean? Why is no default?
I'm dying to read Gus's autobiography.
Doesn't in stock. Loud.
Looking for a place to get loaded, then look no further. You've been to the weapon shop? It's ridiculous.
Sunshine. Wait, test zero is correct. Yeah, you have to listen to some of what they say. A few of them don't. What? Okay. A few of them don't reveal their answer immediately, but only in the second dialogue choice. So you kind of want to work around that a little bit. For example, the guy that says not watered down has like a very specific thing he has to say, but also very similar things he can say. The second one talks about being able to buy elixirs here. But that one sometimes has like a secondary or a second text past the actual text. I think the other ones actually don't have anything hidden behind the text box, and you can usually tell them apart immediately. So the mission here was to get Silka's greens, because we're gonna freshen up our boy Pico, who we wrangled like 2 hours ago in the grasslands, because somehow he ended up in the desert. In whatever way he did that, because there's no land connection, but sure, probably swam. And now we're gonna use him to do chocobo races, or a chocobo race. But before that, just to skip like a little bit of the dialogue and again unlock our movement for just a tiny little bit, we're gonna go talk to the shop, which would in itself be enough, but the shop actually sells an item that slightly speeds up the chocobo race that we're about to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like might as well grab it during the like slow walking section.
Yeah, because usually you can just get a lot of gear for the chocobos by spending golden plumes, which you get by either unlocking chocobo stops, which you can find all around the world pretty much, but you don't need them in any percent, and wrangling a chocobo also gives you 2. Now here we want to position ourselves more to the right side of that door, because this way Billy and the chocobo will push us into the elevator. Otherwise you'd have to wait for them to get in, then Cloud would get in, and then only Esther would get in and start the elevator. It's very specific.
Yeah, I mean naturally Cloud and Esther cannot fit like through the door at the same time.
No, impossible. Inconceivable. What are you talking about? Cloud's sword is way too massive. You got Buster Sword, not even Buster Sword, I guess it's Rune Sword at this point. Rune Blade even.
Well, I don't know, I guess like canonically it should be Buster Sword.
Yeah, the Buster Sword is huge. Maybe it has a big ego and just doesn't want to go through doors with other people. Alright, so as of many games, there's a little tutorial or like many mechanics that you have to engage with. The game allows you to practice here a little bit. You do get a few gold saucer points out of it, but it's a very low rate. It's not worth it. You can get them quicker in other ways. I actually don't know what the best grinding spot for that would be, because you don't need to grind at all just to buy everything. And there... So... on PC, it allows you to change your controls mid-minigame. And I keep forgetting about that. So there's another save up here. Once you hear the bell ringing, you want to be at the door, because when you then save and load, it skips the whole dialogue that would happen there, and you immediately talk to Esther here. On PC, it's slightly slower than on console, if we're talking RTA-wise, because this load can take a while. And sometimes Esther doesn't immediately talk to you, but has to turn around first. In this case, she actually talked immediately. And then we equip our chocobo. And now we hopefully see a sub 220.
Yeah, for the chocobo race, there's a few things to keep in mind to like make it fast. Of course, at the very start, if you time the start right, then you get like a speed boost, kind of like Mario Kart. You didn't get it, right?
No.
It's not really a big deal, but other than that, you want to drift, because after a drift you get a speed boost. Of course, like you're not gonna drift on like straight roads, like it's like Crash Team Racing. It doesn't really work quite that way, but other than that, you pick up these blue balloons, especially on the first round, to give you like a stacking speed bonus. And then the red balloons give you speed burst, and after you use it, it takes like a second or two, but like after that you can go through grass without it slowing you down at all. So then we can use that to like cut corners a little bit.
Yeah, it pulls up a little barrier, and the way we want to use it here is actually kind of tight, because we want to... So on this one it's easy, you just get in, immediately pop it, get the shield, you just cut through the grass. But for the second half of the track, you want to set it up in a... or use it in a very specific part of the upcoming tunnel, because that way you get the shield early enough for this next grass, but you keep it for long... I think the turn was just bad. But you also keep it for long enough to cut through this segment. Oh, I barely did.
Yeah, so you want to be able to like grab that red balloon right after the speed burst ends.
I think that you only want to do in in lap 3, actually.
Yeah, well, on lap 3 you want to be able to grab it right before it ends.
No, sorry, I didn't hear it right.
So that then you can continue the speed burst a little longer, but for first and second lap you want to like start filling the gauge already, so that you have it ready to like skip those grass sections. Or skip through them.
In this case I want to delay it a decent bit. Somewhere around here. Yeah, that was like just in time. I can cut through this, and yeah, I did get
barely
them.
got them. Yeah.
It's not a big deal to get them, and I'm not gonna get this up to 20, unfortunately. Not even 221. That's up to 20. Mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like that compared to like an optimal race, it's like a few seconds. Like,
I think the best time we had is like a 217.8 or something like that, and it's from the guy who actually like does Choco Racing RTAs too.
Yeah. So it's like, even though that was kind of like messed up the start, and like some of those turns were not that good, it's like not really that big of a deal. Like.
Not at all. There are way bigger things to be worrying about in a 6-hour run like that.
We know him. He'd never do that.
All right, so now
We'll find out soon enough.
a little bit of encounter dodging. This is a little weird because sometimes Cloud can get stuck on those wooden planks, but it didn't happen here. So I mentioned earlier that you can teleport your characters to the enemy. We used that early on Valkyrie to just prime Aerith to attack quickly, because every character either starts like swift attack right after teleporting towards the enemy. So it's like an actual intended mechanic, or like you saw there with Cloud and Tifa, the way it works, as well as Yuffie actually, you become airborne, and then you can, well, do mid-air attacks instead. So for those, if we do swap, we actually don't want to hold R1, because the dodge mid-air is usually a lot slower. Oh, and I guess Kate is the same as Barret in the others, where he has a swift attack instead of going airborne. No flying cats. Now we're coming up to the Dyne boss fight, which is, as before, as an OG solo fight with Barret.
Yeah, of course, like with a solo fight, like you could think like, it's not really like as complicated in terms of like using multiple party members, but it is pretty precise here. Start with overcharge, then do like a little salvo with the gun. Bonus rounds to increase our damage. We have the sonic boom set up to increase our damage. For the point blank, you can kind of like, you're like right next to that debris, so you can hide. And now after like some damage, we get the pressure, we can build up the gauge, but the phase transition is here right before the stagger. So then we can get the stagger in phase 2 very quickly. He's gonna start talking, but we're not really gonna listen. We're just gonna stagger him out of it.
Okay, I got hit by the firebomb because I didn't get the stagger early enough because I didn't overcharge ready.
Looks like we got to hear his lines fully this time. We still have the bonus rounds up, so we're dealing notably more damage with just the basic attack.
That close! Oh my god! Use it. So paralyzing shot is like a cone around him.
Yeah.
Oh, like emerging from him. So which means if he's point blank on you, because he like just got close or something like that, that you will likely feel the full brunt of it and get.
Okay, for phase 3, we have our limit ready, and ideally, if he uses a particular attack, you could then like hit like multiple parts at the same time and just get the kill right away. But if you don't get that, then you'll just like have to keep shooting after the limit.
My bravery ran out the very end of that limit. Oh my god, what is happening?
Yep.
So if you get close, he usually uses Iron Spike as a counter, but it's consistent, so it's not like I need to be aware of something random happens. Luckily, we don't need Barrett in the next fight, so it doesn't matter that he got damaged a lot there. That was a fight of all time.
Yeah.
So quick menu, we swap this out for this and this for this. This and this being, we have a fire and ice material we bought from Chadley very early on. We swapped it with Barrett's fire material. And we also equip enemy skills. So now we're gonna go back into the folios, which I guess kind of work a little like the sphere grid. They're just not nearly as important. In fact, it takes a while to get stuff here. And all the animations are fairly long, so we really only aim to be getting specific skills. Like in this case, we want to get Spellbound Blast, which is super strong. It's basically Spellblade, but on Aerith instead of on Cloud. And then we also want to make sure to get Synergy damage up to increase our damage of Spellblade and Spellbound Blast, as well as 20 magic on this node. Then we swap to Yuffie real quick and get Fox Flame, which we use for 2 fights. But it's quick to get, so it's very useful. And now, Palmer.
Yeah, we jump right into another boss. So dodge forward a little bit, we'll be in range for Spellblade, and now we can use that Spellbound Blast, kind of parallel with Spellblade as well. Put up Berserk and Sonic Boom for the damage buffs. Some more Spellblades, so we have more ATB, more damage. Thunder is of course effective against because it's a mech. We should be close to phase 2 here. Okay, that was pretty good. Okay, for phase 2, I start with Spellbound Blast, then get Tifa ready with some Unbridled Strength. And Synchro Cyclone, that was hard to say. It kind of like staggers the boss, so gives us an opening to attack. We'll get ready to use some thunders here. That'll pressure the boss. Should be able to stagger it now. Oh,
please!
Okay.
Thank you.
And now Omni Strike's Cross Slash, that should finish the fight. Oh, right, we had Rise and Fall, because we had Tifa use Unbridled Strength ahead of time there.
Yeah, which we only used to get Synchro Cyclone ready.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like... It wasn't really that we needed in particular, particularly the Rise and Fall. The way the fight works, it's actually very... I guess inconvenience is the wrong way. It's very finicky. In phase 1, our goal is just to phase transition them as quickly as possible, while setting up a few ATB usages for Synchro Cyclone. While for phase 2, due to us phase transitioning as early as possible, we roughly know how much damage we need to deal to force him to use Neener. It's a move that you can also use in phase 1, where if he does do that, it's like a long animation where he like He spanks his own butt and that like taunts you, you get a debuff from it. Generally just seeing it is mostly a waste of time, but in phase 2 there is no cutscene associated with it because Palmer is then stuck in the mech. And the mech just starts dancing around a little bit. The thing is that if you, in Nino Nino he hits a certain health threshold, he gets pressured. It's not even the damage that you deal, it's really the health threshold that needs to be hit. He pressures, and once he's pressured, you can stagger him a lot easier and focus thrust to, well, get the stagger out. With all the damage that Cloud took, plus the stagger that you get off of that, you're guaranteed to have the limit by that point. And you then proceed to just cross slash while building up the stagger percentage with Tifa. But usually you get like all the way to 250% in that thing, or 240 because you have Rise and Fall. Didn't quite work out in this case because I missed most of my Rise and Fall and I was a little bit far away. I wanted to make sure that the cross slash comes out, which that is more important than getting the stagger percent up in that case. And now probably the longest bathroom break. It is like a bit more than a minute. I remember Crystal had a run where he put his controller on a chair during this segment, and the controller is vibrating ever so slightly during this, and that vibration knocked his controller off the chair, hit touchpad, but because this is a cutscene, but because you're in the world map, you can actually hit touchpad to open the world map menu, because it's not a proper cutscene, you can't speed up for it either. So the controller fell down, he got the world map, came back, was like, wait, what happened? There are a lot of small inconveniences of the game that can mess you up if you're not ready for them.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that, like, you had like that mini game with like that like chase where like Barrett like shoot those guys. Yeah, you can just skip that, but you can't skip this.
Yep. We actually didn't even realize that you can skip that for a while. Like, we got the speed up patch, which allowed us to, I think it was like save 8 minutes across all the speed up segments, most of them in the final fights. And I think after like 2 or 3 runs, one of the runners was like, wait, like why are there like multiple menu options now instead of just like retry or something like that? Saw the skip. I was like, wait, okay, why did I... Like, I think it was during practice, too. He skipped that, and then he thought he was loaded in New Game Plus save, or there was some kind of glitch. But turns out the devs just patched it in, and we just didn't notice. Which saves, like, 3 minutes. I think skipping that minigame in itself is just a huge time save.
I suppose it's kind of like, by the time the game was on PC, there would like maybe be some people who would replay the game, so then it's like alright, like you don't need to do it twice if you don't want to.
Right? It's like the bike section in Remake that they allow to skip in New Game Plus. Not in New Game actually, but in this case it's like one of the few things that you can just straight up skip in New Game too. Right, so we have the buggy right now. The buggy is not fully useful. You can actually do a few skips if you do all the side quests here, like jump over a few ledges, run on a few ramps that you're not supposed to be climbing. But this is all we're gonna be seeing of the buggy. It's not really useful.
I actually spent some time like doing my best to see if I can somehow like clip the buggy into like this area, but unsuccessfully.
Didn't you? I don't know if it was you, but someone also tried to flip the buggy upside down.
Oh yeah, yeah, I was doing that.
Yeah, it was surprisingly difficult because the game auto-corrects your
you can do some weird stuff with that, and then like after that, like you can make the buggy just like fall through the ground. Yeah, there's some weird stuff that you can do, but I didn't really find anything useful out of it.
Yeah, so one reason that this game doesn't even have a no major glitches category is just that there are glitches. Like, we found ways to get to, for example, Chapter 13, Temple of the Ancients, super early, or a lot earlier than you're intended to. But this game paid a lot more attention to all the story flags, where they're set, which ones need to be triggered. It's not like in Remake where you can, for example, in Chapter 13, walk past the, I guess, like, walk out of bounds past the no entry zone that is set up in Wall Market, while the troops are searching currently because the blade crashed down and all that. In Remake, you can just kind of weave yourself through that no-go zone, which is usually a really big zone. But if you orientate yourself in the right way and then curve into it, you... Like, the cloud doesn't really get pushed out. The game tries to push you up, but it doesn't work. And you can then just basically walk through that thing, is what I'm trying to say. Which skips almost the entirety of Chapter 13. Like, that in itself skipped like 20 minutes. But then there's also segments like in Chapter 8, right after the start in Remake. You can perform a few character misplacements, because you can get like infinite battle, target corruption, some kind of stuff. And if you have your characters set into 2 different chunks of the area, you can force the game to unload stuff mid-battle, and that you can then use to clip past some forced triggers and segments, which you can then use to basically skip from the start of Chapter 8 to middle of Chapter 9. So yeah, Remake has a lot more glitches that save a lot more time than the glitches you can do here. And even the glitches you can do here don't really amount to much. There is target corruption here as well, actually, but we haven't really been able to make any use of that. Also, is there like a... It felt like a fly on my elbow.
Yeah, I suppose it's partly because like this game has like open world design, much more so than Remake, which is more linear. Even though it has like some like segments where the like map is kind of open, you can go to different places, but because it's like that, then they probably thought like, okay, we're gonna make sure that like things happen in sequence.
Like the one of the few things that I thought may be possible if you could somehow, I guess, mess with the chapter count in this game is that in Chapter 1, which is of course the Nibelheim's flashback, and Chapter 11, which is Nibelheim in itself, there's a cutscene trigger that is identical, or seems to be identical between both Chapter 1 and Chapter 11. And I was thinking that maybe if you could somehow mess with the chapter count, you could trigger it in Chapter 1 and warp all the way to Chapter 11. Maybe by like preloading some save file prior to the run, then starting your run, you're able to just go off of that. But we've not been able to find anything, unfortunately. It's the one where you like walk to the crystal in the cave after you get Sephiroth for the first time.
Yeah.
Those triggers are identical. Like the queue that I have in both scenarios is just wait until it says 27 meters on the mini-map in the top right, because that's when you're able to skip it. That's why I think it's identical. Okay, anyway, we're in Gongaga right now, so Gongaga is... A lot of people don't like it. Personally, I think it's a pretty nice area because it forces you to not just like walk around, but kind of pay attention to what those randomly placed mushrooms send you to. It's not quite intuitive where they send you to, but you like can memorize where they go, for example. However, the game kind of like forces you to walk for the entirety of Gongaga. Like, this is one of the few regions where we really just, at the very least, see every part of it. We don't see like the most eastern, the most western part of Gongaga, but we walk north to south full on through. Like, we go to Gongaga itself, the village, then we have those few segments, and now we'll walk to the reactor. Luckily, we don't have to do it twice, because later we'll be getting chocobos to speed this up by quite a bit. But why was red so loud? Yeah, we have to walk quite a bit here. It took us quite a while to figure out what the fastest movement here as well, because it's an open world game. There's a lot of terrain movement, a lot of water, so we have to fiddle around with lots of potential possibilities. And what we do now is very likely the fastest way. I don't think that we can really come up with much else. Quick dip. Also, I guess this is where the Whispers also start playing a role in this game again. They haven't been really around for a few chapters since Remake, and Now the game reminds us that, hey, by the way, remember the things we introduced in Remake? We do a little, like, dodging here. We technically have red with us, but every time you have a forced character section, you cannot change party constellations. We would be able to add red manually, but because we don't want a menu right now, it's not worth it. Like, just opening the menu to swap out Kate or Barrett for red is, like, unnecessary. In fact, I don't even know if we can swap out Kate right now. I know that in Plat I swap out Barrett for red. Actually, probably because of Power Cleave. Okay, yeah, we don't want to swap out Kate because Kate is a nice Tifa substitute for Power Cleave. That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
Almost in the reactor. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Yeah, it's so much nicer that for the second time around they actually give it a chocobo. This would have been pretty annoying to do twice. So, in the reactor itself, there is actually one of the few glitches you can perform in this game, but we have not found a way to make it efficient or not softlock the game, because we can actually skip a few triggers here, but the moment you skip that trigger, the game kind of punishes you and is like, well, you skipped that? No, you can't even go back to do it. Like, you skipped it, it's on you. I'm gonna not let you proceed ever again. Oh, I kicked that barrel now, nice. It's the one where, like, Sephiroth appears and the whispers go off in the distance in the water room. You can actually skip Sephiroth there, but then the game just hates you for it. There are a few frogs here. I want to try and power cleave the fried flower mostly, because it almost gets one-shot by it. The frogs really don't have a lot of HP. You Sonic Boom them, and if it crits, it can actually just annihilate them immediately. They were spread out a little bit though, which was annoying. So we get the Crystal Sword, which is one of the strongest weapons, because it's an all-round weapon, but it doesn't have Materia slots yet. And in return, it just has massive stats, especially for this part of the game. So we equip Outlaw Bangle, we remove Light, we move these two down. We swap this with Barrett's. We equip Enervation on Barrett. We put this here. Alright, that's what it was. I swapped this level boost around. And now I equip Crystal Sword. I put on... yeah, Ifrit on Cloud, I was about to say. And attack power here. We equip Blizzara. This is where we equip Deep Protect, but I also want to equip... not Hazardous Material, but X Potion and Maximum Fury. For Kate, we want to equip Blizzard. Because this next boss is weak to Blizzard, and it's mostly just because we want to be able to capitalize on his pressure gauge a little bit. And the next boss jumps around a lot. It's going to be a specimen boss again. And that guy pressures off of taking enough damage. And when he does pressure, we want to maybe fire a Blizzard from Kate, maybe a Blizzard. Kind of depends on how many hits I got in. You have to gauge it most of the time. Like, even in my notes, it always says just casual it out, because you just can't really make a solid strat for that guy. You always have to react to it. And then we want to stagger him in phase 2 so he has no chance to run. This fight you sometimes have to take, but in this case they were nice.
Yeah, that was just really tight. It's like, like, you would probably like not initially think that's even possible to skip, but if you try, you'll notice that it might just work.
Like this cutscene, that's the one I talked about. This one you can skip because there's enemies on the platform before, and you can use those enemies to up warp on a retry. But if you get to the top segments, just getting there is enough for the game to somehow forget that you haven't watched that cutscene yet. And then you will be able to find Sephiroth in just a random room on the side, because that's where they stored him for this cutscene. But the game is soft-locked at that point, so you won't be able to progress. Now, we already had that earlier, but In the reactor, there are a few cables that you have to plug into generators just to, I guess, reroute the power. And if you plug in the cables, you can dodge out of the plug-in animation to basically have them plugged in instantly. It's not even timing based, it's just the moment you hit triangle to actually plug it in, you just mash out circle and he dodges as early as it can. It's not much faster, but it's for free, because usually you have to watch him plug it in, then it goes green, then he goes back, and then it says rerouting power. So you just times it for free. Might as well take it. The golden collar we were talking about, the red weapon, is that one over there, by the way. That's the chest, but we do have the money, so we are not getting out of the way to get it. That one also has a like skip-like way to be obtained by engaging into an encounter, retrying and being misplaced after that encounter. Or not misplaced, but just placed in an unintended position. It's still not worth it. Like, as long as we can't get in like 3 seconds, it's not worth it because the purchasing is really, really quick. Alright. Time for mob fights and the boss fights.
Yeah, we've had all that epic music just for like all that like movement and everything, but now we actually have battles. These enemies are actually kind of special in that like they want to survive, but if you stagger them, or if you like stagger them as you kill them, or kill them with fire, then they won't respawn. So basically we're just gonna like hit them with some power cleave, and that's gonna like get the stagger at the same time as like killing them, so that's fine.
Interesting. That's the first time ever I've gotten hit by that guy. Oh, dude! He even said ready. I thought he already did the buff. Alright. He was ready, but Cloud wasn't. Specimen! I hope I don't see it too much, but he likes to jump a lot. If you use Mako Ingestion or any spell, it's really, really nice for me. Even though with Mako Ingestion, like right now, he can get buffs that either half physical or half magical damage. In this case, it's physical, but he can jump back a lot. He has Mako Shot where he walks back a lot. He can even lean out of my attacks. I'm gonna deprotect him here. That's the Mako Shot I was talking about. And yeah, he can just jump at very unopportune moments. It's somewhat inconsistent. You can get a feeling for when he's gonna jump, but he can always mess with you. I think I'll... Oh my god.
Jumping out of every single one.
Yep. My Sonic move even ran out. This fight can be... Oh my god. This fight can be one of those fights, similar with Genova earlier, where you... When you power cleave, want to make sure that you don't play as Cloud at that point anymore, because you would stagger him otherwise. But not with this kind of fight. With this kind of fight, you kind of just try and go ham and really hope that you actually get the stagger out. So because the stagger meter isn't completely edged, what I'll do is I'll cast Blizzard, Blizzara, and once he's not in Deprotect anymore, I'll also Deprotect again, because you can't refresh it. And then I power cleave a lot with Berserk. Deprotect is not like that good actually, but because we can more or less just use it for free, it's fine to use. And then we just pick him up spells here. Yeah, like actual 1 HP hero.
It's definitely worth it to use Deprotect when like the boss is susceptible to it and we're using physical attacks.
Just because it doesn't take much setup really. So, quick menu here. We actually like equip things in a certain way so that in the end Aerith and Cloud swap around their armor. So this is empowerment, this is gonna be magnify. This goes down, this doesn't go down. This goes here, that's what it was. This goes here, this goes here. And now I equip the thing that Cloud had equipped, so I will go out. Give her Bravery Magnify, put Fandara on this button because I'm used to that, and Thunder here, and that should be it. Oh, it's not it. I actually forgot to equip Platinum Earrings on Aerith. Because Platinum Earrings will just give us a little bit more magic damage, and this next upcoming boss fight against Scarlet, you actually have like very specific damage numbers that you kind of want to deal. Not as in like it needs to be 1000 over 1010 or 990, but like very certain damage ranges that we want to make use of. Where am I going? I didn't use the mushroom. I was autopiloting. Wait. I know how to get there again, but yeah, okay, now we're pretty much where we would have been anyway.
Okay.
On Scarlet, you want to make sure that you're on very specific health ranges, because there's a lot of things that are going to be going on there. I want to make sure that she doesn't overdamage, so she doesn't get back the arms of her mechs back. I don't want her to overdamage, so she doesn't just refuse to being pressured. I want her to be like damageable, and when she's pressured, I need to actually stagger her in a certain amount of time. There's a lot of small things going on, which ultimately you won't notice much of it, just because the strat is routed around that, or the strat is made around all those small things that need to be taken into account for. I'll Windstorm here, because that'll actually bunch up all the enemies, hopefully, so I can then Spellbound Blast them. Having to use 2 is really nice. 2 is not a lot.
That's pretty good.
This can go much worse. The idea is basically to use Windstorm to get them all into one place, but it's not always possible. I'm not entirely sure what it's based on. Like, it's probably the Shuriken that twirls around that messed it up a little bit, but I don't know if it's like just the range that you need to have to the enemy to actually gather them. In the end, the enemies are going to be moving around anyway, so even if you know what causes it, you won't be able to fully adjust for it, and you instead have to adjust for it by just seeing what needs to be picked off after the Spellbound Blast. Because that whole fight, including the next one, can be Windstorm, Spellbound, you're done. And that's how a good fight would look. Alright. Oh, I didn't get the flashbang. Sometimes entering this room, for some reason, the back part is just... I don't know, it just looks like a solar eclipse. Could have happened in chapter 4, I think, as well, but we didn't get it there. And then we have to use the grappling gun that we got earlier, just to weave around a little bit, skip a few enemies. If I don't do this... Yeah, I ended up jumping. You can hop to, or swing to this one instantly, but it's very precise in positioning, and a lot of times Tifa will either jump down anyway or just like lean forward on the ledge, which at that point it's not worth it anymore anyway. So jumping down is often actually faster anyway. So this next fight, I actually heard a lot of people that they don't know how to skip it. You can just grappling gun right behind you. There's actually a video that goes over like how many fights do you have to do in Rebirth. That was interesting. And I think I found like a few fights where there are possibilities to skip it, but that one is like a rather trivial one, which you just don't really see people do, because while it is very trivial, a lot of people just wouldn't really think, including myself, just wouldn't think about looking back and checking the backside for any hook shots. I think even for the run, it took us a few months to be aware of that. So it's not like it's like super obvious. So this fight again. So what we didn't mention is that Yuffie has ranged attacks and melee attacks, and the ranged attacks are triggered when she throws away her shuriken. Oh, that was nice.
Nice.
When she throws away the shuriken, she has ranged spells that she can use, which is nice for enemies like the riot shields or the riot troopers, because again, physical attacks just like get blocked by those massive shields, but magic attacks are totally fine. Also, I think I'm getting an encounter here. Oh, never mind. Okay, this segment is a little annoying because those small slug rays can just walk around and be a nuisance, trigger a fight even if you don't want to. Up here, that can happen as well. The previous one is a little bit more volatile. This one, you don't have to walk as far, so you can usually avoid it because you hook shot and then it's good. Alright, everyone's topped up. And now we walk over to Scarlet.
Yeah, Scarlet is a pretty tricky fight. It's one of those bosses with multiple parts. We're going to want to like fight those hands. We use some Fox Flame and Spellbound Blast to build our ATB, boss is too far.
Spellbound Blast unfortunately has a range.
Yeah.
Fox really doesn't.
And then of course Thunder is going to be effective again, so the loop here is kind of going to be to like use these synergy skills to build up ATB, deal some damage, and then use the ATB to Thunder the hands, break them, and then after they're broken, we'll get the pressure.
Oh wait, that pressure happened earlier than expected.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of a
The out of 4 hit Scarlet instantly. Okay, now stagger with Tifa. Okay, that worked.
Yeah, I'm ready to just go in and deal a lot of damage. And this will get us to phase 2.
Didn't HP gate, dang.
Okay, a little bit of
Nice
stutter here.
shaders.
Yeah, basically at this point we hope the boss to be like pretty low HP. Tifa is also very close to having a limit here. Let's see how this goes.
I'll just use Divine Punishment.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so synergy abilities are a good safe option to just kind of like, you know, keep the boss in check and deal some decent damage.
The ideal situation there is that you don't actually accidentally target the gloves or the arms like I did there. It's kind of hard to get the target on Scarlet though. Then you want to start phase 2 with 2 ATB on both Tifa and Yuffie. You unbridle twice to set up Rise and Fall just because you are waiting anyway, and then you just out of war twice with Yuffie, which best case scenario that gives you the kill. What did happen in phase 1, which I had to adjust for as well, it can happen and it's actually a good thing. Spellbound Blast can hit the arms. I specifically target the arms for that to potentially happen as well. But it usually doesn't happen because the hitboxes, especially on like separate parts, are very finicky. On Scarlet, it's hard to hit them, but at least like Thunder and Out of War consistently hit it. It's not like Palmer where you could be breaking the legs, but the legs are just almost intangible, it seems. In this case, both Spellbound Blasts actually hit the arms, so I was able to save Thundara for each. And that's also why the Out of War immediately pressured, because once you break an arm, Scarlet becomes targetable. She has like no HP, like 500 maybe. And once you deplete Scarlet's HP, the whole mech becomes pressured, and that's when you want to start laying it down. Just lay out all the damage. This is like one of the last kind of really slow segments. We have to watch how these whispers are fighting. To this point, it's a little confusing on what all of this means. A lot of it will be explained in whatever the first part is gonna be called. Because it's not like...
What did you say earlier? Free-baked?
Rebaked, yeah. Refund is a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Reunion, some people guessed that could be the name of it until Crisis Core came out. Speculations, lots of them. So we have 3 scenes that we have to watch here, and we are still kind of controlling it's actually like a weapon that ate up Tifa in this case. We still control that weapon though, so we have to have the weapon physically move towards those spots to trigger the scenes, or I guess the camera realistically. So we do them in a certain order to minimize the amount of movement, and we specifically want to have the water tower be last because that one is closest to where the camera has to move afterwards anyway. And then you just see like a few flashback segments, which you usually see in Medial, some of those versions. But alright, Medial is also something that should be covered in part 3. I forgot to mention that. And
you know, they're probably also going to have like more stuff from like kind of the other like FF7 titles, like something relating to like Crisis Core characters or like Dirge of Cerberus stuff, maybe like with like Vincent. It's like who knows? It'll be interesting to see what they do, but probably as usual with these games, it's not gonna like appease all the fans. It's always gonna be like kind of two sides, like oh, this remake trilogy is like ruining what was good about OG, and then like others are like, oh, this is so fun, this is cool.
It's very divisive. Which
yeah.
I guess makes sense. Like,
it's fair.
25 plus years. No, 22 years originally for remake. To then have a, remake of the original game that was beloved. People will have expectations if they were hoping for that already. People were tinkering with the thought, what would a modern version of that look like? And then they get something that uses creative liberty and all of it as well. It's bound to ruffle some feathers, but
yeah,
fine ultimately. As a whole package, I definitely enjoy these games.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say like, I mean, the OG will always exist, and like I'd rather them do something new instead of like kind of the same, but again, but you know, people have different opinions. It's all fair.
It's the same, but different.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of remakes of like different games, like in recent years, and like some are more faithful and some are just like kind of reimagining the old thing. You know, they can be done in different ways.
Or it's Crisis Core, where it's literally just the game again with updated combat.
Yeah, well, even then, it's like, I think they like kind of still like built it from the ground up. Like, it's not really running the like original game in the background, because like stuff is like pretty different.
To my knowledge,
like
it literally runs off of the original game, which you can even, at the very least, like the entire skeleton of the game is OG, because there's so many like small quirks of cutscenes and all that I just recognize from the original game. I ran both the remake and the original one, and so many like small things that you have to watch out for in the original one, you also have to watch out for in remake, just because it's literally the same.
Yeah, but there are also like some notable differences.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, who knows like how they actually implemented it technically, but it is a very faithful remake in any case.
Very fun remake too.
Yeah.
Right, so this Chocobo segment is actually one of the hardest walking segments in a run, just because of this mountain trail. You can bonk your Chocobo and lose a lot of time. You so actually like just break on like he can also just refuse to climb sometimes, which is why I usually brake here and slow down. Okay, nice. Predator needle, got through there, and then I want to like move to the left, because if I get too close to the summon shrine, I get a cutscene, and I've seen that often enough. I don't need to see it in any percent. And then we can slide into this cutscene, as well as mess around a little bit. Yeah,
the game is kind of trying to like slow us down and you know, force the camera on that sign to like look at it, but we just keep sliding. You know, I feel like the game was kind of
get off the bird. There we go.
The game was kind of like lagging in this area.
A little bit, but shader compilation, it's fine.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, the amount of times you went through there, I don't know if it's shader compilation anymore, but well, you know, hopefully it'll be smoother.
Shader compilation, it's fine.
Surely it'll just be smoother from here on.
Surely. Oh, another like small thing that I personally don't like, but that's just more technical thing. Everything you use defaults to motion sensor controls. You can deactivate it instantly by just hitting the left stick, but the dolphin, the plane, and there was something else where it just instantly goes into the motion sensor. Alright, when the tiny Bronco clips its wings. That's when it was. This cutscene is actually deceptively short. It feels like it's super long, or like I first remembered it being super long when I originally replayed the game to start learning the run. But it's already pretty much done. This is also one of the few instances where the speed up changed how we skip cutscenes even. Because usually what we would do is we'd hold triangle to do the alternative cutscene skip method. Usually you press start down X or start up X, doesn't really matter. You can hold triangle to skip cutscenes, but it's way slower in usually every instance. Aside from the free plane-related cutscenes, like when you land in Cosmo Canyon Nibelheim, and when you crash the plane in the river later on before the at the start of chapter 12, basically. And for both Cosmo Canyon and Nibelheim, we also used to hold triangle, but the speed up now allows us to get to the point where you can properly skip the cutscene quicker. And I guess that happens one more time before the Vincent boss fight too.
You know, kind of a technical side note, but on PC, you can, like, actually by like, kind of messing with the game's memory and stuff, you can enable like the same speed up anywhere, like, and it works pretty well too. Like if you're doing like practice or something, you could like have an even higher speed up for like the entire plane sections, for example, and it works fine. Unless you make it like super high, then the game is gonna bug out.
But even then, it's surprisingly stable. Like you gave us like the cheat engine table so we can mess around with it a little bit. I've set that plane cutscene to 70 times speed, which means it was like fairly instantaneous, and the game still, like, at the very least loaded most of the collision in time and some of the textures. Well, in terms of textures, it might be just that low poly versions already existed out there, but with the speed up on times 70, I think I tried like 2 or 3 times. Once I did not. At one time I didn't even clip for the ground. The other times I just ended up like way below the plane and the cutscene booted up way later. But even then, it's surprising how quick some of that stuff loaded.
Yeah, anyway, that's kind of to say that it's not really a technical limitation where like they could have allowed us to speed through like the planes, for example. But, it's just it's just what they did and didn't do for the experience.
It's beautiful.
Maybe because it contains like technically a gameplay element with being able to steer around.
Yeah, I think if there's like any segment where like you can do any kind of like player input, it doesn't allow you to fast forward. Like if you can like touch the camera or like anything like that.
Unlike Remake, where they actually implemented it to also go through the text box cutscenes. Though I guess that they did because they didn't allow us to fully skip them. And then some of the dialogue just sounds like Sims. Okay, so here we buy the golden collar that we didn't pick up earlier. And I check the money here usually as well. Money is usually, like, with the golden collar, money is pretty tight. To the point that the Truther minigame I did in chapter 8, it costs 500 gil. If I fail it once, I have to pay that gil again to participate. Which means that for the shop afterwards, where I need 12,600 gil, I will need to sell something, because usually I'll then be like 200, 300 gil short. So the money route is actually like, at least with the addition of the golden collar shop, surprisingly tight. Though I don't even know if there really is anything we would want to buy in the first place. There are places we can get quick money at, just not worth it. Now some nice scenery. If only photo mode wouldn't pause the game. The scenery looks actually like really cool during the like dusk segment. That I really like. Artistically, this game is like, visually this game is like super well put together. They did a great job in that regard.
Yeah, it's like any visuals that they like wanted to make good, they definitely like made it look good.
Yeah.
But there are like some areas that like clearly they just like didn't really like put the like same level of effort in like some side areas. And I mean the PC version does also like improve the lighting in some sections where like on console it was
yeah, the lighting. Oh, by the way, did you know that this main story scenario is called Gadgets and Gizmos Aplenty, like the Ariel song in Kingdom Hearts 2? I really wanna believe that it's a reference to that. Good old KH2 Atlantica reference.
Well, it's kind of the same company.
Yeah, it would make sense.
Also for this, you saw this just like go up the stairs and just turn around for like no apparent reason, but that's just like where one of the triggers is to like activate these things.
You have to go like midway through that circular red carpet, and then you can just back out like I've seen enough and just leave.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like Klaus just like changing his mind, like oh, I don't think I wanted to go up here.
Maybe he saw something that he didn't think he should be seeing. So now that we finished this part,
Thanks so much.
yeah, actually, I don't know how much time it saves to like properly face him, but this is what I meant earlier. This looks really nice. They did a great job of Cosmic Canyon, at least visually for sure. Whoa! That was a big starter. You would think 3.5 hours and most things are pre-compiled, but it seems like not. Funnily enough, when I booted up, when I installed the game, I don't remember if it gave me the compile shader prompt at the very beginning.
Oh, right.
When I originally installed it. Maybe that's part of all of this, but it's fine. It's more comedic than anything. This is also interesting. There's like this big obvious gap, but no invisible walls. So we do have to do like a few more conversations here, just talk to some characters. Also, we have to listen to a guy with one of the deepest voices in the entire game. Universe of the soul. Every single time you hear it twice. Or more, depending on the category. You can hear that line, I think, like up to 5 or 6 times, even if you go efficiently.
I've always been on the bigger side, but I've never been into physical.
Basically, you just have to like pick up Aerith and Tifa, be like, yo, this like festival is about to start. This light show thingy, whatever. Spirit sending, FF10, I don't know. Something like that. I think it's called River of Lights or something like that. I don't know. Oh, actually, yeah, River of Lights. It says at the top. Like, there.
Ah.
And on this segment, you have conversations with every single character that you can do. You only have to talk with 3 out of Barret, Tifa, Yuffie, Red. And then you are allowed to talk to Aerith. You can talk to the 4th one as well. You don't have to. But Aerith is forced. And we don't care about any of the answers except for Barret. We want to choose the best one for him. In fact, we can actually be kind of rude to Red here. Okay, weren't listening. That's the okay answer.
Yeah, funnily enough, wasn't listening. It's like not.
That's not the worst you can do. And then Tifa's actually the fastest one because she doesn't even have a cutscene to skip before. And then we talk to Aerith, and this one I feel like is really misleading because you can stop her, you can smile at her, or in this case I got the best one, encourage her. And obviously Cloud being a little bit of the social dork, I'm like not 100%. Like when I played this game, I wasn't like sure whether encouraging her would really like amount to anything good. I was like, probably he's gonna like choose some weird words or something like that. He's like, it's Cloud. He's not gonna be like suddenly whipping out some like the actual correct answer. So I chose smile at her, and that smile looks awkward, like super awkward. And it is indeed only the like middle answer. You can stop her, which is really like awkward to watch. Smile is not the best one though. I did not expect that at all when I played this first.
Yeah, I think in the end the dialogue options are like a lot of them are like kind of really obvious, where it's like oh, this is just like really trying hard to like be on their good side, and that's like the best option. It's like with Tifa saying like all I remember from there is you.
Yeah.
And it's like who says that? Like that doesn't sound very like truthful at all, but it's
the best answer. Like the other answers you can, it's basically a scene where she says like, oh yeah, remember that kid from town, like from Nibelheim, like how he hung around us every now and again. You can either tell him you don't remember him, which is actually not a good answer. You can say that, oh yeah, I do remember him, which is the middle answer. And if you don't say, I don't remember him, but say, oh, I only remember you, like if you reword that, that's the best answer. Which makes also no sense. I think those are mainly the two things that I didn't get correct in my first playthrough when I actually tried to go for it. Well, and the water tower in Nibelheim. That one I didn't get right either.
Told you anything about his parents yet?
No.
Also look at Bugenhagen's shiny head. So many reflections going off of it. not even just the scalp or something like that, even his cheek. He just looks like one of those Madame Tussauds wax figurines, but polished up. Floating on his little marble or piece of gum.
Yeah, I don't know, like greasy skin or something.
Maybe. I mean, he is quite old at this point. Isn't he said to be like over 100 years old?
Yeah, probably. I don't truly remember.
Okay, so here I want to purchase a few more things. Because there's actually a regular store here in the shape of a safe crystal, and we can get supernatural wrist guards finally, platinum earrings, and we buy a subversion materia. Which subversion allows us to breach and dispel, but we only get it for the breach. We then equip the golden collar we got earlier, put attack prioritization on it so we don't have to mess with the abilities ourselves. Equip some supernatural wrist guards on everyone except for Aerith and Yuffie. Yuffie and Aerith both get platinum earrings. Even Katesif gets supernatural wrist guards just because he's gonna start throwing hands soon.
Yeah, burning holes in you right now.
This next segment we have 3 Nidhoggs to fight. They're kind of spread out pretty poorly. You want to gather them up with holding square because it has a pulling effect. And you want to try and not actually get all the kills with red, because what you want to do is you want to advance a little bit to the next, to the end of this room where you can hop over some debris. And you want to swap to Barret so that he picks up the enemies with overcharge. That way red is just like free to do stuff. And oh, I guess I hit the wall actually instead of climbing. That's fine. And then you just continue through the Geek Cave. The Geek Cave is honestly not really that complicated, especially if you got some items. Most of the fights are really just either pick off the Nidhoggs or get ATB and throw an item on the geese. Doesn't work on Gin attack. They did change that. Instead of throwing a Phoenix down on him, we actually fight him. And I think it's actually, like, not counting the final fights, Gin attack is the longest fight in the game. Run. Mostly because Red and Barret are not, like, crazy powerhouses.
Yeah, it's one of the rare sections where we're actually gonna use Red. Because it's like, you know, like Red is built more to be, like, tanking and, like, you know, you have the Vengeance mode, but it's like in most scenarios we don't really want to bother with like building up Vengeance mode and using it when we have like other options that are faster.
Exactly, just building up Vengeance mode can take quite a while. Even on Gin attack, our goal is to get Vengeance mode super high because Vengeance mode does enhance our moveset by quite a bit. Because the spinning attack that he does, as well as just his regular attacks, have way more hitboxes. And the spinning attack specifically is really good. It's really good for staggering, actually.
Yeah.
But Yeah, even on Ginatak it takes a while to build up, so you don't really want to deal with that. So here, he deflects our shots, we want to build up ATB and then just throw an explosion.
Yeah, you can see kind of there, like, why the explosions are a big deal, because, like, they're really annoying to deal with when they're, like, deflecting the projectiles. It's like Barret would otherwise be, like, pretty good, but then, like, because of that, it's, like, not that good, and they can kind of, like, can they, like, just kind of go, like, up in the air as well?
I think if the elevation allows for it, yeah. This is so weird. Their positioning was strange. Okay. Also, every time Red says, okay, let's shake a leg after a fight, I keep hearing, okay, let's Chick-fil-A. Just because I didn't even hear shake a leg as an expression before. Like, I know I misheard a lot of stuff, especially when I, like, started learning English as a kid. But even nowadays, you hear some stuff, you're like, huh? What do you mean? Quick product placement, or?
Yeah, I gotta say, like, even though, like, you know, I've been using, like, English more than Finnish for, like, several years, but even then it's like this kind of like phrases and like sayings, like, I'm not that familiar with them. Like, I've heard a lot of them, like, sometimes, but, like, you know, then you get caught with, like, some, like, surprising ones,
shake
or
the leg.
or then it's like, okay, like, I've heard that before, but, like, I don't really know, like, what that means, or.
By the way, these solo Gi fights are a good example of how starting ATB matters, because I can start with half a gauge, I can start with nothing, and anything in between, really. On the previous fight with Barret, I had... Whoops. There. On the previous fight with Barret, he started with no ATB, and Red started with like 20% of a gauge. And they can both start with up to 50% at that point. So that would have vastly sped up the fight, especially the first one, because he wouldn't have even gotten away. I would have overcharged, and then immediately thrown the explosion the moment he gets off of his little podest. It can have quite a big impact, especially in segments where you don't have access to melee blade or something that fills up ATB independently.
Yeah, you could see there, like during the time of, like, filling the ATB, like, we did deal, like, a kind of decent amount of damage, but, like, it still would have taken, like, quite a while longer without the explosion. It's probably like if you didn't have enough, like, maybe you would just, like, manually beat up that guy, for example.
Yeah, that guy wouldn't be much of a priority, but at the same time, like, especially for later fights, you still need to get a hold of ATB in the first place, and sometimes, even if I have the explosion, it's like, okay, I already dealt so much damage, it's not even necessarily worth to menu this out now. If I have to use an elixir, for example, it takes a little longer to menu it than just using a Sidewinder, for example. Because Sidewinder... We mentioned how every character has, like, weapon abilities on their weapons. And usually those weapons, those abilities get better and better. Even for Barret, he has some really good abilities available. Smackdown, Lifesaver, which is a very defensive tool. Or... there was another one that I can't think of, right? Point Blank is also really good. But everything that Red has is honestly, like, not that good. Of course, it's more built for, again, like, tanking capabilities, but in terms of damage, he starts with Sidewinder, and that's good enough for everything, really.
Yeah, it's like, it's one ability that's fast, and, like, the damage is pretty good.
Okay, so here I want to build ATB with Red a little bit, overcharge with Barret. Explosion the Lancer, and you explosion the Archer, and then I just start moving immediately. Or tried to, and then went the wrong direction. This fight is actually skippable, but it's very slow, because you basically have to, like, drag the chain a little bit, not fight these guys, walk away, come back, drag the chain, walk away, come back, drag the chain. It's tedious.
Yeah, a lot of these, like, interactables, like, once you're interacting, then you can't get into combat, but I guess with the chain, it's not that way.
Exactly, for this one, it doesn't work. Hookshots are a very good example. A lot of fights we dodge only because the hookshot in Chapter 9 just makes us impervious to actually getting hit by that encounter zone or something like that.
Yeah, I suppose it's a, kind of a way to like... I would say it's like easier to like program the like interactions that way that they don't have like a state of like being interrupted by combat. Like that could make things weird.
Okay, Sorcerer needs to go first, because if the Sorcerer's alive, he can revive these guys, and if he revives them, as long as they can be revived, the EXP and AP from them that I would get does not like actually apply. You do not get battle rewards until you get rid of the Sorcerer. Or Sorcerers if it's multiple. Okay, quickly grabbing that battle. We used to just climb the wall here, but turns out that just fleeing around like this is faster. Then we have a bit more of chain dragging, and then we finally get to fight Ginatak. I think this is, gameplay-wise, one of my least favorite chapters, just because it kind of drags on. It already has a long segment, a long build-up through Cosmo Canyon, and then the cave in itself is not particularly interesting. Especially because Chapter 7, with the item drops, already kind of decides how well this will go for the most part.
I felt like like in OG, this cave was gonna like some of these enemies were pretty scary in this area. So
yeah, the
like,
spiders.
Yeah, but by the time you were like getting to the end, it was like I'm like kind of like lone items and stuff.
Like that's another thing. This section is not even particularly difficult or anything. It's just like battle a few guys. That's it. Maybe watch out that the Sorcerer doesn't revive these guys. All right, time for Ginatak.
So,
maybe it'll go better than in practice recently.
So we're gonna make use of the like teleporting to the enemy with the party swap here. So we get Fred there, so he can do some tanking while Barret is shooting. And then we can actually get the vengeance mode. We have like about halfway, but we would truly like to get some more here.
Yeah. Do not grab me.
Yeah, grip is not where you want to see. The boss would be able to heal off of that. Okay, the boss is not playing nice. Which one again?
Oh my god, I'll just start now.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be fine.
No, it's not gonna be.
Well,
you'd really want to have like 75-80% of the vengeance gauge, and I started with 60% now because I got a bad opening attack. Not the worst, but not a good one. And then on the second one, I even teleported Red just like a little late. But Ginatak just focused on Barret, and I ended up not getting hit with Red, so I didn't build up vengeance gauge. And then the third one, I blocked one, and then he proceeded to whiff all the other hits as well, because it was the same attack as in the opening again. So this will get a little messy.
Now we have a lot of these like little soul flames to deal with. So Fred can start with like a little sidewinder to like get rid of some of them, and then Barret can clean up with maximum fury and overcharge there. Then we want to pressure the boss here.
Actually, I'll put vengeance now, please.
Oh.
Can we get that?
Yeah, that would really help to get the vengeance back up. Okay, good.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's basically like the backup for like not getting enough earlier. Yeah, with those two sidewinders, we get the pressure, we'll get the stagger.
The thing about vengeance mode is also that if you're still in vengeance mode, you cannot replenish anything.
Yeah.
So you have to wait it out, meaning that if you have a very awkward amount, you'll end up just not really being able to do much of anything.
So there's some like different strats you can do for this. The safer alternative is to save Fred's limit, Bloodfang, for phase 3. That way it should be really easy to finish the fight here. It could be faster to use Bloodfang in phase 2, but it's quite unreliable. You might just end up like whiffing the whole thing or like the big hit, and after that you'd be in trouble.
Yeah, the difference in strats is basically a lot of times you want to use the stagger in a way where you don't have to sit for the entirety of it. Because in phase 2, if things go well, in this case the fight just didn't go well as a whole, you will likely hit the HP gate, so that you will just sit there and stagger, kind of like just waiting, not knowing what to do, building up ATB maybe, just wasting time ultimately, which is why you want to use the limit to push him early. But as Dan mentioned, the limit can whiff, and it's a lot worse if it whiffs with the fast strat than with the slow strat, because phase 3 usually doesn't have much health remaining, so it's not as big of a deal. But if phase 2, if the limit whiffs, then have fun. Enjoy not having anything anymore.
Here's the segment where we can make use of these save loads. You have to do them very, like, at very specific times. I think you can actually like soft lock the game if you like do it at a like bad time.
Yep. Luckily enough, there are autosaves that could protect me from this, because there's an autosave done at the very beginning of this segment, and then there's no autosave for the rest of this, I think. Maybe at the very end after the save loads, but the save loads are safe enough that I don't just like mess it up in a marathon or something like that and it's over.
Of course, also like if you do it at a wrong time, you might just end up not getting any benefit out of it. So
yeah,
it's like, well, and there's also like we had to like kind of think with the shrouding, like at which point like is it going to be worth it to use? Like I think there's like some segments where like you could technically do a save load, but it's not really worth to
even
do.
in this one, there's probably one that is not worth it, that we might not even be aware of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not really sure if there was like one that was like, okay, we could do it, but it's not worth it, because we do have quite a few of them in this section. Yeah, but basically for this whole section, you're not really supposed to be running. You're supposed to be like
jogging at most.
Yeah.
Like Biggs right now, but even Biggs is not supposed to be running, and you see how he's just not properly able to keep up. He just like stutters behind you.
Yeah, it's like his natural running speed is not fast enough to keep up with you, but then the game is like programmed to like make sure that he like stays behind.
Yep. This one right now is one of those parts where you could theoretically mess up. You want to watch until Biggs moves, because that way you know when it's going to progress. And then there's kids here that can ruin everything. You want to wait at the top of the stairs and wait for Biggs to walk past all of these. Because if you safe load at a wrong time and Biggs actually gets caught in one of these, which it doesn't happen if... I think it doesn't happen if you wait, but you need a safe load anyway here. He can get stuck between the kids, and that's how you soft lock, because you can just not progress at this point anymore. But that was the last safe load for now. There'll be a few more later.
And because we can run here, unlike normal, we can actually like get all the way on these like boxes before that cutscene even starts. Not that it really like matters, but you can get some like weird camera angles with that.
You also saw me waiting before that parking lot for a split second, because Biggs needs to be ahead of me at a certain point. I don't like soft lock myself or anything with it, but I just would have to walk back if I don't get it right. Just because, yeah, Biggs needs to be ahead of me to even say his line at that point. Alright. Ceremonial staff. Small little menu here. This is the one time I want to use Team 3 of Aerith Tifa. Aerith gets the ceremonial staff, she gets magic bonus and magic attack power up. And then I equip subversion on Kate, as well as, wait, there was another thing. I equip Barrett's fire material over luck on Kate Sif. And then there's gonna be 3 fights here. The first 2 fights actually kind of matter in speed. You wanna teleport Aerith next to the geese to line up the Spellbound Blast to hit 2 enemies simultaneously. Like right here, I'll be hitting those both Lancers, which will cause them to either attack or use Animus. Also build up a lot of ATB, and then I just end the fight with dive kicks and thunders.
Wow, that's good.
That was really good, yeah.
And the second fight is going to be basically just about the same way, right?
Yeah, if I do it right, and if they don't move too much, if Tifa doesn't with a dive kick, then it should look the same. And the third fight, then I have some leeway, like 3 to 5 seconds, where that I can lose in the fight without actually losing time, because Gi and Tak will be talking a lot during that. I think the Gi themselves, maybe, I'm not sure. Like, someone is talking, and I have to... Nice. That is PC exclusive, by the way. Witnessing exclusive content here. You have to wait for that dialogue to end before Gi and Tak even says anything. And even though you're already gonna be at Gi and Tak, you still have to wait until he then finishes talking before anything really happens. Petrification, by the way. Oh wow, that was actually a little quicker. Maybe a crit, I didn't quite see it. That was a good fight. Yeah, so for some reason the PC version struggles with the camera a little bit. It didn't really happen much yet. Surprisingly enough, that was, I think, the first or second time that something like this happened. Usually you see a lot of them during Materia Guardian or like other fights, where, not sure why, the camera just like constantly like zooms out, goes back, zooms in, and just kind of flickers around. It looks super strange, and it's really just PC exclusive. Palmer, that's a fight where I usually see it every single time, but it didn't happen this time. At least I don't remember. I like how his brooch looks like the Google Chrome symbol. Just like slightly tilted to the left.
It's the evil Chrome.
Yep. The evil Chrome cave. This is what happens if you use Internet Explorer. So on these I have to... Huh? Sorry?
Actually, though, you use the Internet Explorer these days, that'd probably be very unsafe, because like it's not supported anymore.
This is actually what happens. You have to wait for these guys to finish talking, because there's invisible walls, and you, like, even if you want, you just can't walk past these. This fight has 2 sorcerers, and I want to try and pick them off quickly, because they actually get removed, killed, whatever, by a single spellbound blast, and this is actually looking pretty nice. Lancers being a little of a nuisance. Tifa can dive kick. Focus strike would have made even better. This could be nice.
Yeah.
Like, as long as it says to be granted to relay... Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is the last line. And by this line, you want to make it to the stairs, which means I didn't lose time. I didn't gain any time, because I'm gonna be waiting anyway until he's finished talking.
That's a pretty deep voice as well.
Yeah, true. It's also interesting to actually see like a more human manifestation of Gi and Tak in this game.
He really sounds like a kind of like, you know, it's like you boot up a game and there's like an opening cutscene. I think especially like games from like 2000s or something like I feel like a lot of games from that era did something like that. It's like super like deep voice narrator.
He sounds like the guy from the local theme park we have who announces all the scary rides. Okay, so right here you can try and get pushed forward by Barrett, for example. It's a little weird, like he can push you forward so you actually gain some speed, but then they bump into each other so you slow down again, so I'm not even sure which one's actually faster. I didn't time it. In fact, I almost think that this is faster, because I think last time I tried that, he said can't let him have it either, like right when he finished pulling the switch and not a little after. Also, wait. Was Shiny Man. Oh, right, Shiny Man is at the top right now. No. But you can see all the low poly faces here.
Yeah, Tifa looking kind of blurry over there.
Tifa, Cloud, Aerith. This is what happens when you're not playing on max. Even on max it looks kind of wonky. Oh, okay, this game doesn't have max if you have it on high.
I wouldn't say I know about it exactly. Not directly. I just recall some document or other discussing its existence. If we can get to a Shinra...
Okay, what was that? That was a quick flashbang.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, apparently this segment can also, like outside of this, it can also have this weird light flashbang. But we've not seen it at all this run apparently.
Blessings of the planet.
But there's gonna be a nice, like,
You in need of
fail to load
guidance?
textures and stuff. Yeah, you just see us running over nothing for a tiny little bit. That's also a PC exclusive. Many funny exclusive, like, visual glitches. Alright. Done with Cosmo Canyon now. Actually one of the longer segments, because I think the split in itself is like half an hour. And then you have to go here, which you're not here by the... You're only here by like the 10-minute mark. Pretty silly how long this takes. A lot of it is just exposition. Yeah. Another plane ride! Only one more after this. You can move the camera during this too and actually see a lot of it, which is pretty nice. Like, I'm not too big of a fan of how they interpreted, I guess, the connectivity of the world map, having to go everywhere by plane. Like, just the idea in itself I'm not a big fan of, but the implementation of said idea was pretty nice, because you can, like, get a good look at the entire region, for example. Like, Nibelheim region is actually super small. It actually has the smallest amount of objectives as well. And you can basically see the entirety now. Like, this is the entire playable segment.
Nibelheim region also has the, like, I would say, like, the best chocobo with the, like, aqua jet thing you have.
So fun to use.
Yeah, you can move really fast with that, and that's also, like, right here, like, basically you could get the chocobo, and then with that you could do the out of bounds glitch and just go to the Temple of the Ancients, but then you wouldn't be able to progress because of the story flags.
Didn't someone even manage from here to get all the way back to chapter 2 or something like that? Or to Grasslands with the chocobo?
Well, you can get anywhere really, because you can go just like under the map and just like fly wherever. You do need like some kind of like point of entry for all of those places, like some kind of like water area where you can get higher or something like that.
Interestingly enough, like mountable surfaces like that rock just now, if you are in combat, I don't actually know if that works with the other ones, but at least with red where it's relevant, you can just roll over these and it looks kind of funky. Could have done that in chapter 7 as well. I think I did it like on 1, but for the other one didn't get the encounter. Or you just teleport right behind it, that also works. Okay, so now... Yeah, I'll swap to Team 3 now, because 2 chapters from now I'll have to edit Team 3 and the menu aligns with what you have selected right here. So if I go into the menu with having Team 1 and 2 selected, I'll have to also change that in the upcoming menu. And because the team is not relevant now until chapter 13, from this point onward, I'll just have it like this. There's also the last spot where you can like properly talk with your party and it actually having an effect on the affection value, because we're pretty close to the point where it starts mattering. You can of course still change all of that later on, because some of them are like, some of the affection is built up through using synergy skills and attacks, which even on the final fight it still hasn't, and it like changes the value, but it doesn't have an actual impact anymore. What was that filter applying after the cutscenes? I actually had that once happen. I don't know if it was on PC or console, but on one of the upcoming cutscenes, you see like a flashback of the, well, Nibelheim flashback. You see how Cloud like relives some of it close to a bridge and the sky goes dark and all that. And if you skip that cutscene in a specific way, the skybox from that cutscene just transfers over and everything becomes dark. It looks pretty cool, actually. Alright. We had to talk to Aerith there, and we had to see Zack walking up the inn. And now we can talk to Kate Sif. This is actually also, like, kind of interesting, because you have to not be too close, not be too far to trigger this cutscene instantly. Otherwise, they have to, like, readjust and properly face each other. It's really awkward. There are a lot of these, like, really small details in here, which as a whole, make it pretty nicely. Remake had even more of this. In Remake, you sometimes ended battles in a slower way, because finishing, for example, with a Braver instead of a triple slash would put Cloud in a position that gets you into a cutscene quicker. Because a lot of times you want to be either at very specific spots after finishing a fight, or have Cloud be at a very specific state of an animation. It doesn't really apply in Rebirth. We had it a few times, like on the ship, for example. I tried to enter fight with Aerith, just because Cloud needs to be in neutral state for that fight too, to play the cutscene. But Remake was filled with that. We like specifically slowed down a few fights. Marginally, but we did slow them down a little bit just to make sure that we get the fast fade out like that. It's really weird. Also, this weapon is actually really good casually too. It's a Tifa weapon and it's really, really good for building up ATB. And this is the cutscene I was talking about. Depending on how you skip it, I've not been able to replicate it. The skybox just stays dark. Like that! Exactly like that, actually. This is not what it's supposed to look like.
Oh.
It's gonna like brighten up every now and then a little bit, but for the most part things are just gonna stay dark the way it's in the flashback scene. I don't know if it actually changed when it got brighter there. Last time I got that, it did not change back and it just stayed like that until the party swap. Nah, I think it's still dark. Usually the cave is a lot brighter and you see a bit more. Please don't. Thank you very much. Chapter 11 is notorious between runners because of its random encounters. There are a lot of encounters here where the end of the encounter zone is right next to a point that you have to mantle. You cannot mantle in battle, and interestingly enough, even if you get extra height, if it's a like mantable wall or scalable wall, you cannot surpass that. The game will just basically erect invisible walls and you will not be able to get past that, regardless of what you're trying to do. So getting some specific encounters, which are for some reason all placed in some kind of ditch in this chapter specifically, will either mean that you have to fight it out if I would have gotten those birds, for example, earlier, or I would have to just retry and dodge them again.
Come on. Let's find another.
Yeah, usually this looks a lot brighter. I actually do like how it looks right here. It gives Mount Nibel more of the vibes it had in OG as well. It's all dark and like not sad, but just like more imposing, threatening. Actually looks kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I suppose it didn't really have like
you stay there, that's actually great. Only one.
It didn't have like multiple different looks in OG, I think. Like it's like every screen is like always the same.
Always foggy. Though of course the lighting is a little weird right now.
Yeah, it's like when it's like trying to make it bright, but with the like dark skybox, it looks like truly unnatural.
So here we have a bunch of wall that we have to scale. There's a quick menu that we get here. We actually get our final weapon of the run for Cloud here, the Igneous Saber. That's his physical-based weapon, which we actually end up getting really, really late. And what we do is we just want to equip that, and then we rearrange our materia a little bit so we can have AoE arrow, because just like in OG, you have the isolated materia slots, and then you have the paired up ones. And if you use, for example, AoE, which is called Magnify, with an element you can cast that in an AoE. And especially arrow is really useful because arrow works in a way where it latches onto an enemy, creates a small gust, and then it drags them towards you if they're, I guess, small enough or light enough compared to the arrow tier spell you use, or if they can't even be dragged in the first place. And we're gonna utilize that a lot in chapter 12 and 13 whenever this game loads. Take your time. Don't rush it. Thank you. Okay, we also equip Magic Plus because we want to be dealing more magic damage. This was get Wind, swap this down, get Magnify, and that should be it, yeah. I don't think that's tied to the skybox. I think that's literally just the PC version sometimes being incapable of opening the menu or something like that.
Yeah, I think the loadless timer takes like pauses if that takes a long time.
I'm not sure. I mean, you should know. You made it.
Yeah. Well, I definitely like. I don't remember like what the final version ended up being like, but I definitely had some like addresses to like detect that black screen as well.
That dragon is also annoying because it's the same principle as most of the other fights here. It's kind of in a ditch. You can't really walk around it, and you actually have to crawl through a segment. There is a skip you can do where if you enter the fight in a particular way after already getting past it, you can zip or like kind of retry, glitch yourself, whatever you want to call it, through that crawling segment. You'll just pop out on the other end. It's only worth it. It works first try and it saves like a second or two. We don't even understand how it properly works because it worked for everyone for like a week or two when the game released, and after that it just stopped working. Not even because of a patch, because you can still do all of these kinds of tricks in other segments, and there just hasn't been a patch between when it did and when it didn't work. Just something that everyone started doing differently.
Yeah, that dragon is definitely one of those where, like, I actually didn't think it was skippable, but
I mean,
it is.
If you look at the encounter meter, because we never talked about that, but once it looks kind of, I guess, how do you call it? Intuitive. Like once the red circle closes, that's when you get the encounter. There are segments in the game, we already ran past one of those, where it's not just if the enemy gets close enough to you, but if you walk through a specific part of an encounter zone, you get the encounter regardless. We have that in chapter... We have something like that in chapter 8 before dying. There's the ditch we fight Palmer in. Before dying though, there are two sandhog or sand occupiers or whatever they're called. And these guys have one of those forced encounter zones straight in the middle, but you can just walk around that easily and just take the side that they are not on. And the same thing is also in chapter 13 later, but the dragon, for example, doesn't have something like that, so we can edge our way along the wall, even scale the wall if we are about to get an encounter, and you can see how the thing is really trying to get together, but we're just preventing it. Also, that line just now that Yuffie had has the most amount of subtitles. I think there are like 2 or 3 lines in the entire game. We have like more than 2 lines in the subtitles, and it always looks kind of weird with that much text on the bottom.
Yeah, I think Barrett also has like 1 line.
Yeah, during Mithro Golem.
Yeah, that was 4.
No one told you anything? No, nothing.
Alright, now we're coming up on one of the fights that casually can actually be a really big nuisance. But not just an easy, but just any category. Even if you do like a, like in my case, a platinum trophy run, you don't really grind much, and you go to hard mode, this fight's a joke. You can just really easily exploit how this fight works. It's Diabolic Variant. He has like a main body and an arm, and we just damage it a lot. And can't catch up.
Let's get the Berserk buff.
I forgot Sonic Boom, but it's fine.
Yeah, it should be okay. Like, we just basically go all in on damage, get the stagger, and you know, well, we dealt over half of its HP before even the stagger.
Usually that power cleave just now would have ended the fight, but I forgot to use a Sonic Boom, so I had to do an extra one. But even then, like, I messed up, and it was still an absolutely pathetic fight.
Yeah, it's like a rare case of like you don't even bother using Omni Strikes during the stagger.
Yeah.
It's like the boss just dies to like a power clip.
The idea of that boss is that once he goes to, I think, like 2/3 or 60% health, he uses that End Shadow move, which is an HP gate in his case as well. Like, he has to use that before he can be defeated. And the idea is he uses End Shadow, you have like a few more seconds to attack him, and then he teleports away, and then there are going to be clones, which are, I'm still not sure to this day if they're like actually distinguishable. They have different colors, and I think one can only do certain moves while the other ones can't, but I haven't really like fully figured that out, because usually you can avoid that, especially in a run. And the idea is basically just that you're getting overwhelmed by numbers, you're getting poisoned, so it's a like timer-based battle. Plus, if you leave the clone alive for too long, the original one actually has like an extra move that it winds up. It's not that it channels it or anything, it just happens in the background. It eventually will tell like, oh, I'm about to do the move, and that one deals a lot of damage. I don't remember what it was, if it was like an explosion or something like that, because I only saw it once even. But it's a thing it can do. Also, I noticed the skybox was still dark.
Yeah, I like switched the lighting quite significantly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and agree with you there.
Alright, Kate segment.
It's practically drowning in a sea of black.
It's the bane of every new runner, really, because the throwing mechanics that they introduce for this, I get the idea behind it, but they are a little weirdly implemented. You have to basically go into a throwing stance and either pull the analog stick back to throw a crate at targets, or you do it with the touchpad. The touchpad is better, but not faster. Because of the touchpad, you actually get more distance. And with the analog stick, you have to specifically hold the analog stick all the way down, otherwise it will not give you the full distance. It's really silly. I don't know why it's made that way, but it makes us like do these things in a very particular way. For example, right here, instead of aiming and trying to like utilize the aim mechanic to properly hit the switch, we just walk until we see that it lines up, and then we just press R1 square. And same we do with this and one more switch. Later we will be aiming a little bit just because it's movable targets. Got a little weapon here. This weapon, Golden Megaphone, actually has the one skill we want for Kate. It's pretty good stat-wise. I think the second best one for physical. The best one takes way too long to get. And it has Moogle Knuckle, which, similar to Tifa's Omni Strike, is actually able to increase the stagger bonus you get on a boss. And it just generally deals pretty decent damage. It's not that bad of a move, especially considering it's like Kate. You don't necessarily go for big physical damage. And right here we actually have a save load. We need to menu anyway, and we use that menu to also just save load in the meantime. So I press the wrong button, prioritize attack, and then it's... No, that's actually no Materia swap. I just equip... What was it? Breach, Fire, Knuckle... Cloud gets Magnify Arrow, and Aerith gets Hazardous, and Thunder's already equipped. At this point we then do a save load. And now, because I started the elevator, similar to the thing in chapter 7 that I quickly like glanced over, or talked about real quick, is just warps down. It was already on its way down, and the game does not bother like saving the motion. It's just like the next state that it's gonna be in, where it's valid, is gonna be like down here. So it remembers that, and when you save load, it just puts it down here immediately. If not for the menu, this wouldn't necessarily be worth it, I think. At least if you play on console. On PC, due to loadless, it is definitely worth it. These fights are all a little bit weird. I learned that it's not a PC thing, but for some reason, Kate just doesn't... Oh, nice. Doesn't always start with his weapon drawn. So what you... Also, this one, for some reason, has really not been wanting me to get free. You only have to roll, but for some reason, it just doesn't work. Yeah, I do not understand why this is happening. This has not happened until like 3 days ago. Basically, with Kate, you don't have the weapon drawn for some reason all the time. What you want to do in those fights then is you want to... Once I get this done, you want to attack with him once, because that way he will draw the weapon. You basically want to manually draw it, and then you can use Spellbound Blast, because basically Kate is just, for some reason, not ready when he goes into battle. And even if you charge up a Spellbound Blast, because Kate is not in a combat state yet, he will not participate in it for a little bit. That's why you want to get at that attack. Okay, here you have to cushion the fall of the box, otherwise it breaks. And then this is also the same thing. I walk up to it and then... Well, I don't have to walk up to it. It's a little, takes a little. You can aim here. It depends on how comfortable you're with aiming. You could also spend time aiming and then waste time on that. Walking is usually okay, especially if the box lands in a better spot. It'll land a little bit far away this time. get an encounter here, but similar to Tifa and Cloud, you can use Kitty Wall Up or the attacks to just chain dodges. And then here, I didn't draw the weapon yet. There. Spellbomb Blast once, twice, depending on how quickly these guys die. Get a few boxes, because now, and this is the part that most new runners struggle with, and I struggled with as well for a while. This thing only spins when you look at it, and you want to get one in while it's spinning, and you're usually supposed to be waiting until it comes back around. But what you can actually do is you can kind of do a little trick shot. I want to see the thing approaching the dispenser, basically, or the place it dispensed at. Line it up with the third light, and then wait 1, 2, 3 now to hit that small thing, and yeah, then it drops in there as well, because that one doesn't even have to open a latch, it just lands immediately.
Yeah,
Takes a little bit to get used to that, but it's actually like very consistent if you just have some way to quickly count, I guess. Okay. I'll just spellbound. Thunder there. Now, I need to pay attention to Kate's MP, because Kate will use a few more fire-ups. Well, at least one more fire-up, but there's also a property that Spellbomb Blast has, where that the character that is used to join in this Spellbomb Blast, Kate, Yuffie, Tifa, they get MP siphoned from them and Aerith gets it, which in itself is a good thing. But we actually have to be careful with our MP management in that regard, because we want to be able to use Breach on the next fight. And if we don't watch out for MP, like for example we went from 42 to 38 in this fight, then we'll not be able to use Breach, which will then make it a 50-50 on whether the fight that's coming up is going to be good or not. Like, it's going to ruin it in one way or another anyway, but depending on if he puts up a full physical shield or full magical shield, it'll be a bigger or smaller or bigger impact. The physical would really be annoying, because then we can still pressure him, but we can't pressure him super well, but we won't be able to stagger him. That's like the big thing. There's a little bit of a distant throw. This Adjudicator can be skipped naturally, like you can just roll around it basically. He was a little bit in a weird spot, but this next one is probably one of the few like somewhat glitchy skips that we have. So what we do here is we climb these pallets, we roll into the wall, and once we roll into the wall we go for a safe load. We're kinda in the wall-ish, which will put us all the way up at the top floor, because the game tries to push us out of the wall, basically. You can use it with the Moogle as well, because another thing that save loads do is they usually put your character slightly above the state that they were saved in. I think probably for like glitch prevention, because we used to also, like, I think we found save loads in the past where we can clip through the wow, clip through the floor, and this is just a way to prevent those save loads, but it allowed us to do stuff like this. Now Yin Yang has like either a physical face or magical face. This is the magical face. It's the worst face. But now he should be doing something called Yang Takes Aim, which will deal damage. And now the Moogle or me will just end the fight, because he gets put to 1 HP. On hard mode, that can be a death sentence if you don't have Reprieve, because that deals a crazy amount of damage. Like, I think 20,000 or something I've seen deal, which is a lot. You can't get that much HP. Oh, let me actually quickly ether. But on easy mode, it's not that big of a deal. Just stagger him, have him blow up. If Yang awakens first, you basically do the inverse of that fight, and he won't explode either. So instead of going in with in the stagger with physical and then a fire, you go for physical until he breaks that one half, and then he becomes vulnerable to magic. Why am I missing all of these? It's not super easy. There's also a small thing. It hasn't happened here, but it could have happened during the spinning target section, for example, where you aim with Kate, and I don't know if it's like the fence or something, but there's a possibility that Kate just does not hit or does not throw it where it needs to go, or where you aimed. And this is not that good. You usually want to get like a very low 50-second time, but I whiffed like, I think I whiffed 3 throws, so 38 is not amazing. It's fine though. This is not easy at all, especially if you usually do it with the touchpad. The touchpad is just a little slower. Or a little harder to use even, because of the touchpad you have to hit like the top middle part of it to initiate the throw, and sometimes it feels like you hit it, but you don't actually get it.
For this, we need to like enter the code for the vault, but it's always the same, so we don't really need to go check what it is. We just know and put that in.
It's the same code as in OG.
Yes, and that's also true. So played the OG and you got here. You could have just done that if you remembered the code.
Can you? What? Why did it go back? It's a little fit.
Yeah, it's like to like change it, you need to like rotate the analog stick. So
and it's
like,
very sensitive.
Yeah, it's kind of an imprecise input method. For Forgotten Specimen, now start with some spellbound blasts. Then after that, we're gonna teleport Barret with the like party switch and guarding. Okay, we can overcharge. Teleport Kate here. Let's try. Let's try this useful because it actually gives some ATB back when you hit with that.
Which I didn't, unfortunately.
I thought it hit, but yeah, then you'll just need to work a little bit harder for that ATB. Okay, got the pressure.
Don't run away!
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'll hit. Yeah, this boss, especially like with this team, it'd be pretty rough to go through phase 1 without the stagger, so I'm gonna just do that.
Overcharge. That's fine. Yes,
Okay, finally the phase 1 session.
Yeah, but I'm not Aerith.
Like this is the point where the boss is gonna put up either reflect or whatever the other thing, physical barrier was called, but we just breached that right away, so now we can just proceed as normal.
Is it gonna pressure? Yep, still pressures. I wasn't sure if it pressures because I didn't get the overcharge out.
Yeah, and Barret was ready with the focus shot, so now we can just go on the stagger.
Nice. Still kill him in stagger. Very nice.
Good.
That fight can get really, really messy. It's probably one of the few fights where if you don't know how to do the strat, there isn't like a simple solution. A lot of times it's like when in doubt, use Spellblade. You don't have Spellblade, you have Spellbound Blast, which is a good substitute, but it still doesn't quite cut it for this boss, especially because if you use too much magic, he goes into magic resistant phase. So yeah, that one is really tricky. You kind of have to know how to work around his kinks, you know, how to work out basically how he pressures, when to time your Spellbound Blast, what he could do, what to do if you get, for example, Caustic Regurgitation or something like that is the move called. He can do that in phase 1 and basically immediately put, or not immediately, but over time put Kate to 1 HP. Which can be really annoying for phase 2 because he puts up a pool of acid in the middle, which deals ever so slight damage, but it's enough to down a 1 HP character.
But here we're gonna go right into another boss fight. It's gonna be Gallant Beast. You know,
bit of walking first.
From before. Well, yeah, I mean we have to walk this, but after this, it's gonna go right into the boss.
So this walking is actually kind of inconsistent. You can lose a lot of time to this. People have lost 15 plus seconds to just this walking. If you like wiggle the stick forward a little bit, it's not as bad.
So you're kind of depending on what the boss does, so you may need to dodge.
Well, the idea is to usually dodge in, but he rarely uses it, so I wasn't ready for that this time. Somersault kick, or...
Yeah, at that point you're just kind of like hoping that he comes near so you can land the power cleave.
The whiffed!
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
What are you doing? Okay. Counter, that's fine.
That works.
Power cleave, overcharge. Power cleave, let's ride. I think I was supposed to do another power cleave, but I'll just berserk. That's enough damage. I did extra damage anyway, so it should be good.
Yeah, and we have buffs up on Cloud, and limit is almost full. So we should be able to get a pressure here pretty quick. There we go, then go for the focus thrust and focus shot, that gets the stagger. And now we have the limit ready. Also the Mogul punch from K-Sys also increases the stagger damage multiplier, so that helps.
Okay. Yeah, that fight is also really messy if you don't know what to do. It's relatively simple in terms of that you only need to deal damage to pressure.
Yeah.
And it's not that much damage that you have to deal, but he's very swift. He dodges a lot, and especially in phase 2, if you don't know his moves all too well, he'll be dodging out of your power cleaves. Also, this is a funny way of triggering the cutscene. Usually you're supposed to walk forward to the group of people, but the cutscene trigger is kinda very generous, so you can just walk to the side.
And what we do in this fight is just like keep using these cleaves. So we're building up stagger, ATB I mean, and then we try to like perfect block his moves, because that like kind of gives an opening where like he gets flung back, and we can just like keep attacking. We already got enough ATB for the sonic boom, and then dealing some amount of damage here in phase 1 still, but we gotta build up ATB for phase 2. And we have Berserk and Sonic Boom ready, so at this point phase 2 should be very simple, just using Braver 2 times.
I'll dash once and then use Braver because I don't have full ATB.
Okay, yeah, good.
Also messed up a little bit in phase 1 because I used the Sonic Boom a little early. And the idea is that you, as Dan mentioned, you either parry his moves, which there is a materia to make parrying a lot easier. Whoops, wrong button. And I'm getting punched off a black screen. There's a materia to make parrying a lot easier. It's the perfect block materia. Not perfect, it's not steadfast, it is... No, it is called perfect block, yeah. The perfect block materia. And that one just makes the timing a lot more generous. With that one, the strat is very easy. Without it, the timing is actually very tight because he has varying delays depending on the move he does. So you have to see how he holds a sword when he does the attack. Remember which move it is, which can be like a fire, just like swing. He can attack you, he can use a few other moves. And based off of that, you have to hit that few frame window where you parry him. You do that twice in the fight if you don't mess up. Once at the start of the 5 cleaves. And the second one you skip by just waiting for him to attack, and then you Sonic Boom to interrupt him real quick. This is also the longest plane section. It's also, I guess, the one of the most exposition, because now it's like, oh, your free trial of open world gameplay is about to end. Better do the side quests now. And then you have chapter 12, and after chapter 12 you can basically decide whether you want to like continue with any side quests or whatever, or you can just continue with the story, which at that point then becomes well, linear again because it's the finale. But it's still a little bit to go because the final, the 13th chapter is actually really long. I think it's like, if you include the walking after Demon's Gate, it's like nigh on an hour. 55 minutes or something like that. It's pretty long. But then chapter 14 is pretty quick, like 20 minutes. This chapter is also like 20 minutes. So we are well in time. This is also the one cutscene that has not changed. The one plane cutscene that didn't change from the speed up, because you can speed up, to technically get to the cutscene skip quicker, but for some reason this cutscene skip specifically is also inconsistent. Like sometimes I just start giving you the cutscene skip a little later, so you just hold triangle and make your life easy with that. Also, I found this cutscene pretty funny when I first played it, because there are like 7 people in the plane right now, and everyone except for Vincent is like, "Hey, oh, Sid, the plane's kind of like crashing and burning, what are you doing?" And all Cloud needs to say is just, "Hey!" And then he's like, "Oh, okay, never mind." Everyone gives him like a reason, like, "Yo, we're about to crash, what is happening?"
Hey.
Hey, okay. Like, you're the leader. This little segment is actually interesting. So if you play New Game Plus, there are a few things you can just avoid or skip. Usually, like, I guess I'll call it like filler stuff. But if you have to like fetch items or something like that, or talk to certain people, on New Game Plus you can skip that. It allows you to skip a decent bit. But this segment, they really want to make sure that you hear the entire dialogue. So on New Game, they always artificially slow you down. But on New Game Plus, you get your speed back quicker. Like right now, I slowed down a little bit, and it's gonna slow down to a crawl, like in a few lines. Something like this, yeah. So it's gonna be like this for quite a while now, where we just have to listen to what they're talking about. Basically talking like, oh, we need the keystone to get into the temple, but the keystone is like at the saucer, maybe not, we're not sure. Ultimately, it is at the saucer, so we're gonna be getting it there. But yeah, New Game Plus, for example, doesn't have to listen through all of it. I think New Game Plus speeds up now. Now or when Barrett starts talking, I'm not entirely sure. But we have to wait a little bit longer.
From what I tested, like I was kind of wondering, like, okay, is there like some way to maybe like avoid this like speed down, maybe like save loads or something? But it's like, no matter what I did, it seems like there's just like an area that's specified where it's like, if it's new game and you're in that area, you're gonna move slowly.
Yep. Really want to make sure you hear everything. Because on New Game Plus, you do end up skipping some dialogue. Like, I'm not even sure if you hear this part.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, you don't even hear that part. Like, you hear Barrett talking like, hey, Sid, you work with Shinra? He's like, yeah, every now and then. And Barrett goes like, oh, and we have a problem. And that's when you usually get done. That was like 20 seconds ago or something. This entire dialogue is skipped. Alright. Now that we got that out of the way. Sure, Yuffie. We now... I didn't press it too early, so apparently, I learned that last run, if you press touchpad too early, then the game's not ready for you to fast travel yet, and it tells you the objective is right next to where you are. And because I never saw it, I was like, wait, what happened? Like, the objective should gold saucer, and it just wouldn't let me warp. Turns out I just pressed the touchpad like a few frames early, and the game wasn't ready. Also, a small PC exclude... Oh, wait! Oh, well, I guess it might happen when I come back. In a bit. But there are times where this Moogle transporter, the guide Moogle, is just not there. It just doesn't load in quickly enough. And then you, like, just... You can interact with it, which then it actually loads in a little bit quicker. But you just, like, stare at a blank space where it should be. Also, Corneo is back. That's in addition to OG. Because usually I think in OG at this point they were like recapping what has happened. Like telling everyone, because now you can have Vincent, Sid and all that. Just have a quick conversation. This happened, that happened. Then the Keystone event happens and then you go to the temple. While here you have actually like 3 boss fights that were smushed into this section. Here we quickly warp out, just because it's a little faster than walking the entire path. Yeah, right. There, you see the symbol even on the ground. But he's not there. There he is. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that happens like immediately or if it happens after you warp. I haven't played on PC in a bit. I've been playing the console version a little bit because at least normally the RTA for console is a few minutes faster, and I've been a little short on time recently. Like pre-work, just quickly banging out a 6-hour run. So this is where the affection meter matters in terms of like which date you get in chapter 12. The difference is really only which character plays in the Loveless, not musical, but theater that is about to happen.
The play.
And the play, yes, that's what I was looking for. And then also who's gonna accompany you on the following fights. And we want Tifa to accompany us, just because she has Sparkly free. Small little Zack segment. Oh yeah, right. On New Game Plus, there's actually, like, once you beat the game, there's a setting where you can specifically skip all the Zack segments. You just will never even play those. Even the one at the very beginning, so you just get to not have these interludes. It's not like there's much gameplay in them anyway. Outside of the save loads, there's not even too much interesting stuff happening. Now we get another cutscene skip. Any moment. There. And so the date requirement actually has like a certain amount of affection you have to hit. If you don't hit enough for anyone, you get the boys. You get Kate, Sid, and Vincent, which is actually a funny constellation because the idea is that they go like on the Sky Wheel later as well and have like some kind of deep talk on there as well, whether it's with Tifa, Yuffie, Barrett, Red. Also, his hair is funny. But with these guys, it's just like they go on the Sky Wheel. I think Cloud starts talking or something like that, and then nobody cares, and it's just a silent ride for the rest of it. It's a pretty funny cutscene, actually. For the play itself, what matters is that, like, you can have Aerith, Yuffie, or Tifa as the lead actress. But for completionists, for example, it only matters if you had Yuffie or Yuffie and Tifa, because Aerith for some reason is always counted as the as a lead actress, probably because of the singing she does after. Oh, it's right stick, not left stick. And then you have to have Yuffie and Tifa before that. This is also something you can skip in New Game Plus. But this one actually like does not change. Like this one for sure does not change depending on the buttons you press. This one always looks the same. Just like a 1 minute cutscene for each of these. It also doesn't matter what you do, because you either have like the Barrett or Red fight at the beginning. Then there's the second one, you have the other one that you didn't have before. And the third one is then a combo fight where you fight both of them with whoever is your lead actor, in this case Aerith. But it actually matters for like the rank. You can get like B, A, S, and double S rank. And I think the double S rank can only be attained if you do them in a certain order as well. Because of this order, for example, for some reason the first 3 inputs are counted as good, while with the other order they're counted as great. It's like weirdly specific, but it doesn't even matter for like completing the entire game, whether you get S rank or double S rank. I didn't even know double S was a thing until like way later.
Yeah.
Then you have to fight against Red. I wish they would be able to use these abilities in battle, like Red with a Fire Breath, Barrett with, I mean, he's focus shot, but like that grappling, like Kingdom Hearts 2 Terra whip move. Red having clones, all of which being able to attack. Can't believe characters are stronger in cutscenes than in gameplay. It's like the boss that gets recruited after you beat him, and then he's like nothing. Has like maybe a base fire spell or something. I was gonna say like Time Lord in Saga Frontier, but that actually, like, he actually keeps his magic spells.
Yeah, I'm still lawless HP in the party.
Well, yeah, but he at least keeps like overdrive, and Kareen also keeps like reverse gravity and all that.
Yeah.
Whoops, too early. And then you just... This is the only one where it actually matters what you choose, because the other ones are just further away. It takes longer to scroll to Baird and Aerith than to Red. Luckily though, after this, it's actually gonna be a lot of like gameplay for quite a while. So this game has like a lot of these small interludes where you don't really have much to do. And for some of them you can also use them as bathroom breaks if you're doing the run like at home yourself. But after this it gets a little action-packed for quite a while until we beat Song and Elena. Before Demon's Gate gets a little slower again. And then it picks up again for Genova. There's the big beam, which is also not like a synergy attack you can use. It would be pretty nice. And then Phoenix appears. The only time you see a summon in the run. On most fights you can't even accidentally summon because it like takes a little while till you get the summon meter full. But there are a few fights where you can get Ifrit out, for example, even though you're not intending to. Because unlike in Remake, you don't have to go and earn the summons. Okay, in Remake you get Ifrit from Jesse, but that's it. A Rebirth you start with Ifrit, Chocobo Mog, and Shiva. So it's, I guess, a little more easy in Rebirth to accidentally summon something. Anyway, time for Skywheel Square. Get a little awkward conversation. We can skip the entire thing, it's not like we have to watch it. Would be fun, but takes a while. These cutscenes are long, especially because I think everyone except for Kate Sif also has like 2 versions of it. Like if you have the affection meter just high enough, you get the standard version. If you have it super high, then usually the conversation expands into like slightly more deep talk level, or like something happens during that scene depending on the character. Not for Kate, I think they just like fall asleep, don't care, and that's it.
Yeah.
And now, due to how we set up all the affection, this is where it matters. We have Kate because he was the, well, date pretty much, and then we have Tifa because she's the second highest. And we can edit Tifa out of here, but we don't really want or need to because Tifa's good. It's exactly what we want.
There's going to be a series of battles here. For the first one, there's like a lot of these Cornelius lackeys. We want to use magnified arrows to group them up and then just cleave them with power cleave, which like does have some of that like splash damage kind of like it hits nearby enemies. It's pretty good when they're grouped up.
I think there was one. Oh, I thought there was another one to the left.
Yeah, yeah, I thought so too.
But I guess Kate or Tifa picked them off.
Then we have like these mini cactuars, or I guess there's well,
Corneo.
Yeah.
Corneo cactors.
Yeah, it's kind of gonna like wait for them to like show up, do some cleaves, get staggers, power cleave them.
Yeah, they stagger really quickly, but you have to check what they do. Like on charge, you have to dodge their attack, because otherwise they don't get targetable. Spine Spew, you have to wait for them to start it. 1,000 Needles, you can interrupt them.
And then finally, we're gonna dash in, start power cleaving while they're like grouped up here. Should be able to take care of the little guys really easily here.
Staggers them both too.
Yeah. So we actually have a limit already from getting those staggers. Then we can quickly finish it. Then we have Absu. Start with some power cleave and then we want to get some counters.
Absolutely horrible fight. Absu can play nicely, but he can also be like he is right now and use pounce and charge which are both moves that just put him in a different place. And Power Cleave is not really known for its good range, so we have to chase him. The best thing is he just keeps using bash and smash and all that. The problem with Pounce is also that it pressures him, which means now I have to be careful that I don't accidentally stagger him. Dodging with Tifa, I did that on Genova earlier as well. Doesn't... Okay, I should have used K probably. Dodging with Tifa doesn't actually fill up anything with the stagger meter. It just deals a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and you can see there at the end, just letting that Power Cleave hit while not controlling Cloud, so now we can instantly stagger here.
Now we just pump out Omni Strikes and Cross Slash in between. What? I thought I saw it skip. Okay, now quickly... No, not... Kate. We want to heal up here. We actually want to do it quickly, because if you don't do it quickly enough, you get locked in the menu and you have to, like, quit out the... Like, not quit out the game, but leave the menu again. Just, like, a little inconvenient time loss.
So for this, again, Lena is kind of the easier one to deal with, so that's where we start. Okay, we've got the...
There we go.
Phase transition now. For phase 2, we can start with Spellblade, and we need to watch out for this nade field. We can teleport all the characters in.
What? Wait. Okay, wait. I can fix this.
Okay, get them grouped up. Focus thrust.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, good. Them both at the same time. Again, Root is still pressured, so we should be able to finish the fight from here.
Want to buff a lot because Root has crazy HP. And then just Omni-Strike a lot. There we go. Now the actual challenge.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Now we have Rufus. And for Rufus, we're going to wait for an opening. He has like a limited amount of shots, after which he reloads. We'll do a couple cleaves.
Wait. Oh,
that...
Dude, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, Cloud just went airborne for no particular reason.
He can... Stop counter Kimbo like that? Or did it hit me? That was so strange.
Okay, we're going to need another opening now. Wait for him to reload. Okay, then do a couple cleaves, and then
there we go.
Now we stay on the ground, and then by triggering his counter and using our Braver against his counter, we can just like hit that, and Braver immediately staggers Rufus every time.
It's like his weakness.
Yeah, it's the same as in Remake.
Yep.
Okay, it should be very close to phase 2 now.
Yep. Phase 2 should go smoothly at least.
Yeah, now we have full ATB, we have Sonic Boom buffs up. For phase 2, now we have the dog here. Dark Star.
That is wrong what's saying there, by the way. Oh, wait, he countered! Okay, we're gonna scramble. Oh,
we want to hide Dark Star so that we break the link, and then Rufus gets pressured, and then get the same Braver trick out, and should be able to finish the fight here. Kind of depends on what Dark Star is doing. Like, yeah, you might get hit there, but that was fine. It was only the beginning where...
That strat is so much better than I thought. Like, I think what happened there is usually if you attack Rufus directly, he blocks your hit. He parries you with his gun if he's currently able to act out of it. And then he... No, then he just, like, blocks you. As he did there, he counters you, and you get attacked by a Dark Star after that, too. But the way the strat is supposed to work is you want to Braver Dark Star to sever the link, then you want to do a cleave into a Berserk buff, and which will again set up Rufus so that we can actually Braver him and stagger him. Which, should we note it, those staggers don't count as like proper staggers, like you don't get the actual limit buildup, which also is a little bit annoying, but we can deal with that. We get the second stagger, we do an op swap. We didn't really explain that yet, but if you swap out of a Punisher mode into Operator mode, Cloud does an attack, like just like a circular swing kind of. If you do it out of an action, like you were attacking and then you op swap within a certain amount of time, he does the same, but actually deals a lot of damage with it, zips through the enemy, Usually he like positions behind him and gets a lot of ATB back. So what we want to do after that Braver is we immediately want to op swap, build up one more set of ATB and just Braver again. And it seems like as long as you get the Braver off on Darkster, you can even do that if things go wrong like it did just now, which I haven't had that happen with that strategy, but it's very nice to see because phase 2 can be really annoying. If you swap into Punisher mode, by the way, there's a, I guess, a similar thing for that. You have parry frames or counter frames whenever you guard in Punisher mode. And if you time your guard, you get a perfect counter, take no damage and all that. But the swap from Operator mode into Punisher mode counts as a block or as a counter. Meaning that you can even time the swap as a parry to make sure that the enemy doesn't damage you or you like get ATB or whatever you're trying to accomplish at that moment. You also grab Crystalline Crosser because that's Yuffie's physical weapon. We honestly don't even really grab it because it's super necessary. In fact, I think Sid even like the... Well, not record holder right now, Chrysalis record, but like one of the two people who are like the top runners of this game, he actually routed out Crystalline Cross because it doesn't really change much. It does increase Yuffie's physical attack, but you don't use much of that anymore. You generally don't really use Yuffie that much. You use her more for Spellblades at this point, if she's even necessary to be used. Windstorm. And that's kind of it. Spellbomb Blast, of course, if you have Aerith in your party as your leader. And now this is pretty much where you... This is like the last point where you could start doing side quests. In fact, one of the side quests with a secret boss opens up on, when you start chapter 12. And I guess the idea is that you're doing that one now because the side quest requires you to visit a few certain spots in these waters, which we obviously won't be doing now. It doesn't take that long, but we would have to go and transmute that thing, and I think to transmute that we have to have a certain... It would still take a while. You need to also do like a lot of side stuff, like even if you were... You could make that, for example, an extra category, just like kill the super boss. But it would require you to get 4 objectives done in every map, like Nibelheim, Cosmo Canyon, Grasslands, Junon, what am I forgetting? Corell. 5? I thought it was 6. I'm thinking of 5 right now. Gongaga. Right, yeah. I forgot Gongaga. You would get 4 side quests done in each of those, which then you can go and kill the super boss. Honestly, it might not even be that bad of a category, because it kind of takes out the monotony of Plat, and it adds a little bit to any percent. There are a few interesting fights that actually come out of that too. At least 4. Like the ones on the island itself. Maybe like 5 or 6, because some of the quests actually have interesting fights too. Yeah, 2 of them have. So the goal right now is really just to head to the Temple of the Ancients, but it's a long trek. We just line ourselves up that the notification of the target location is exactly north, so we want to go straight at it, because the cutscene trigger... This cutscene has to trigger either way. Even if you're New Game Plus and you can warp immediately to the temple, it'll pull you back, play the cutscene, and then you have to warp there again. In New Game, of course, we cannot teleport there. We didn't unlock the teleport location yet. We haven't been there yet. But if you just follow that dot, you have the quickest way to trigger that cutscene, because you can't get here without the cutscene whatsoever. If you could, it would probably just cause the same issues as with everything else if you start skipping stuff. These waters are interesting. So, I haven't really figured out how it works, but if you move in a particular way, it actually worked out just now, you don't get slowed down on the way to the port. Or only at the very end. Okay, this should be team 3, as I set it up before. Yes, so what I'll do here is I'll put Yuffie over Aerith on team 3, but then I'll continue using team 2 for a little bit. Team 3 is really, or Yuffie is really only used for 3 fights. There's gonna be one fight with like 16 enemies, and Windstorm kind of just lasted that fight, because Windstorm doesn't care how many enemies there are, it just cares about whether the enemies can be dragged or not. And then there are 2 more fights later where Aerith would be fine, but we want to have a party that has Spellblade and Power Cleave, which is really only used with Aerith and Tifa or Aerith and Yuffie. And we want to keep the other party where we have Red, because there's going to be 1 more combat dodge. It's just not worth putting in Aerith just for the Spellblade. So we decide to keep Yuffie for the rest of it.
So this fight is actually really tricky. If you've played this casually, then you might remember this as being like really long, because there's like a lot of reinforcements that come in. If you clear this fast enough, you can actually avoid the reinforcement. So we just cleave these, use some arrow, which hopefully will hit both of them. If not, then Tifa can kind of like help clean up, but that went quite smoothly.
Correct. Basically, if I would have spent like, I think even just 2 or 3 seconds extra on that fight, reinforcements would have arrived from like the long catwalks left and right. And taking those out takes a while, but as long as they didn't spawn, I'm not really worrying about anything, so I can just pick up the fight real quick and immediately move on. We initially even thought that it might not even be possible to do that in New Game. Initially it was found for New Game Plus, because New Game Plus is a lot stronger. And then gradually we found strats for both easy and normal on how to force that. Oh, nice shield. Wait, I have Yuffie out. I mean, not that it matters. Barret isn't really useful here. Yeah, I guess I never have to swap to Team 2 for this. Barret doesn't do anything. If anything, Spellblade could be nicer now that I think about it. Well, maybe that's not even that bad. Because with Spellblade, I should be able to hit the riot shield, the riot troopers even if they're guarding. Not like with the actual smackdown of the blade, but with the shockwave.
Yeah.
Now we have some gravity puzzles, which there are actually some, I guess, side paths you can take here. So it's a little bit tricky to get the hang of it first time you learn it, but it's ultimately not that bad. We skip like, I think, 2 side paths or something like that. This is where I want to swap to Team 1, because I'm going to have like 1 more encounter where dodging with Red will be better. After this, there just really won't be any optional encounters that I'll be running into, in which I have Red available. So now we climb up here. Change gravity again. Oh, by the way, you probably noticed that Kate is gone. Because story-wise, at least, Kate, like, from perspective of the party, as an OG, betrayed them. But in OG, while Kate stayed around, in Rebirth, he actually drops out for this chapter. He comes back for chapter 14, the finale. But not for this chapter. Also, that was the one fight where I wanted Red. Just because it's a bit faster to dodge with him. Now I'm swapping back to the Yuffie team. Gonna climb a little bit on the ivy or whatever it is. It's probably like ivy, or supposed to be. There's a little bit of a funky trick you can do in one of the side segments of this ivy, because you can like weirdly slant yourself in a way where it looks like Cloud is just hovering in a like fetal position or something like that in the air, suspended, not being able to do much. It just looks kind of funny. There's no merit to it, but you know, just stuff you find out when crawling and finding the way. There's a fight where yeah, sure. Come on. Okay, let me get them stunned one more time with arrow magnify. Do this. Do this, which hopefully targets the other 3 guys. Wait, what? He just decided to not... This is messy. This fight is generally really problematic, just because those shield guys almost always immediately turn around and you don't have ATB at the start. I need to figure out something for that. Maybe Yuffie would actually be better, because she can immediately take them off their feet with her ranged attack. While Barrett would have his shots clank from the shield as well. This is another part where you want to like walk along the terrain to... What?
Yeah, I didn't know that's possible.
Well, he's probably gonna despawn, right? Oh, interesting. Last time I went there, he just despawned. Or last time I saw him jump in. That is interesting. I did not know you can hop down there. Well, okay, you want to climb there, but you want to be a bit more careful about it. It's a little hard when the camera perspective doesn't support it.
Yeah.
Then you have this little drop. These guys just get lost, but we just survive. It's fine for us.
Okay. I don't know, the soldiers can't, or like the Shinra officer dudes can't swim.
Maybe. This little, like, nook there is actually low enough that you can mantle it, while the regular floor is not. It's kind of funny. How that 1 centimeter difference makes the change. So this is the fight with like bunch of guys. This is one of the reasons, or the reason we specifically want Yuffie. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's like, I think I counted 16 last time I checked. But what we want to do here is we want to swap, get some ATB, center ourselves, and then Windstorm, hold square to get ATB back, and our Shuriken, and Windstorm again. This is what it should look like. It's a very quick fight. And it also masters Windstorm if you didn't have it yet. They're OP, and I think P is the last letter, that's why it's 16.
I guess this is Red Dragon. So with Red Dragon in phase 1, it's really important for us to hit the head enough to break it, which can be very tricky.
Unless he does that.
Also, it can get really weird if like using the fire breath and you get like kind of behind it. Yeah.
Come on.
Now it's as usual, the head is being kind of elusive here.
Usually Incendiary Breath is like a freebie for that, but I react a little later. Blazar should work. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, good.
It does, as long as you have... well, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
In fact, no, I'll retry this fight.
We do not want to stagger in phase 1, but phase 2 is kind of problematic, so it'll be really nice to get stagger right at the start of phase 2. Yeah, let's see if we can make it a little smoother this time.
Retraining is luckily not that long. Just use Incendiary Breath again. Be a pal. Not Flame Shot. Come on. Not Tail Strike. Incendiary Breath. Yes!
Okay, this should do it.
Yeah. Didn't deprotect it, but it's fine. Unbridled. Oh, now I don't even need to dodge. Oh, now he's giving me the double freebie. Kinda dodged away a little bit, because I don't want to stagger him.
Okay, good. A little slow for phase 1, but now we should be all set for phase 2.
So, phase 2 he can't get staggered instantly either. So we're just gonna get some ATB away a little bit.
Yeah, at this point, Omni Strike and Cloud has the limit ready.
Deep Protect on top of that. He has a lot of HP in phase 2, but especially with Deep Protect and just staggering him early, you can get a lot of mileage and just eviscerate his entire health. It's probably one of the bulkiest bosses, but it's not that bad. Okay, some HP. Because the next segment will be Cloud Barret Tifa as well. So we want to make sure that at the very least Cloud is topped up because he usually takes the brunt of the damage during fights. I think I want to be like here. Yeah. Now the party gets split up. But there's not too much we have to do with this split party outside of 2 bosses. Actually, no. Aerith has to do some stuff after we fight Reno Root. But now this fight is... It's a little weird, because these guys can, just like earlier, turn around instantly and mess with me. But best case scenario would be I have some ATB, I get the... Yeah, he turned around. Get some ATB ready. Wow. Okay. Arrow magnified to get them off their feet. Someone did not... Yeah, that's slug rate. Did not cooperate. I could have probably overcharged, but I didn't want to overcharge, run ahead, and then have to go back for it. Path conveniently breaks. This is like one of the longer climbing sessions, but I think after this there's no more climbing. I don't remember any at least. And those storms usually are there to damage you, but this one you can't get damaged by. There'll be, I think from the next segment onwards, we have to like kind of avoid getting hit by them, just because I know it damages, I don't know how hard it damages, especially on easy. It's not that big of a deal. But luckily, I'm not sure when this cycle starts rolling. It's not a global cycle, because every time you go here in a run setting at least, you are fine just rushing through. Right over there in that like drop tower. When we walk through them, that's when the storms are gonna happen. Yeah, I guess they're not on cycle yet. It just happens like right about now. And even though it might look like I'll be running into it, it's gone by this point, or it's not active anymore. Lines up really nicely. And we use these blocks now to basically shield ourselves from the wind, because the wind will take it off our hands and then it'll get stuck. The next upcoming fight is also a little messy. Oh, I lied, there's more climbing. It's a little messy because it's only 2 guys, but they're usually super spread out. They can get close like there. Didn't really do much. So I'll just power click again, that's it. Something I didn't mention, if you know that Sonic Boom, for example, can kill an enemy or end a fight, what you usually want to do is you want to position yourself with the back towards where you want to go. I did that earlier in chapter 4, for example, when I was fighting the Death Wheel before the Roche boss fight. Position yourself in a way where the Sonic Boom, because it knocks you back, Cloud like jumps back from the recoil or something, pushes you into the way you want to go. It's similar to when you do the op swap that I talked earlier. It sends you through the enemy, so what you can do is you can use that to get through the enemy towards where you need to go, because it is pretty good distance to get out of that, followed by Sonic Booms, for example. And this fight is just approach, get a few counters, and cleave. I don't know why I didn't cleave there. That's fine, they're gonna attack again. The guy on the left didn't get hit. Oh, okay, that's fine. Bye. Something we have to do here now is we have these like vessels that we need to fill up. We have the meter on the right that fills up the more live stream we get, and there's gonna be like live stream particles both floating around, but also dropped from enemies. So we need to manage our live stream meter. It's very consistent. We don't really run into any trouble with it. But we want to line it up in a way where at the end of the second part of this, we retain a certain amount of the meter, because the tutorial mentioned it earlier. Obviously I clicked through it, but it basically has oh, there it is. It has 4 stages. There's stage 0, which is the default state when you have nothing. On stage 1 you have fade, like I have here. Stage 2 gives you regen. I think stage 1 happens like 15% of the meter, then regen at like 40-ish, and not protect and reflect. A wall applies on 60%. And what we want to do is we want to have enough that we carry Faith into Aerith's next boss fight. Just because that buff, it's not permanent, I think. It just lasts like super long in battle. But having a free Faith like this for the cost of like, what, 2 seconds of just absorbing something means that we don't have to menu Empowerment or Sonic Boom into Aerith. And we can still just get the buff. It's really nice. Really convenient. We have a few more orbs that we want to collect here. And then for this segment, there are 4 vessels that we can fill up right now. We're gonna choose the 2 that are already halfway filled. One of which, because it has a lot of live stream juice, I guess, just located around the perimeter, and it's a very small area too. And the second one just because it's halfway filled. And then once you have 2 of them filled up, doesn't matter which ones, you can proceed with the main one. And that one you need to dunk a lot of live stream juice in. Like, we need to, for this segment right now, even though we still have to fill that one halfway through, we need a lot. We need like, wait, that is not enough. Did I miss something? Pretty sure I missed something somewhere. We'll see. Because I'm pretty sure on this one we are supposed to have free buffs as well. I don't usually pay too much attention to the meter. I just go around, grab him because it's pretty consistent, then I walk away. And there's the third one. This one's completely empty, and this one requires a decent amount. That's fine.
Okay, just enough.
I was gonna say, like, I didn't miss any of them, so it shouldn't go wrong. These frogs in the Panthera can be pretty annoying, but that was actually a dream fight.
Yeah, the frogs just grouped out there.
Yep. Cleave hit them all. Panthera didn't run away. Power Cleave killed both frogs and damaged the Panthera, and then I can just could just pick it off with Dive Kick and Sonic Boom. This fight is a little annoying because even though you don't see them here, there are actually invisible walls around the fight once you enter it. So if you enter the fight, you have to either fight it or retry it, but you can actually not run away from it. Now we have 2 more of these cubes that we need to move around. Want to push this one in here because that'll create a path for us to go to the tower. And then there's a segment where there are 2 of these blocks, one of which will miss its target though. It's basically just there to tell you, like, oh, by the way, try and be more creative, find a different one. And there's gonna be another one at the top of a tower, meaning that we have to topple over that tower. Which we do by, like, this is the incorrect one, and up there is the correct one. And that one is accompanied with, I guess, like, mini-boss that you have to stagger, because the stagger cutscene has him crash into that tower, and then he drops the ball. And we can use that to actually progress.
Yeah, and to stagger this enemy, it's actually, well, let's say to pressure this enemy, it's kind of just on a timer. When he uses Sharpen, then it's going to pressure. So that's not going to be until a while, so we're just going to be attacking. We do have to kill the enemy after the stagger in any case. Condemned is something that we don't really want to see, because that means that we're just going to have to dodge out of the way.
Yeah, it's a one-shot. What we do want to see, though, is Cloud and preferably Tifa just eating a lot of hits, because we want Tifa to try and get her stagger up for this, but she didn't take enough damage.
Sharpen should be coming up very soon, so we get ATB ready on Barret, and then he can just launch a focus shot right away, and yeah, you can see Tifa doing a focus strike there at the same time.
Basically just unleashed all the focus abilities.
Yeah.
You know what, this should be enough actually. Let me just move away.
Yeah, just get Tifa in position to move the box.
Well, Tifa can move, but usually by being someone else that isn't your current leader, like whether it's Cloud or Aerith or whatever, you have them teleport on top of you, which cancels the ant-lag of whatever they're doing. And of course you can preset the position they're getting teleported to. It didn't work super well this time.
Yeah, she was a little bit, or Cloud spawn a little bit off from
yeah.
point you could grab.
There's a weapon, by the way, for Barret, which has a pretty interesting skill. It has like Turbulent Spirit on it, and Turbulent Spirit is a skill that you can only use it once per battle actually, but it gives you vastly increased ATB charge for the duration of its activation. But I think it's the only skill in the entire game that has like a once per battle restriction. Everything else you can use whenever you want, really. Okay, well, there are skills that you can't use if, for example, like there's a healing skill where Aerith sacrifices herself and heals the other ones. And you can't use that if everyone else is already topped up. You do have to get some healing out of it. Alright, now Reno and Rude, as well as the pre-fight. Don't get frog, please.
Yeah, the pre-fight is gonna... There's like these little enemies here. You can get frog, and if you do, then obviously that's really gonna make things harder.
Oh, the frog spawn. I almost got the Godfighter.
Yeah, now they're a little spread out here.
It's fine. So this fight is a little annoying because the longer you take, the more enemies there are gonna be. Like the previous one, not this one.
So we're gonna focus on Fruit here. You know, once again, if well, no, I meant on Reno. So Fruit is generally like the tanky guy.
Yeah. The way we focus him down though is by attacking Root, because if we directly attack Reno, he constantly dodges. So if we attack Root, Reno doesn't dodge as much. He did still dodge a little bit though. Now. Good. Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, Fruit is actually weak to wind, so Sonic Boom is like really handy there.
In this case, the advantage was that Rude immediately went into his guarding stance, and the way you pressure him is that when he's in guard, you have to do 2 ATB attacks on him, or big attacks. Overcharge counts 2, Omni Strike counts 2. But yeah. He doesn't always do that immediately. Like a lot of times he's busy doing something else, like punching you or whatever. Okay, there's a quick menu happening here. I grab Fire, Subversion, which is actually unnecessary, and Cloud's Wind, and Barret gets Empowerment ready. Oh, and not as important, but you also want Choke a Mark on Yuffie. Just because it increases her magic stat ever so slightly. This fight is not as problematic. We actually got really good starting ATB, but if you get a first strike, we didn't really talk about that, you actually get increased starting ATB. It usually is nice if you can get it, but it also only works for non-forced encounters.
Yeah, basically you just like press the attack button when you get into the area.
Yep. So what we set up for Yuffie is mostly a wind materia, so she can actually deal with that ancient dragon just now. Like, we specifically want wind on her, because we want to use Aurora on that dragon, because he can fly about the entire area, and Aurora just keeps him close, which he then doesn't fly away instantly. We can just spellbound blast him twice and we're good. And then we have to collect enough to get there, the boss.
I remember there was like a possible glitch with that fight where was it like the dragon would just like fall like under the bridge or something and get like stuck somewhere.
There's something weird that can happen. I've personally not had it happen. I do remember people mentioning about it. So this next fight can actually be a little loud. I did turn down the sound effects earlier, so it shouldn't be completely destroying anyone's ears, but...
Yeah, basically there's a lot of enemies and we're gonna like stagger them all at once.
Yeah, that was not that bad.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, okay, who's alive? Because the command menu's up, but that's just a visual glitch.
Oh.
Yeah. Again, courtesy of the PC version. I didn't see that one on console. I did see the other one, where you get the speed up command menu.
Also, these are the enemies, though, why we set hazardous material shortcut on Yuffie like a few hours ago. These enemies have reflect on them by default, so we were actually not even dealing any damage there with those spellbound blasts. But we got the ATB anyway, and now we're all ready to also dispel the reflect out of that one and then get rid of him.
So I was wondering if hazardous material actually has dispel probability, so if it just specifically breaks the shield. It seems to specifically break the shield because the Faith didn't get dispelled.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking like I feel like it's like the enemies are like if they get like poisoned or something, then they drop the reflect.
Yeah, physical attacks are usually how you would want to drop the reflect faster, like a big physical hit. But apparently, even though that's not a big physical hit, it's just enough.
Okay, yeah.
Then you have the same, but instead of a hacked eye, instead of two hacked eyes, you have a hacked eye and a floating eye, which is a little easier to deal with because the hacked eyes can be really annoying. As can the floating death because he can stop you.
In this case, what's nice is that we can use Spellbound Blast on the floating death, which is not immune to magic. And then we'll have the ATB ready to use the hazardous material and go in.
Yep. Now he could technically petrify you, but I think he doesn't deal enough damage to actually turn you into stone.
Yeah. Yeah, the petrify in this game is like it basically applies like a debuff, and if it gets filled up, then you get petrified. It's not like instant and chance based like in kind of classic
or time
FF games. Yeah.
In this case, just damage based depending on how much damage you take. Okay,
yeah.
That's really
a lot of this stuff like they want to make like more skill based in this game. That's like, okay, you got hit by petrify, but if you avoid damage, then you'll be fine. Phase 1 should be very easy. We just spellbound blast Elena, who should be pretty easy to hit here. And then for Phase 2 should also kind of proceed the same way. We just focus on Elena, Spellbound Blast and Sandaga. Oh, they went so far up that Spellbound Blast didn't hit. That's unfortunate. Okay, but now conveniently we can hit them both at the same time at least. And now with that stagger, that's over.
Yeah, this fight is similar to Diabolic variant. It's basically always easy, no matter the category you're playing it in.
Yeah.
Aerith, heal Cloud. Cloud is kind of like a little damaged. 100 HP left. Okay, actually I want to be running around with Team 3 because there's going to be a fight upcoming where I want to be able to both use Spellblade and Power Blade. Spellblade mostly as a backup, Spellblade and Power Cleave, sorry. Because Spellblade is needed as a backup. There's gonna be one of those floating eyes again. We didn't see it this time, and it wasn't even relevant in the previous fight, but if they take half-ish damage, I think a little less maybe even, they put up a shield, which means they don't take physical damage anymore. Doesn't matter with the previous team, because we have Aerith, who just Spellbound Blast and doesn't give... Like he doesn't spend a second thinking about that. But you definitely need to be aware of that when you have Cloud out, because you usually, especially with like us having a physical based weapon, want to use more power cleaves than spell blades, but you do want to have the option of actually using anything magic related. We have like Sonic Boom and Blizzara, which also works, but given that Barret doesn't contribute to those fights anyway, we just want to use Yuffie instead. And here we have to walk through some flashbacks. This is like the last slow segment, really. Actually, second to last. There's one at the start of chapter 14, I forgot. But that one is not that long. This one actually takes a few minutes. And you basically just walk through... This is like supposed to be like trials of their resolve, I guess. And you have everyone witness their most... I guess traumatic events. It's like where Red got captured, where Barret lost his wife, Tifa, the Nibelheim incident, Aerith lost her mother, and Yuffie, when she first arrived in Midgard, was kind of on a recon mission, but ended up getting involved into way more stuff. And the fastest way to go about here is just not doing anything, because if you press buttons, Red starts resisting, and it ends when Red is close enough to Hojo.
I feel like Red could just like, instead, like trying to hold back, just like it's just like hit the guys who are trying to like pull him in.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he didn't want to hurt them or something.
Maybe. For Tifa, it's just a bunch of walking. We walk up here, skip a cutscene, hop down. Oh, actually, this is the one time where you cannot hop down the tower, probably because they want you to see Cloud walk in there. Because usually you can just jump down straight away. Chapter 1, 11, whenever you're there. But we have to watch Mini Cloud. Suddenly, like, random metal door. I guess it is a dream, so it doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah, I feel like this is pretty much how like my dreams go, to be honest. It's like, first I'm in one place and then like suddenly it's another, and it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah. No coherency. Well, I guess that's how you also like lucid dream, because when you notice these inconsistencies and you don't actually wake up from noticing that, you then have power to just do whatever you want. After... Oh, right, I thought it was Barret immediately. So, Yuffie is the only one there where there's actually some speed tech to it. She has to climb up a wall, where at the very end of that wall you want to make sure to just not overshoot too much, just to, I guess, not waste time watching a few extra climb animations. But then she's gonna have to hookshot herself through a room. And while she hookshots, you can jump from, like, beam to beam instantly without having to swing back and forth if you align yourself properly at the beginning and if you then start holding the correct directions. It's a little tight. It took us a little bit to even figure out that we can do that. So right here we like don't want to go too... Oh, we want to go one higher. And then it's just enough, because it's just high enough to get past the railing, and she also doesn't have to jump off, she just walks off that thing, basically. One, two, the third one is a little difficult, and kind of... Yeah, there we go. I didn't hold the correct direction, I guess. Like, it's up left, but not fully. And if you have a slightly wrong angle, you don't get the input to hop down immediately. And then it's just elevator and that's it. Oh, I didn't know you can skip before the camera transitions. Hope that doesn't soft lock.
Surely it's fine.
Surely. It's not like we already had something like that happen today. Then we actually have the rare Barret 2-armed moment. This is before he lost his arm.
I guess this is like OG also has a flashback of Barrett, like how he lost his arm.
In OG, of course, you just like instead of seeing the brown end at the arm, you see gray when it's the gun. So just like a different color instead of actually like a different arm. He still has like some kind of bracelet or whatever. I feel like all gloves or something, and they take up a lot of space there. Now he lost an arm. He is like excused in terms of walking normally, not like Cloud.
Where are you, baby?
I have to slowly walk to that inconveniently placed grid.
So suitably loosely placed to kick it down.
I mean, to be fair, he does give it a decent kick. It's kind of sturdy. You see like him bending it too. And when it flings away, you see the big imprint of his leg. So he did put some decent force behind it.
Oh, yeah.
And then, as Sid and I like to call it, me during the GDQ race. In this segment, we basically relive through Arif's past, or her, I guess, traumatic event. And she just walks around. You're supposed to be asking different NPCs, like, yo, can you help me? My mom's sick, like she can't move and all that.
And the needles?
You only have to, in the end, talk to one specific NPC, but Sid and I had I think it was a Crisis Core race. And I ran into a rare situation very early on, and I was like, yeah, surely that won't happen. It happened, and then I had to route around that. And me constantly asking, like, yo, Sid, what's the backup? It was basically like this. Just me walking around like, yo, can you help me? My materia leveled up. I don't know what to do. Please. After that, though, we almost finished walking, because then we have to watch the the live stream expo, or whatever you want to call it, with all the like figurines fighting. Not figurines, but the ghosts. And there's a decent amount of like lore and story at the end of the game as well, made up for by pretty fun fights. So here you basically have to walk up to this group on the left, and once you're close enough you can press L2. You don't need to be like right next to him, you don't need to press it as early as possible, you just want to be at a convenient spot so she doesn't have to walk far to actually prompt the cutscene there.
I tried.
And then she also slows down, just like Barrett and Cloud and many of the others. And we have to walk most of the way over to Elfana. I actually found a visual cue for that not too long ago either. As well, it's just before you are at Elfana. You can already kind of see there's like a little yellow post-it or whatever on the ground. And pretty much exactly when you pass that is when you can skip the cutscene. The first piece of trash there. And then we're almost done. We still have to go through Clouds. But Clouds is a little bit more fast-paced. Oh, and I guess we have to walk down a staircase. Oh, wait, no, staircase is after this. Never mind. This looks like the Dark Souls 2 room before Velstadt. Now we're gonna relive a little bit of Remake. Chapter 1, Chapter 12. Cloud doesn't have a past.
All those
When Cloud is just thinking about how like remakes really sucked, and that's like
That's his traumatic event. Having to be remade into this. No, he's back like, back to Rebirth finally. Sweet release. So, there's gonna be one like last skip coming up in a bit. Depending on how good you are at the fight and the RNG you get, it's faster to actually fight it out. And skipping is also a little inconsistent, but basically there's the Archdragon, the Panthera. You want to walk around the perimeter and trigger the forced fight, which is right here. You saw the meter just snap in. And now we'll enter again. I'll hope that, yeah, they're all on one side, which is really good. Makes it a lot easier. And I walk up to the door, wait until the meter disappears, then I turn around, trigger the fight. And now that I triggered the fight from the other side, the game is like, oh, you already walked through that door. But, funnily enough, that is the true point of no return, because that door does not open anymore. You cannot go back.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that it places you there, but like then you're blocked out.
It's not even that these doors can't open from the other side. It's really just, I guess, because you never initially opened it or something. I don't know if they maybe have like a check. Okay, you passed it, so you can go through it, but oh, you didn't pass it, like obviously you did something wrong, so you can't go through it now. I know how that works. Alright, now the Cetra Expo. Similar to Remake, we have to walk through the exhibition, watch a few cutscenes, have that Cetra cutscene later on. We get a lot of backstory here, some epic music, and a bunch of dudes over there, which we'll not look at because it makes moving harder. I lied. It's not even that tight because you need to wait for the text to advance far enough to get this fight, because there are going to be two pieces of live stream coming up, and that's going to be the battle, an Evil Eye and a Panthera. I'll try and focus on the Evil Eye first, but on a floating death, I guess. But it's not super easy. I don't know how that didn't stop me, but sure. Okay, Void Send, good timing. Should be able to get the skip. Nice. Look at this, fires up. What? That was close enough? Just have everyone attack. I didn't know who was gonna hit. Like, that fight specifically is what you want the Spellblade for. The next one is not as important. For the next one, it's just important that you have a tier 2 fire spell, which we'll have. You can also speed this up a little bit by hopping along the perimeter here, because there's some terrain movement you can do. But it does not do anything, because you still have to wait for this to progress far enough. And then right after the fight, I'll actually have to enter the combat menu or command menu as quickly as possible, because between the fight and the next segment, there's a small time where you can open the menu, but once you're in that segment, you cannot reopen the menu whenever you close it or if it's already closed. And I will probably need to heal, plus I need to swap to team. I don't need to, but I want to swap to team 2 to bear it out. And of course, epic music. We're gonna focus on the Panthera first, and there's also gonna be one of those green turtles that we saw earlier. Oh, yo, the turtle blocks him. Okay, now I want a Spellblade, so Yuffie gets some ATB. Yuffie uses Fyra. Once she starts that, I Blazara. And then I start doing more. I wanted to get the stagger with Cloud. I didn't really think about Tifa being able to get it there. But it's fine, doesn't matter too much. Not that difficult. Now I want to quickly open, and now I want to make sure that I heal up before I leave this menu. And now that everyone's healed up, I'm just gonna hop on these candles. This would also take really long usually, because you have to just slow walk this entire segment. I think eventually the dialogue runs out and you can jog and or run. But like this, you can hop there if you don't get stuck there.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky there when the camera like just turns forcibly.
Yep.
Now we're getting into Demon Gate. We're gonna start with a Berserk here. Do some power cleaves and then set up our Sonic Boom. And after that, just a little more damage. Should be the end of phase 1.
Thank you. It was like... I don't know if I pressed R too early. I don't know if the dive kick maybe didn't connect.
For phase 2, we want to refresh our Berserk again. Barrett should also get some ATB there with power with overcharge. There's indeed 2 of these. We can get this one pressured and should stagger here very soon as well.
I feel like I didn't do enough with the other guy yet.
Yeah, looks like he has still some HP.
Well, I can take care of it now. While the other guy's still staggered. Should do Final Throws.
Yeah, that's fine.
Boom, he does Final Throws. Boom.
Yeah, both of them have like kind of a final thing that they need to do before you can actually kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna be walking again for
for a little bit. Not as long. We can run for a decent bit. Also, the other one is kind of funny. Also, a very important day, we got an Empowerment Materia level up. Empowerment Materia is what we can use to cast Bravery, but now that I level up, it can also cast Faith individually. The reason they're more useful than Sonic Boom in some regard is that the duration of Sonic Boom, it's like really good to be able to get those early, but the duration is really short. So you have to refresh it on longer fights. And also just having access to more than just Sonic Boom is really nice. Specifically, we want Sonic Boom to stay on Cloud, so we can use it for the final fights where he's a part of, but he's not going to be part of everything. That's where we want to be able to Bravery and Faith as needed. Okay. Skip the cutscene. And now this ceiling, actually, it comes down, but it can't really do anything to you. Like, if you just stop here, nothing will happen.
Yeah, I think it just like stops right there
Yeah,
at the end.
pretty much where you see it. Now we start walking.
I think like I don't think Freeport has any kind of like fail conditions for these like kind of cinematic sequences.
It's not like Stellar Blade.
Yeah.
That's what I just had to think of.
Yeah, I mean, FF16 is kind of like that. Also, at least there's like animations for like if you like fail.
Yeah,
some
you do
of
get
them.
punished.
But it's like you can't die to them in that game either. And there's like the mashing ones you can't fail either. I guess it's just kind of like how they like to do it.
And now we have to chase down Aerith. The voice acting here is actually really interesting for Cloud because it's honestly really good. He sounds so maniacally here.
Give it to me. Please. You can trust me. Let's together.
Especially on that one.
Aerith.
Okay. Should be good now. Now we have a tiny little bit more exposition, and then we have 15 minutes of pure boss fights and sped up cutscenes. In fact, I think that was the last... No, it was not the last one. I keep forgetting about chapter 14. This is interesting. You can speed up a little bit, then you can speed up again, and then you can speed up again here. But it's not enough time to allow you to actually like skip something. Same goes here. You can like speed up the start, and it fails to speed up for more. Then speed ups again. You strike a pose, doesn't really matter which one. This one like legit just does nothing. It's just you can do this. It's you can't even like deactivate the HUD to take a screenshot of that. It's just there. Skip cutscene. And then walk like 4 steps, I think it is, or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 6, 7 before the fade out happens. And then another cutscene skip. And this fight is like it's slightly interesting because you would think that you would need to kill all the enemies here, but you actually only need to fight the first 2 waves, and then there's no more invisible walls until the final segment. Also, I keep forgetting that you can't just hold square to this. There's Whisper D and E.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange segment because it's like you don't really have your full
setup.
Yeah, you know, controls.
Yeah, you don't even have Punisher mode.
Yeah, all you really do is just like press square.
And circle if you want to be fast, because you can.
Yeah.
Instead of just using the Punisher mode to cancel your dodge, you can just attack instead. I keep thinking, like, what is the last time that you're actually being slowed down right before the final boss? Well, failed R2. Told you it's difficult.
It's just like chapter 1.
But shorter, luckily. So this is the last few set, or the last set of save loads we do. All characters say something here, all 5. We don't have Aerith with us anymore. And every time they start talking, we immediately just say like, stop, save load, and then we can, at the very least, we have a shorter conversation, but it also unlocks our movement a little earlier than normal. Or in the case of, I think, Reds, like the third one, whoever goes third, that one unlocks a lot of movement. Because you can straight up sprint for this, which you usually cannot ever. And we have to do all these save loads to even get this gradual, I guess, unlock of the movement. We will be slowed down again later. But this is still like, I think this saves a total of like a minute if you do it like that. Luckily the timings are pretty easy too. Now we're gonna have Red talking. Me. It's like the guy in Cosmo Canyon. When you talk to him before you move out of Cosmo Canyon, where you find the Sephiroth clone, he goes, "Are you in need of guidance?"
Hey, Cloud.
Whoops. PC actually saves a slight amount of time here because it has more save slots than console. Console has 10 save slots, so you have to overwrite saves, and on PC you just overwrite nothing, which is marginally faster. But the loads are usually worse on PC. Now I feel like they're not as inconsistent as on console. Like that's another thing. The console release honestly runs better, but not having a load remover makes it a little annoying because there's a lot of variance in some of these loads. For example, earlier when I fought the first time when I was in chapter 13, and I finished a Cloud Barret Tifa segment. I was fighting against these 3 soldiers in that little cave. It swaps to Aerith. That load can take anywhere from like 2 to like 16 seconds. Usually you're on the like more a favorable side of it and get a shorter load, but it can go wrong. And especially on console, it's super annoying. Though it's not super common, I guess. Now we have Whispers coming up. The only like proper fight with Whispers here. And this fight, we do want to do it in a somewhat particular way just to make sure that we don't get long attacks from them.
Yeah, they can be pretty troublesome. They do have quite a bit of HP as well. So setting up the usual buffs here.
Nice.
And then with power cleaves, we're just gonna have to hope a little bit that you can hit them. I suppose ideally you could hit multiple of them, but maybe not that likely.
Eventually we also want to make sure that Whisper A, or whoever casts the ward right now, gets defeated, because with him gone, like, they can use an attack called Fated Tempest, and that one is just, they go on the ground, conjure, cycle, and it wastes like 15 seconds. This was actually decent, even though it was a little sluggish. Because the first one who starts doing that will eventually be the guy who's doing the ward, if you keep him alive. If you defeat him immediately, and therefore break the ward too, the others will just go wild. So we want to keep him alive for a little while, damage all the other ones around him. And I don't have like an exact number for the time frame, but after a short while you want to start focusing on the guy who casts the ward, and then pick off whatever is left, which usually that would mean that you don't get the Fated Tempest move. You also can like overcharge or buried him. I didn't utilize at all, for example. Though he is kind of useful because it's way easier for him to hit these guys because he's ranged and hits almost always. His shots are just so fast that most enemies don't move out of the way in time. It can happen though. Like if you mistime overcharge on Bottom Swell or Terror of the Deep, for example, when you pressure him with Somersault, if you do it wrong, part of the overshot can whiff. Same on Snake in a phase transition. And skills like Focus Shot are especially notorious to whiff because those are a little slower, but that already does enough to where many enemies, if they aren't like moving towards you but like sideways from you, or if they're just not stationary, you just won't hit them. But I guess that's the trade-off for it being that strong. It's a really good move.
So we're just casually approaching areas here. You know, as you usually would approach a friend.
You can try like pull the sword down. You actually get it pretty far, but right around here it starts like both being harder because the adaptive triggers start getting a little stronger, but it does not do anything. Like, ever. It doesn't waste time, it doesn't save time, nothing. Alright, final fight, let's go.
Yeah, for Genova Life Clinger, so we already have a limit at the start for Tifa and Red, so we're going to use Red's limit here to quickly deal with the first phase. We're going to hit the HP gate very early here. At this point, we're going to have to wait for our party members to be thrown away from the fight. Cloud has already full ATB, so it's gonna like ready here.
No, that's a big time waste. She can do Contaminate Explosion really quickly, but in this case she even decided to teleport in between.
Yeah, now the HP gate is going away, so we already have the buffs. Then we just go in. Not too much damage required there to get further. That's some fast music. So we dash in, power cleave. Tifa's gonna need some ATB.
Can just pressure a little earlier, I think. Oh, Morning Whale, that's good. Doesn't teleport away.
Good. Once again, like dealing that damage, avoiding the stagger. We can save that for later.
Because the stagger gauge transfers from this phase to the next time we actually properly fight her.
Yeah, like during these phases, yeah, you don't actually stagger yet. So we're gonna just be like focusing on these like extra parts that appear. We still have the Tifa limit from earlier. We just got it for free at the start of the fight. Here we don't have the limit for Fred, because it was used earlier, but Barrett has it ready. Got a little sidewinder, we'll finish the drop.
Okay, did hit, good.
And Yuffie can use her limit break, and that should hopefully be just about enough with the added braver there at the end. And that would be all of those like sections where you have to fight S2. Yeah. And then we get to the final phase where the stagger bar is going to be still like very much full.
Yeah, it's edged to the maximum, because those power cleaves, even though they don't stagger if you swap out of them, they still fill up the stagger bar as much as they can.
Yeah. So at this point, we're just gonna get the instant stagger, berserk, some power cleaves.
You usually have Yuffie ATB, but I accidentally used it earlier, so
okay.
Just have to braver, it's fine.
Then we get into Sephiroth fight, so we have Zack here with us. Well, we did a bunch of counters there to give us a lot of ATB. We got the Sonic Boom off. Get another counter.
Attack me. Oh, but like,
Okay.
I just need limit.
That should do it. Okay.
Let's bring it home.
Yeah. Usually you would hope to get that stagger a little earlier, but
yeah, in this case I delayed a little bit because the most important part about this phase is really that you manage to get as much limit as possible, and that you end on both bravery, on like the Sonic Boom buff, as well as berserk. The ATB doesn't even matter because going into the next, I guess, like phase, it is a phase in the end, even though it's rather short. You get a full refill of your ATB. Both gauges are just full. I assume. Holy shaders! Is it the shaders at this point? I don't even.
Yeah, it's probably shaders.
Probably.
But yeah, this is why we want to have those buffs up and ATB, so we can just Bizarre out twice, and that should finish this. So that way we don't even need to.
I dodged that. No. Whoops.
But the idea there is that we don't need to approach the boss if the Blizzard has killed it.
You actually specifically want to use a spell that isn't fire. Actually, I don't know if fire works, but you can't physically approach him because he has like the little shield or wing or something like that in front of his core. So you can't properly approach him without zooming around. Might as well just have something that homes in on it.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to get hit at the end by his like wing slap, because that wing slap would have given me even more limit gauge. Now it only means that I need to stall a tiny bit longer now. Not a big deal. I'll block these instead of perfect block, because perfect block or perfect counter generally build up less limit. So I either want to eat the full attack or just block it regularly. Should be good. And now I cross slash. Oh, not buffed, but it'll be fine. Just means that in the final phase of Reborn, I'll need to be slightly more wary of my damage, but it's fine. I completely eradicate him at the end anyway.
Okay, this phase is going to be a little bit more intricate. There's going to be like these wings, and then there's the Bahamut or Risen Whisper.
Yeah.
That's like complicated. So you need to deal with him once. Yeah, just get bonus rounds going on Barrett. ATB ready and get the stagger.
A big part of that is you also want to make sure that Barrett eats some kind of big hit, because that way he will have limit in the next phase.
Yeah, we started hitting the wings now, but even if we deal with them super fast, we still get this guy back for a little short moment.
Okay, nice. Good old assess Materia. What would I do without a leveled up assess Materia?
Anyway, back to Zach now.
Yes.
With Zach, what do you want to do? You know, just appears out of nowhere. Zach is confused.
As we all are.
But yeah, you want to charge in and use quick charge. So Zach has this like meter that you can fill up. You can see like already on bottom left as charge. But if you like press that triangle in the middle of combo, so you can do quick charge to like quickly build that up. Then use chain slash, which is like powered up because that bar is filled. We'll get the pressure immediately and then the stagger right after. Build up the meter again, and then at full level 3 you can use High Braver, which is really strong. For High Braver you need to like time some inputs, right? With that one. But you know, it's
not a big phase because you preset the stagger on the solo cloud phase in a way that he staggers immediately and Zach can just run wild because it's not like he can do much at that point. It's mostly that we just don't want to deal with what he does. It's just annoying.
For this phase, you can see the wings being like different colors. So is that like now there's like fire affinity, which means that there'd be a weak to blizzard. They'll keep switching the colors, so you gotta be ready for that.
Yeah, once they swap to blizzard, we just immediately launch 2 fires to break them there.
Yeah, pretty simple at that point. And this is also like now's a good point to remember that like our like party here is determined by the like affinity that we had with the party members. So like having Yuffie here is really useful. If you don't have Yuffie here, it's like well, I mean, of course, like in a speedrun, when you're prepared, you can have like the appropriate materia and stuff like that. But either way, like Yuffie with like the ranged options and the like having the appropriate elemental damage. And of course, like when we have specific setups, then of course we want the party members to be where we expect them to be.
Yeah, it would suck a lot if we suddenly had Tifa here, because that would mean that the other phases also mess up. A lot of things could go wrong. A big problem with those wings casually is that they're immune to physical damage.
Yeah.
Which means that no one can really do much except for Yuffie. You can get ATB, the core is there to get ATB while it's shielded, and then you can use elemental materia. Or even stuff like focus shot. You always have something to deal with them, but it's progressively worse if you don't have Yuffie.
Okay, to start here we can easily get some counters because Sephiroth is just doing these combos.
Oh. Wait.
Okay, they didn't mean to get hit there, but we got our ATB, so got the Berserk and Sonic Boom. Now we can Spellblade through his attacks. Okay, he somehow dodged that.
That
this
is
attack,
early.
Yeah, that was early. But anyway, we can prevent that attack with breaking the wing with Spellblade. It's very effective there. Limit breaking and using Sandaga at the same time for a lot of damage. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's really fun. On Sonic Boom, he'll probably not even teleport yet. Oh, no, man. I guess that makes it a little annoying. I don't have Firework Blade, so I'll just Spellblade twice. Hoping that.
Yeah, he has a little bit more HP here. Also, time is coming up very shortly.
Oh yeah, right. So time is coming up whenever he's beat, which is now.
Time.
Forgot to mention that. You're right. Yeah, you want him to be HP gated, preferably at that point where he clutches his arms and then he bursts out in those beams, and that's like right when the HP gate lifts is when he like stretches his arms. That's when you immediately want to get the kill. Didn't go quite as well because you're also supposed to be getting way more Spellblades out at the start. Like he went into the super beam at the start of the fight really early. Ultimately, it doesn't matter too much because Spellblade is really good. You have Cross Slash still available. Sandaga is good. Like you have a lot of good options, especially on easy mode. All right. Oh yeah, that was Rebirth. I'm actually glad I did go a little careful with the estimate just because it did load a little slower than I anticipated. But we go through it. Fine run.
That was good.
6 hours. I'm hungry.
Yeah, and now of course the Final Fantasy VII OG run should be happening on stream 1 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly. You can see what we didn't show you now.
Yeah. So if you like FF7, be sure to check that out.
And of course, there are going to be more runs on stream too as well, so don't miss
Yes.
this either. Anyway, that be it from me and from Den for now. We'll be back later eventually. Wednesday, maybe. Thanks for watching. Take care.